An Elf in Skyrim by Azureblade. In the far north of Skyrim, legends and armies are set to collide. Brother fights brother in a bloody civil war, creatures of the night hunt in the shadows, and dragons fill the sky for the first time in an age. In this time of turbulent events, a single Bosmer elf finds herself drawn north, chasing after the shadows of her past. Chapter 1. The city of Helgen was fairly typical for a minor hold in Skyrim. Originally built as a fortified town to fend off giant attacks, the only major fortifications were the city wall and the keep. Well-built stone structures that had stood for hundreds of years, even if the lack of maintenance was starting to show. They still provided enough security that people couldn't sneak in or out without either being a master thief or knowing a tunnel under the walls. What do you mean the city is in lockdown? Which was a problem when you wanted to be literally anywhere else in Tamriel. I'm sorry, miss. Orders are that no one leaves the city for any reason until the execution is over. Until then, you will need to remain in Helgen. The guard sounded utterly disinterested as he parroted the same drivel for probably the 100th time today. I just silently fumed, since if the merchant a few yards over was failing to bribe his way out, there was little chance I would be able to convince the guards to open the gates. What's worse, I couldn't even risk just throwing caution to the wind and fighting my way out, because if she got word I was in Skyrim looking for her, the past 5 years hunting her down would be for nothing. My hands tightened around the straps of my traveling pack at the thought of my prey. With a final glare at the city guard, I headed back towards the inn I had been staying at, letting the person behind me step forward to try convincing both the guard and the Legion to let them through. Stepping through the wooden door of the Boar's Head Inn, I was greeted by the barmaid, a tiny imperial girl just barely past her 16th year, or winter as they called it up north. "Delin, you're back. I thought you were leaving the city today." I set my pack down on the floor as I grabbed a stool and sat at the bar. I was, but the guard has the city on lockdown until some execution is over. So now I'm stuck here until some poor soul gets his head cut off because the Legion is paranoid that someone is going to jailbreak a random rebel to make a point. I grumbled, still upset that I was going to be stuck in the city for another day. Even if there was very little chance I would get caught up in things if I managed to remember them right after living as an elf for 400 years, I had zero desire to remain in this doomed city. That's not surprising, given what I heard from one of the guards. The barmaid, what was her name? Something with a C, whispered as she leaned in. Thankfully, she also passed me a tankard of ale as a bribe to keep listening. I heard that a border patrol managed to ambush a high-ranking Stormloak party trying to sneak past them. Rumor has it that they managed to capture Ulfric Stormloak himself. I had been mid-sip a civ. Era? Civia. As Civia divulged this bit of information. So I had the wonderful experience of somehow managing to freeze in shock and simultaneously try to inhale my drink. Civia awkwardly patted my back as I was reduced to a coughing mess. "Sorry, I probably should have waited till you weren't drinking." She sheepishly apologized. I glared up at her. "You think?" "Ahem. Anyways, according to Rolf, the Legion managed to capture most of the Stormcloaks sneaking around the border. Makes sense they would have the city locked up tight since they can't afford to let anything happening and Ulfric slipping away." I slowly sank onto the bar as I cursed every god I could think of, Edra and Deidre both. There was no way it was a coincidence I got my first solid lead about her in months that ensured I was in Helgen at the same time Ulfric was captured. The only blessing so far is that I could tentatively confirm I was not the Dragonborn since I wasn't tied up in the back of the same cart as him. Of course, it had been 400 years since I was reborn into this world, 429, but who's counting? And memory spells only went so far, especially since it wasn't until I was 30 that I was considered good enough to cast them on myself without melting my brain, so I might be excused for getting minor details wrong. Of course, there was always the chance that I was screwing with destiny by actually knowing about the future. Kinda. I had the short notes version. "Are you alright?" Civia asked my crumpled form as I tried to rediscover the lost art of teleportation by sheer power of will. No, I am not." I sat up and leaned close to the young girl. "Look, Civia, this isn't something I throw around a lot. But I'm something like a seer. Not a very good one, mind you, but enough to get some glimpses every once in a while. Pack a bag with whatever necessities and valuables you can, and be ready to either hide or flee the city. The day Ulfric Stormlock enters Helgen is the same day the city falls," I said gravely. Sivia looks at me uncomfortably. "And I guess the only way to stop it is either a small donation to the church or a roll in the hay?" I chuckled grimly at the overused joke found in taverns everywhere. I wish it were so, but no. Look, even if you don't believe me, just take some precautions. If I am wrong, then it's a harmless scare, and you can go about your day. If I'm right, then it could save your life. She looks off into nothing for a bit before speaking again. I don't think you are the type to just make trouble, Lynn. But it's hard to just take a passing stranger's word. Even if you were here for a couple weeks, I don't know you well enough to just trust you immediately. She fidgets behind the bar, absently cleaning a mug. Is there anything more specific you can tell me about this supposed doom? I let out a huff and ran a hand through my hair. There is no way she would seriously believe me if I told her a dragon was about to destroy the city. What to say that would convince her I'm serious? I know. I saw the entire city ablaze. I can't tell you the source because you wouldn't believe that part, but I can say for certain Helgen will burn by the end of the day. Sivia set the mug down with trembling fingers. Oh, okay, if you're sure. She looks at me with an expression that if this was a joke, now was the time to call it off. Instead, we hear an Imperial soldier calling out from the street, telling everyone to clear the road. I turn back to the girl. You won't have much time. Grab only what you can easily carry. She nods and rushes into the back room. I grab my pack off the floor and head back out into the street. I made my way towards the execution area since the safest way out of the city will unfortunately be through the underground tunnels. I don't want to take the risk of being blasted by dragon fire. This will also likely put me in close proximity to whatever poor sap is going to eventually be revealed as the Dragonborn. Needless to say, I do not want to be tied up with that mess. I simply needed to get out of Helgen, hunt down my target, and maybe if I'm feeling generous, I can go out of my way to stop some of the less attention-grabbing issues popping up in this frozen little corner of Nirn. All citizens stay back. Dangerous criminals coming through. The guards were doing an admirable job of keeping the citizens of Helgen from getting too close. Probably since the Legion had no desire for a last-minute rescue attempt by the Stormcloaks to prolong the civil war. It was still easy enough to move through the throngs of people bordering the road to the execution stand. The Legion soldiers prevented me from getting directly next to the execution block, but that was fine. I just needed to be close enough to the keep to take cover when the giant flying lizard showed up. The prisoner carts made their way down the street with no interruption. One of the prisoners tried to run, but was unable to get far when several Imperial archers shot him down. Poor bastard. From what I remembered, his crime wouldn't normally warrant an execution, but the Thalmor wanted a spectacle after catching the true High King and bringing an end to the civil war. Fucking assholes, the lot of them. I barely paid attention at the proceedings until the last prisoner stepped off. The young Nord drew my attention for one reason. He was the only one of the prisoners that seemed excited to be executed. Either the poor boy was addled and had no idea what was about to happen to him, or he was similar to me and had memories of a past life. Normally, I wouldn't jump to conclusions of past lives, but I figured I wasn't special enough to be the only one. And odd behavior at an execution when I knew the Dragonborn would be in the carts tipped the odds quite a bit that there might be someone like me. The kid looked young for a Nord. Early 40s at most, with shoulder-length blonde hair, blue eyes, and a medium muscular build. Wait, humans aged faster than Mare did. Right, maybe early 20s then. I couldn't hear the conversation between him and the captain, but considering she sent him to the block with a scowl on her face, I doubt it was anything unexpected. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. I spent the rest of the execution glaring hatefully at a Thalmor agent who was staring at me condescendingly while I waited for the dragon. The execution proceeded smoothly with several people losing their heads until it was time for the kid I suspected was the Dragonborn's turn. The excited smile was long gone, and he looked like he was shaking in his foot wraps. I couldn't help but snort at his expression. Guess the shine of being in a different world from your memories wore off fast when several people lost their head in front of you. The first roars of Alduin were audible a few seconds before the kid was placed on the block. By the time the axe was raised, the crowd was shifting uneasily. People had long stopped paying attention to the headsman and were looking around for the source of the noise. Just before Blondie lost his head, a huge shadow passed over me and crashed into one of the wall's watchtowers. Midnight black scales, covered in spikes, wings, and breathing fire? Yep, Alduin certainly matched expectations for a huge, terrifying dragon. For a few seconds I was paralyzed in the face of the World Eater. I had faced a lot of scary creatures over the course of my unnaturally long lifespan. Even lived through the Oblivion Crisis and all its horrors. None of that was comparable to the sheer presence I felt facing down this dragon. Blasts of fire erupting from its maw-leveled buildings and incinerated anyone unfortunate to stand in the way. Balls of rock and flame falling from the heavens fell all over the village. I couldn't move even as the house next to me was destroyed by another torrent of flame. Then a fleeing civilian bumped past me, knocking me to the ground and snapping me out of my dazed state. The next few minutes were a frenzied scramble as I ducked around burning buildings as I made my way to the keep. When I finally passed through the doors and took a moment to catch my breath, I found myself facing 3 Imperial soldiers and the Thalmor agent from earlier. "What do you think you are doing in here, tree hugger?" The agent snarled at me. I made a sweeping motion back the way I came. "In case you didn't notice, dumbass. There is a creature of legend burning the place to the ground right outside. Then why aren't you out there doing something about it, mercenary? Unless that equipment is just for show. While you cower in here like the skeever spawn you are. Aren't the Thalmor supposed to be the elite destined to rule over all of the rest of us unworthy beings? You go take care of it." "Enough, peace," one of the Imperial soldiers shouted at the two of us. I blinked at the interruption and realized I had stalked over to the high elf with a hand going under my traveling cloak for a dagger. The agent had a hand raised in preparation to cast a spell. Like the last said, there is a dragon outside. We need to find a way out of Helgen that hopefully keeps us alive. Geurig, Skjønner, the both of you grab whatever you think is useful. There might be a way through the old catacombs the keep was built over. The 2 other soldiers gave affirmative and went to check the crates in the room. The Thalmor drew himself up before marching over to the soldier. "And when were you planning on getting my permission for giving out these orders?" he snarled. "Never," the Nord replied. "You may be an emissary for the Aldmeri Dominion, but you have no say in how the Legion operates." Damn, I liked this guy's nerve even if he was a little naive to think the Thalmor didn't at least influence how the Legion did things. "You insect. I will dash. You will sit down and shut up before I throw you outside myself." I cut in. The agent looked ready to burst a blood vessel, but when he noticed that the 3 humans didn't seem too upset at my proposal, calmed himself slightly. "Very well, we can follow your suggestions for now. But I warn you, this will have consequences." With that, the jackass stormed off to a corner and sulked. "Fucking elitist bastard," I muttered. Apparently, I wasn't quiet enough since the Nord in front of me chuckled a bit. "I see there is no love for the Thalmor, even among the elves. My name is Hadvar. I was the aide for Captain Resta before this madness happened," he introduced himself. "The Lynn Fernbrook. I'd give you my profession, but I dabbled in too many things to fit neatly into a single box." I replied, "So long as you can take care of yourself, I won't judge. Now come on, Geurig and Skjønner will have gathered anything useful by now, and I want to get as far away from that dragon as possible." I furrowed my eyebrows. "Shouldn't you wait for your captain?" I was sure you would insist on at least waiting a bit to see if she arrived. Hadvar simply shook his head. "Captain Resta is dead. One of those rocks from the sky landed right on her. Never had a chance." I winced at the thought, but considering it couldn't have happened to a nicer person, I wasn't going to pretend to be upset. The 5 of us gathered by the door going deeper into the keep and slowly advanced. The walls around us shook every once in a while as the black dragon rampaged around the town. Dust was knocked loose from the ceiling and everyone was giving the aging ceiling cautious looks. Very shortly we came to a wooden portcullis gate and heard voices on the other side. "We need to get moving. That dragon is tearing up the whole keep," a male voice said, trying to urge whoever he was with onward. "Just give me a minute. I'm out of breath," a female voice replied. "Yeah, sorry Ralof, but I just ran through town with a dragon trying to blast me to oblivion. I need a sec to recover," another male voice spoke up. Hadar snuck up to the door lever and prepared to open the door. Hear that? Stormcloaks. Maybe we can reason with them, he whispered. Better let me go out first then. I whispered back. Less chance of them jumping on us if they don't immediately see Imperial armor. Just try to keep the HIATUS back. He nodded and lowered the gate. The Stormcloaks on the other side all cried out in alarm, and I stepped into the room. At a glance I saw one of them was the kid I guessed was the Dragonborn and 2 Nords. The kid looked scared out of his mind, and the second he saw me charged with an iron axe. The kid clearly had no combat experience since he made no move to react as I grabbed his wrist and disarmed him. Twisting to a side, I threw him face first to the floor and put a foot on his back. Peace. I just want to talk. I cried, throwing up my hands at the other 2 who were still in the process of raising their weapons to show I was unarmed. What do you want, Wood Elf? This is no time to be sneaking around. The Nord I figured was Ralof demanded. A truce. I have Imperial soldiers behind me. We just want to pass through the keep without bloodshed. You and the Imperials can go back to killing each other once we escape. Deal? Why are you negotiating then if you aren't with them? And why should we trust you? The female Nord growled. Because all of you see the other uniform and attack first and ask questions never. I shot back. Do we have a deal? Ralof looked at the female and then to the boy struggling under my boot. Let the boy up and arm himself. We won't attack, but I don't trust you, Elf. I huffed at the implication my word of honor meant nothing, but stepped off the kid. He scrambled to his feet with a red face, either from shame or exertion from trying to throw me off, and ran off to get his axe. When he had moved back to the others, Ralof nodded at me. Call them in. Tensions were already going to be high with the 2 factions meeting in such a hostile environment. It probably didn't help that the 3 of them had also just escaped a death sentence. The Thalmor idiot certainly didn't make it easier. The first thing the moron did when he saw the 3 escaped prisoners was demand that the rest of us kill them. I argued that we agreed to meet under truce to help each other survive until we could get away from Helgen. The Imperials and Stormcloaks kept a nervous eye on the other group while the 2 of us screamed at each other. The Thalmor was the first to lose patience. Either follow orders or I will have the soldiers kill you as well, he threatened. An upturned hand started sparking with arcane lightning. Is that how you want to play it? I growled back. He gave me another one of those condescending sneers. Kill them or join them in death. You have till the count of 3. 1, 2. With each count the tension grew. I glared at the idiot for daring to pull this while the town around us burned to the ground. He wanted me to make a decision? Fine. *********. E? The Altmare stared uncomprehendingly at the dagger hilt that sprouted out of his chest. It was like the thought I would kill him never even crossed his mind. With one final gasp, he collapsed to the floor in a heap. With a few quick motions, I cleaned my dagger on his cloak and returned it to its sheath. Now then, shall we move on? I asked both groups. They actually seemed stunned by my actions. You killed him. One of the Imperial soldiers breathed. Yurig, I think. Do you have a problem with that? I cocked an eyebrow at him. Or are you upset we don't have a pointless fight on our hands? Yurig looked a little sheepish. Just jealous it wasn't me, miss, he replied, which got nervous laughter from nearly everyone else. I noticed the kid was pale and muttering to himself under his breath. Heh, not so fun when it isn't a game, huh, kid? Better shape up quickly if you want to keep living. I turned back to Ralof and the still unnamed Nord. Is this all of your people? I don't want another situation like this if we can help it. We sent a few further down into the keep. The female said. I can go let them know we have an agreement not to start anything. No, I'll go, Ingrid. Ralof cut in. You're still dead on your feet. I can run ahead and let them know. Keep an eye on the kid, okay? Huh, I wasn't the only one that called him that. You sure? You'd be better than me if a fight broke out. Ingrid said, not even bothering to hide her discomfort at being left with a bunch of Imperials. To be fair, they did want to execute her just a little while ago. Ralof nodded. You can trust Hadvar to keep his word. I knew him growing up. Fine, then let's get out of here. The whole group moved further into the keep. Ralof ran ahead to warn the rest of the Stormcloaks while we took the chance to raid more supplies from a storeroom. I saw the kid stumbling around the entire room trying to pack away as many things as possible. He picked up every potion bottle without even trying to determine the type, every ingredient he came across, and any weapons he got his hands on. The result was him trying not to drop the whole mess while cursing that he couldn't access his inventory. While everyone else laughed, figuring he had some experience as a merchant, I just laughed at how poorly he was adjusting to a world where it wasn't a game. Grabbing everything not nailed down didn't work so well if you didn't have an enchanted space to store it all. I pointedly did not shift the long box-like object hanging around my hips. Ralof returned with another 2 stormcloaks. The Imperials all stiffened up when they realized the newcomers had bloodstains on their clothes. I saw everyone except Hadvar start reaching for a weapon. Are we going to have a problem, Ralof? I'll give him credit. Hadvar was good at keeping himself under control, standing in between a bunch of soldiers preparing to hack each other to pieces. I, on the other hand, moved towards the edges of the room, ready to stay out of the way if they attacked each other. Ralof shifted his hand higher on the axe at his side, ready to draw it at a moment. We came across a torturer and his assistant. He said in response, letting Hadvar make the decision if they would fight. The Imperials had a non-verbal conversation as they shared a few looks between them. The Stormcloaks started to spread out across the room. The kid started to hyperventilate before placing himself in between the 2 groups. Hold on G guys. WWE aren't as serious lol why G going TT to fight over our torturers? Alright. Give the kid credit. Despite shaking like a leaf, he managed to stare everyone down. I saw the rest of the group relaxing as well. For some reason, no one particularly likes torturers. The mere mention they would be the reason they fought lowered the hostility in the room. Good job, kid. I murmured as I walked by him to continue further into the keep. He gave me an uncertain look and followed after me. After that, there was little issue moving through the tunnels when we discovered the path through the catacombs. The crumbling architecture was nice to look at, but the shaking ceiling from the dragon still thrashing around on the surface convinced us to move through it quickly until we reached a section of natural caves. Aside from some frostbite spiders that were quickly dispatched between the Stormcloaks and Imperials, the only other living thing we came across was a cave bear, which I dispatched with an arrow through its eye. So now that we had been stumbling through caverns for a couple hours, we were probably pretty close to the exit. So where did your bow go? The kid eventually asked. He had calmed down significantly once he realized we weren't going to be fighting for our lives the whole way out. What are you talking about? I asked in return. Well, you had an elven bow earlier, but you don't have a quiver or a bow on your back now. I wanted to know what happened to them. I let out a small laugh. Kid, your back is just about the worst place to keep a weapon if you plan on actually using it in a fight. I keep my stuff more accessible for a reason. I said, pulling back my cloak to let him see the 2 daggers on my hips and my bow secured on the special clamps to a bronzed box-like object with the fletching of 1 arrow poking through a hole on one of the ends. Easier and faster than trying to make sure it doesn't catch on your back. I explained, seeing him look over my weapons and other things with interest. I quickly covered myself back up with the cloak, and the kid flushed, realizing he was caught. So, are you new to Skyrim? He asked. Really, kid? You're trying to flirt in the middle of a dragon attack. Wadash. No. I was just trying to small talk. You know, take my mind off waking up in a in a wagon and being sent to an execution for no reason. So, how did you end up working for the Legion? Bosmer tend to stay in Valenwood, right? I gave the kid a sideways glance. I don't work for the Legion. And humans aren't the only races to travel around the provinces. But you were with them when the attack started? He seemed confused. I huffed. No, I just wound up taking cover in the keep with them. If it wasn't for the Legion closing the gates for the execution, I would have been halfway to Whiterun by now. Oh! He quieted down, presumably lost in his own thoughts, as we came around the final bend in the cave. Everyone gave out a cry of joy at the sight of sunlight and open sky. We finally made it out of Helgen. Chapter 2. The mood was slightly more subdued as we made our way down the mountain path we found near the cave we exited. Even if we were excited to have the sky over us once again, the sight of Alduin flying off into the distance was a pretty big mood killer. So conversation was understandably sparse until we discovered a trio of standing stones. Mystical artifacts said to grant blessings to those wanting to change their fate, even having the power to overwrite a person's birth sign. Not everyone believed the artifacts worked, and only 2 of the Stormcloaks and 1 of the Imperials tried touching them. Naturally, being soldiers, they all chose the Warrior Stone, hoping they would become great warriors in the future. Interestingly, the kid chose to touch the Mage Stone. Nothing seemed to happen for any of them, but the kid seemed happy, so I suppose his choice must have done something. Wouldn't have pegged him for a mage, though. With that done, everyone rejoiced that there was an actual path to follow from then on. Not just some trail created by mountain animals walking over the same patch of land over and over again. The sun was starting to hang low when we made it out of the hill, so we set about making a campsite for the night. The soldiers all set about setting up 3 tents. The kid was put to work digging a fire pit, and I volunteered to see if I could hunt down anything nearby. We had managed to grab some food from the keep on our way out, but there wasn't much that didn't require more preparation than a fire, and keeping travel-ready food in reserve was smart if you could find alternatives before you ran out. Luckily for me, the vegetation on the mountainside was sparse enough that I spotted a mountain goat only an hour after I began hunting. I slowly moved my cloak off my shoulders so it wouldn't catch when I shot. Moved my bow into my hand and placed an arrow on the string. Then it was just a matter of waiting until the goat presented its flank to me. With one smooth motion, I brought my arm up, pulled the arrow back, and released. The arrow flew true, striking just behind its left foreleg and into its heart. The goat gave a startled bleat and rushed off into the vegetation. I calmly put my bow away and followed after it. A while later, I retrieved my kill and headed back to the camp. I got there just in time to see a fight about to break out between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials, with the kid looking on with a lost expression. To get back to Solitude so we can inform the Legion. Geurig was shouting at Ingrid. And I'm telling you, Tullius won't stop sucking up the Thalmor long enough to do anything about it. She yelled back. We need to get to Windhelm so we can rally the holds. Not lift our skirts and bend over for some damned elves to shove something up there to replace your spine. Can't say the idea doesn't sound fun, but I prefer a partner who's a little more involved. I announced my presence while throwing the goat in between the 2. The group was far too involved with shouting at each other, so my sudden appearance made all of them jump and the kid fumbled the axe in his hand. Lucky him, he snagged some boots and held Jen, or that might have taken his foot off. So someone want to explain what the big argument is all about? I asked. The Stormcloaks, Geurig spat, want to head to Windhelm. Thinks they can handle a dragon when they can barely work together without smashing each other over the head like a troll. We need to have the Empire send reinforcements so we can put that thing down right. The Empire can't do anything without the Thalmor's hand so far up its arse that they can use it as a puppet. They won't do anything until it starts affecting the fucking elves while Skyrim burns. Ingrid shot back with equal venom. Damned elves, worthless bastards, the lot of them. One of the Stormcloaks cursed. Present company excluded, of course. Another apologized when I started to glare. I let out a sigh at the pointless fighting. And why not just go separate directions? It's not like you're being forced to travel in a group. We don't have enough water to split off into 2 groups. Ralof spoke up. We could barely make it to a town on the way to Windhelm with what we have. If we split up, we would never make it without finding water on the way. There's an Imperial outpost not far from here where we could get horses, but the Stormcloaks refused to head that way. Schooner said. Sorry for not wanting to waltz right back up to the headsman, Imperial. Ingrid replied back. I felt a headache coming on. Isn't Riverwood close by? We can just head there and you can resupply and be on your way. Thor already brought that up. Ralof said. But Riverwood is another 2 days away. We can't spend another week waiting to report what happened to Helgen. And we have a duty to the Legion to report as soon as possible. Hadar put in. My headache got worse. Damned stubborn Nords. First, who in Oblivion is Thor? They pointed at the kid. I held in a snort. Of course he was. Second, how far away is this Imperial outpost? They told me. Then here's my offer. I'll give my water skins to the Imperials and they can head to their outpost. It would be close, but you should get there before you run out. The Stormcloaks can take the rest and send someone with me to Riverwood to cut down their numbers and still make it to Windhelm, and I'll make sure their friend stays alive till then. All of them started grumbling because they knew even with this split it would be much closer to running out of water before they got to a camp than if we all went one direction. Or, I spoke up over them. You can go back to fighting this out and kill each other, risk no one finding out in time, and I'll just make my way to Riverwood by myself. Do we have a deal? A few looks got passed around, but eventually they seemed to agree not to kill each other at the moment. Good, then one of you dash, I pointed at the Stormcloaks. Get over here and help me dress down this kill. Tempers calmed for the moment. The rest of them set about some miscellaneous tasks while they waited for us to finish. Thor, however, seemed curious and followed us over. He seemed fine as we made the first few cuts to the goat. He seemed a bit green when we started cutting through the ribs. He off to the side trying not to vomit when we started pulling the organs out of the goat. I think it was the sound that got to him personally. What sloughing noises take a bit of getting used to. You okay, kid? Called the Stormcloak assisting me. He was one of the two whose name I didn't know. I wasn't really interested in finding out either. Fine. Thor croaked back. Sorry. I grew up in the city. Never saw anything like that before. Heh, better learn quickly then. Nothing is worse than an amateur trying to figure it out himself. Why? Can you poison the meat or something? If you don't wash it after messing up you might. The Stormcloak admitted. But the smell is something else. Kid, if you're just going to stand around, start digging a pit. I ordered. Why should I do that? He cried indignantly. The Stormcloak smacked him across the chest with a bloody hand, making him grimace in disgust. Nah, Lass is right. We need a pit to bury the organs or wolves might come poking around. Kind willing, we should have a quiet night. He still grumbled at the task, but it seemed to take his mind off his nausea. In the meantime, the Stormcloak and I set about skinning and butchering the goat. When everything was ready, we had the rest of the group collect the meat and start cooking it over the fire. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Dinner was relaxed as we all took turns telling stories about ourselves. Anything about the war was naturally taboo, but the Nords shared some amusing stories about where they learned to fight and who taught them. Skinner told a particularly entertaining one about an old orc who taught him how to fist fight by smacking him in the face until he was less stupid about it. Ingrid shared that a boy in town had tried to sneak a peek at her bathing. When the boy's father caught her beating him for it, he took her on since, if she was going to beat on his boy for being an idiot, she might as well know what she's doing. Ralof and Hadvar gave some tales about the retired guards they learned from. It wasn't particularly news to me that the Nords liked to fight. Still, it was interesting to hear stories about giving each other light beatings discussed in the same fond tones I used when remembering learning to hunt with my friends and family. Eventually, the fire burned low and we drew lots for night watch. With everyone exhausted from today, we all slipped away to our tents to turn in for the night. I wound up sharing a tent with Ingrid and Ralof. The two of us took a moment to impress upon him that if he tried to take any liberties there would be painful consequences. I was actually impressed with Ingrid's threat to strip down and tie him to a tree after slathering his family jewels with honey and leave him to the wolves. I was simply going to break his wrists. Besides a few distant howls from some wolves, the night passed peacefully. In the morning we broke camp, divided the leftover goat, and set out down the road once more. Not long after we came to a split in the road. The three Imperials took off towards the west, 3 of the Stormcloaks to the east, which naturally left me with Ralof and Thor. Staying behind Ralof? I asked him. I was sure you were going to head off to Hindhelm with the others. We didn't think the water would last that long between the 4 of us. So I decided to head to Riverwood, he replied easily. And I gave my word to Hadvar I would check on the village and send word. This war needs to be fought, but we can't forget we are all brothers and sisters of Skyrim, or it would be for nothing. I just hummed at that. Truthfully, I saw this war as nothing more than a foolish power grab by a man too short-sighted to see what the Empire was up to. But I was not a Nord, so if they wanted to isolate themselves just to be invaded later, it made little difference to me. Once I found her, I would be happy to head somewhere warmer and leave them to fight it out. Are we ready to leave then? I'd like to move a bit faster now that there aren't as many of us. Ready. Just try not to get too far ahead of us. We can't walk through trees like you can. Heh, I can't either. You Nords just stomp through every little thing and it slows you down. So moods were high as we set off again. The weather was clear, and it was warm enough that our breath only formed barely visible wisps. The first day of travel went fine. Both Nords were keeping up with my faster pace with only some difficulty. We lost some time skirting around a wandering troll I spotted in the distance, but it didn't seem to notice us. I made a note to set up an alarm ward when we set camp for the night. Wildlife generally left you alone when there was a good amount of you. 3 people did not meet that standard. Camp got awkward when I started breaking out my normal camping gear. At first, Ralof was just happy that I had an additional water skin, but Thor managed to notice I never had some of the stuff I pulled out on me last time, such as the iron skillet I was using to cook up more of the goat meat with. I wasn't really expecting to get away with that one, but I did have a faint hope they wouldn't say anything about it. The kid wouldn't stop babbling about every possible method I could have used to accomplish this, running from fairly sensible choices like using an alteration spell to shift something into the thing I needed temporarily to insane ones like me having access to a personal plane of oblivion I could open portals to whenever I wanted something. Ralof was the typical Nord and bluntly asked why I hadn't mentioned having more supplies earlier so the other groups didn't need to risk running out of water so much. Easy, I replied. We might have gotten through Helgen together, but that does not entitle any of you to my supplies. I was nice enough to give you what I did so you all wouldn't kill yourselves, because you're too stubborn to resupply before running off all over the province, and I didn't even have to do that. So accept the gift for what it was and shut up about it. Ralof grumbled about it for a bit, but eventually let it go. The kid did not. But how did you do it? Can you only store food? What about weapons? Is there a size limit, or is it based on weight? Is it a spell? Can you teach me? Oh! What about... And he just went on and on. Even if I had been inclined to answer his questions, it would have been impossible to get a word in edgewise. And what in Oblivion's name was a headcanon? Kid! Thor! Both Ralof and I shouted. What? Came the shrieked reply. Shore's breath, kid. If you never stop asking questions, she'll never get to answer any. Ralof said in an amused huff. Sorry, but hammerspace is like the most important kind of magic. He turned back to me. So why didn't you use this in Helgen? You could have taken a lot more stuff with you. Sure, and then I'd need to kill all 8 of you when you tried to take it from me. I snorted. What? We wouldn't. You might not. I acquiesced. The kid seemed the naive, innocent kind who thought only bandits stole from people. But one of the others would have tried. Even if they decided they just wanted the Void Armory for the war effort. I'd like to disagree, but enchanted storage objects are more precious than a pile of gold since the Sijic order disappeared again. Ralof admitted. Is that what it's called? The Void Armory, the kid asked. Is it that weird quiver you have? I sighed. Mara's tits, I didn't mean to give away that name. Yes, it was a gift from my teacher. Try taking it from me and I will make you beg for the Daedra to take your soul just to get away from me. Whoa, calm yourself, lass. Ralof put his hands up. No need to worry about us. I know better than to try something against a wood elf in the middle of the wilderness. Good. I said shortly. Because something just triggered my alarm spell. Probably bandits because of the noise we were making. Ralof started muttering under his breath about damned elves and their unnatural magics, but readied his weapon all the same. You sure? We do have bear in these woods, he asked. Wildlife tends to stay away from loud noises, not head towards them. Damn. All right, kid, get ready for company. What do you plan to do, elf? I'll drop back into the woods, I said, unclasping my cloak and setting it inside the tent. If they don't have anyone trying to circle around us, I'll pick off the ones further away with a few arrows. Ralof nods and Thor heads to his side equipped with a circular wooden shield and an iron mace he must have kept from his hoarding attempts. As I slipped into the woods, I idly wondered exactly what he stuffed in the travel pack he stuffed to bursting. I pushed the thoughts from my mind and found a nice perch in the branches of a nearby tree. From here I should be able to see most of the camp and anyone sneaking up behind us. To complete my setup, I cast a subtle illusion to make myself look like tree bark. I scowled a bit as even after years of practice the illusion I still failed to perfectly blend into the surroundings. The illusion school of magic remained one of my least accomplished fields of study. Only conjuration was worse, and that was more out of fear of attracting attention from the Daedra than a lack of talent. Anyone looking directly at me would clearly notice the patch of tree that seemed to belong to a different species entirely. Good thing it was night. Anyone sneaking up would hopefully only give the trees a cursory glance. After a few minutes of silence only broken up by sounds of wildlife and the boys in camp shuffling around, a group of 3 bandits stepped out into the light of our campfire. 2 Bretons and an orc from the look of it. Well, looky what we found. One of the Bretons announced. 2 of Ulfric's boys out all by themselves. Heard you folk ran into a bit of trouble recently. No more than usual in the coming days. Ralof deflected. What do we owe the visit? My eyes scanned the darkness looking for any sign of someone moving through the dark. We heard some shouting. Rumors are, there's a saber cat on the loose. The Breton said warmly. We figured you ran into it, but I guess not. Still can't be too careful, so how's about we do let us take some of your kit and we keep it away from you? I saw some underbrush rustle as a HIATUS silently stalked his way towards the camp, daggers drawn. Careful to not make a sound myself, I pulled back the string and took aim. I've got nothing to give to you, Bandit Ralof spat, and both he and Thor took fighting stances. The smile vanished from the bandit's face as his compatriots readied their weapons as well. Shame. Saber cats can attack out of nowhere after all. That must have been the signal, since the HIATUS readied to spring onto one of my traveling companions. The attack never came, as the last thing through the bandit's mind was the tip of my arrow. Perhaps aware of the death of their member when they failed to attack, the other 3 rushed Ralof and Thor. The orc and the apparent leader went after Ralof, while the remaining Breton went after Thor. Hopefully the kid could hold on for a few moments by himself, since finding a shot in the chaotic melee Ralof found himself in was taking all my concentration. The bandits weren't very skilled, and one-on-one Ralof probably could have killed them pretty swiftly. But they worked together fairly well, harrying Ralof anytime one of them overextended in a way that suggested they had worked together for a while. Finally, Ralof was forced to duck under a swing that would have taken his head, and I had my shot. With a whispered thwang from my bow, an arrow streaked towards its target. Ralof rolled away from the pair and came up expecting to see them charging at him, only to see the orc choking on his own blood with an arrow in his neck. Moments later, the Breton fell with another arrow in his back when he tried to run. I quickly turned to Thor to make sure he didn't need help. Evidently he didn't, since I saw his opponent's axe lodged in Thor's shield, and the bandit laid out on the ground with his head smashed to a pulp. Thor had tossed the bloody mace on the ground and was hovering at the edges of the firelight making retching noises. Ralof went to see to him while I remained on lookout for any stragglers. When none appeared, I quickly returned to camp. The 2 humans were back at the campfire sitting on a log we had repurposed into a bench. Ralof had a comforting hand on the kid's shoulder. First kill? I was starting to think I overestimated Thor's age if this was his reaction. Not everyone handles it the same. Too bad we are still a day out from Riverwood, or I'd handle it the same way my dad did for my first time. I snorted. Let me guess. A significant amount of mead. Of course. He seemed shocked that there would be any other way. Anyway, either of you hurt? Thor brushed off Ralof's hand and stood up. Why, yeah, I'm good. Just wasn't expecting that. Well, at least he recovered fast. Great. Then the 2 of you can give me a hand moving the bodies. Thor paled a bit. Why do you need the bodies? I gave him a look as if the answer should be obvious. We need to prepare them. And he promptly vomited all over my boots. Once Ralof was certain I wouldn't kill the younger Nord, he finally released me so we could figure out what just happened. Apparently, I had forgotten how uncommon dead bodies could be to some people, especially ones from a place without magic, that my comment had been mistaken for something else. Thor seemed convinced that as a Bosmer, I naturally followed the Green Pact, and while I didn't begrudge the Bosmer the act, one does not dismiss a god when you live in their domain. I was born in Cyrodiil, and my family had never followed it. So no, I very forcefully explained to Thor, we would be preparing the bodies for burial so a necromancer would have a tougher time getting to them once we passed. Not for any sort of consumption. The bodies were gathered and stripped of any valuables, but being bandits there wasn't much worth taking besides a few septims. Their weapons and armor were barely worth calling them that, since I doubted they were given any kind of regular maintenance. The bandits probably just replaced them with their victims when they needed to. I also managed to recover 2 of my arrows. The orc had snapped the shaft of the one I put in his neck, so I simply stripped the broken shaft of the arrowhead and made a note to stop by a Fletcher at some point. Once that was done, we dumped the 4 of them in a shallow grave and turned in for the night. The final day of travel was mostly silent as well, since Thor seemed to not have slept well and Ralof was beginning to worry the dragon had stopped by Riverwood before heading to Helgen. We were slowed down some by Thor's lack of sleep, so it was only once the sun had set beyond the horizon that we finally made it to the village. Ralof led the 3 of us to a house by the river and banged heavily on the door. Soon enough, a blonde-haired Nordwoman opened up the door with a dagger barely out of sight and a scowl on her face. That changed to a look of shock when she saw precisely who was outside her house. Ralof? By the gods, what are you doing here? I'll tell you in a moment, Gerdur. Can we come in? It's been a long journey. Gerdur looked between the 3 of us, evidently not pleased letting 2 heavily armed strangers into her home. A moment passed before she made a decision and stepped aside. Of course, come in, she said, waving us into the house and closing the door once we had entered. Chapter 3. Once we were ushered through the door, I came face to chest with one of the biggest Nords I had ever seen. The man had to be part giant. And it proved whoever Gerdur was, she was not a fool to answer the door at night with only a flimsy dagger. No, the blonde man with a wickedly sharp-looking axe was looking at all of us like he was ready to split us in 2 if we were hostile, even as he idly rubbed a huge mustache with one hand. Gerdur proved to be much less wary as she immediately began to interrogate Ralof. Mara's mercy, it's good to see you. But is it safe for you to be here? Gerdur. Ralof tried to reply. We had heard that Ulfric had been captured, and was immediately spoken over. Gerdur. I'm fine. At least now I am. Ralof tried again. Are you hurt? What's happened? She asked before looking over at Thor and myself. And who are these? Some of your comrades. Not comrades, not yet at least, but friends. I owe them both my life, in fact. Can we sit down? There's no telling when the news from Helgen will reach the Imperials. Ralof replied. Helgen? Has something happened? Helgen has been destroyed. I responded to the shock of the couple. Ralof ran a hand through his hair. Like the elf said. So, can we sit? Maybe a drink as well? Soon enough 4 of us were situated around a rough wooden table, while Gerdur's husband had situated himself behind me. I was giving him a mild glare while his eyes shone in dark amusement for managing to make me uncomfortable. When the drinks were passed out, Gerdur resumed her search for answers and drew my attention back in front of me. What did you mean by Helgen has been destroyed? Ralof let out a huge sigh and looked at me and Thor to see if we wanted to explain. I shrugged in indifference and Thor seemed happy to let other people talk while he looked over a spell tome he picked up at some point. When it was clear neither one of us were going to begin, Ralof sighed again and started explaining from the ambush that resulted in Ulfric and his capture. He skipped over a good bit of the journey to Helgen until the execution itself. Gerdur covered her mouth with tears in her eyes when it became clear exactly how close Ralof was to being executed. Thor was unconsciously rubbing at his own neck at the reminder he had come closer than that. Taking a long pull from the drink in front of him, Ralof then went into the story of how all of you fled from an angry black dragon that showed up and rained fire on the walled town. Apparently both he and Thor had a much harder time getting to the keep than I did, as they encountered Alduin multiple times, were nearly buried by collapsing walls, and had to avoid being incinerated on at least 3 separate occasions. Once that was out of the way, the tale of me talking them down and convincing them to work with the Imperials until we made it out of the tunnel seemed rather mundane. Hadvar's name was mentioned and Gerdur seemed to stop herself from asking about him, while I heard Hod shuffle uncomfortably in the background. A short explanation about how the whole group split up after escaping the tunnels and the 3 of us arriving here left the room in a sort of stunned silence. Eventually Gerdur manages to break the silence. You actually saw a dragon? I have a hard time believing it myself, and I was there. Ralof retorted. But yes, in a weird way I suppose the dragon saved my life as well. And Ulfric? Hod speaks up for the first time. Did he escape as well, or? Don't worry. I'm sure he made it out. It'll take more than a dragon to stop Ulfric Stormloak. I rolled my eyes but said nothing. If anyone noticed, they didn't comment. Gerda stood and smoothed out her dress. It's late, we can talk in the morning. So the group broke up for the night in unspoken agreement. The two Nords followed Hod to get settled in while I declined and laid down my bedroll in a corner of the room. I said a few ward spells that should last the night and then promptly fell into a light sleep. The next morning I was jolted into awareness when Hod entered the kitchen and blearily started moving through cabinets. Bread, cheese, and ale was pulled from various places and set at the table. Not long after Hod finished crashing through the place, Gerda, Ralof, and Thor also made an appearance. None of them looking much better than Hod. Did they stay up later than I did? Feeling an impish smile spread across my face, I snuck closer to all of them. "Good morning, everyone," I loudly announced. "Ready to talk some more?" I got a collection of winces, glares, and groans more attributed to zombies than people. It gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling. I doubt I'll sleep soundly anytime soon now that I know there is a dragon burning towns. Hod complained, taking a pull from his drink. His wife nodded, some life coming back to her eyes as she woke up some more. "It's a problem. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgriff to send any soldiers he can spare. I can go to Whiterun and speak to him." I was already headed that way anyway. Thor volunteered. He turned to me. "I know you mentioned you were heading that way as well. Want to travel together?" Did I want to travel with a legend in the making that would ensure I would get dragged into fights that would determine the eventual fate of Nirn? No, I did not. Could I find an excuse not to travel with the kid at the moment? Also no. And while there was nothing stopping me from just saying that, I also didn't want to abandon a practically helpless kid to wander through the province and likely get in over his head. "I'm leaving at noon. If you're coming with, meet me at the edge of the village then. There now, if he wanders off it won't be on my conscience." He nods in acceptance. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. "Thank you. We'll be in your debt." Gerda says to Thor before looking at Ralof. "You mentioned Hadvar and the Imperials last night. Is it safe for you to be here?" Sensing they were moving to more personal topics, I grabbed a hunk of bread and excused myself. I stepped out into the village and got my first look at the place in daylight. Riverwood met all the stereotypes for an out-of-the-way peaceful village. The people were all tolerant of each other as long as the war wasn't mentioned. There was a small general store, blacksmith, pharmacy, and inn to see to most people's needs, and if I had any intention of staying in this frozen corner of the world, it might have made a pleasant place to settle down for a few decades. Still, there wasn't much of interest to me here, so after restocking on food and the water skins I had given the Stormcloaks, I simply decided to wait by the stone bridge leading to Whiterun. Thor came running up to the bridge with his travel pack with 15 minutes to spare, I noticed, after briefly consulting a clockwork timepiece. "You're early," I commented, snapping the protective brass cover closed. Thor was more interested in the timepiece in my hand. "Is that a pocket watch?" "If that's what you call a timepiece, probably. Where did you get one of those?" I thought that kind of stuff was way beyond Skyrim's tech level. For a backwater like Riverwood? Absolutely. You might be able to find a seller in one of the bigger cities, though. Mine is Sarodilian, though, so I wouldn't know where to look. I replied, deliberately misinterpreting him. By Oriel's light, kid, someone is going to notice what you're saying and either declare you a madman or lock you in a lab. Wadash. No, I meant... Never mind. Thor sputters. Are we ready to go? Oh! When the world is presented to you through a game, it is easy to imagine what you would do if you were truly there. How you would cleverly solve all the issues when you were no longer bound to strictly following the mechanics of said game. It was a classic hero fantasy, and I can admit growing up I did much the same with stories both told by my parents and ones I remembered from my previous life. From the fractured memories I managed to preserve with memory spells The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim was one of my favorites actually. What those fantasies often forget to include is that the setting itself is no longer operating by those same restrictions. So things like, say, diving into a giant fortress tomb infested with bandits and undead, completely unprepared, tends to be a monumentally bad idea. Thor seemed to want to give it a go anyway. But it's one of the biggest ancient Nordic structures in the land. Not a Nord or a historian, I don't care. But think of what treasure could be found up there. He tried again. Little to none in the upper levels that hasn't been picked clean by the bandits that have inevitably made it home, decaying weapons and armor from more than an age ago. And more undead than I want to deal with without more by my side than a kid with stars in his eyes and his head in the clouds. Thor let out an indignant squawk. Hey, I know what I'm doing. I dealt with Helgen and the bandits just fine. I gave him a deadpan look. You attacked me and were disarmed immediately, and while you managed to kill a bandit, you spent the next 5 minutes hovering over a bush trying to keep your stomach. Thor blushed. Well, you took me off guard. Look, give me a chance and I'll prove I could handle it, he said before his eyes unfocused a bit and he looked vaguely surprised. That twinged a half-forgotten memory for some reason. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to figure out what his reaction reminded me of. Nothing came to mind, though. All right, one chance. I gave in. If you can last in a spar with me for, 30 seconds, I'll consider it. A cocky smile started across Thor's face. Great. So how we gonna do this? Swords? Magic? Barehanded? I replied with a snort, enjoying his shocked look. You don't have a practice weapon, and I doubt you know a ward spell. I'm not going to risk slowing this journey down by getting you injured. I know a healing spell, he said mulishly. Well, that was a bit of a surprise. The restoration spell healing? He nodded. That is only good for bruises and surface cuts. Besides, if you can't beat me in a fist fight with your size and reach, you stand no chance with a weapon. I set my pack down and turned in a fighting stance, only to see Thor hadn't moved. Well, what are you waiting for? I don't know if I can hit a girl, he said awkwardly, scratching at his cheek. I stare at him, and keep staring. Eventually, Thor starts fidgeting under my gaze. What? You don't want to punch me, but you wanted to use swords. He sputtered for a bit, but couldn't answer. It's either that or we continue to Whiterun, I said. Fine. Thor shrugged off his own pack and raised his fists. After a silent count, Thor rushed forward and actually surprised me by having something resembling a fighting style. I dodged around his first couple punches just to get an idea about his style. The half-hearted strikes made them really easy to dodge. At the 20-second mark, I decided I wasn't going to see anything new and stepped into his attack. Thor's fist went high over my shoulder, and I drove an elbow just under his rib cage. With that, all Thor's breath hissed out, and a few strikes later, he was on the ground gasping. 26 seconds. I noted. To Whiterun it is. W is going. Easy on YU. Thor gasped out. So was I, and if that's how you act in a spar, I'm sure the first female bandit you come across will kill you. Thor moaned again and got off the ground. Once both of us collected out packs, we set out once again. Oh! Eventually, the forest and mountains gave way to wide open plains. If nothing else, this trek was worth the view as we slowly neared the walled city. Built on a lone plateau that rose out of the surrounding plains, the city of Whiterun was a beautiful contrast to the flatlands around it. Smoke from several chimneys drifted over the walls, while the Jarl's Keep of Dragon's Reach stood at the highest point of the city. The surrounding lowland was dotted with farms and mills that followed along the winding river that cut through the city itself. Short stone bridges provided passage over the rushing water, and the two of us were soon passing by a farm on the way to the gates. Just in time to run into a giant. The giant was currently clutching a dead goat in one hand and was swiping a massive bone club at a group of 5 warriors who were in the process of hacking at its legs. Another one stood further back and was shooting arrows into the creature's face, attempting to blind it. True to form, Thor saw the 12-foot giant and decided that he absolutely needed to get in a life and death situation. Come on, let's help them. Without giving me a chance to do anything, he threw off all his traveling gear, grabbed his sword, and ran off towards the fight. At least he had the sense to leave the shield behind, but a close-up fight with a giant wasn't something you just ran into, damn it. Quickly ditching my own gear, I retrieved my own weapon and sent an arrow into the shoulder of the giant, hoping to draw its attention away from the charging idiot. It worked. The sudden attack at range other than the first archer made the giant pause to look around long enough for Thor to get close up and hack at the thing's ankle. He followed up by thrusting his left hand forward as sparks of lightning erupted out of his fingertips. He managed to get a hold of that spell so soon. I didn't know why I was so surprised. He did offer to spar with magic, so he clearly had at least one attack spell. Despite this sudden onslaught of low-level magic, the giant barely seemed to notice and started to advance after Thor, only to have one of the warriors dash in with a great axe and repeat the same strike on the giant's other leg. This time the heavier weapon cleaved through the tough flesh and the giant roared in pain. It swung its club at the axeman, who narrowly managed to dodge out of the way, and caused a small tremor as the large weapon kicked up a burst of dirt. "Shoot out its eyes," one of the warriors shouted over the general noise of the fight. I loosed another arrow, and by either chance or fate the other archer fired at the same time. Both arrows found a home in the giant's eyes, causing the now blinded creature to scream more. Heedless of that, 3 other warriors joined their friend by its feet after dodging around the giant's flailing limbs. The 4 of them hacked at its legs, causing it to fall backward right next to Thor. In a moment of action, Thor dodged around a flailing arm to jump up on the giant's chest and ram his sword into its heart. Finally, the giant fell silent and everyone stopped to breathe. "That was glorious," one of the warriors yelled to the heavens, breaking the silence and startling Thor so much he slipped and fell off the giant onto the ground. The band of warriors all rushed over to Thor to help him up, and soon they were all bragging over their parts in the fight. Meanwhile, the archer found her way over to me. "Thanks for the help," she greeted. "It's always great working with a skilled fighter." I took a second to look over the new arrival. Roughly 6 foot tall, the Nord stood an inch or 2 over me. Her hair was a tangled mess of shoulder-length, russet red hair a few shades duller than my own. I couldn't tell if the mess was due to the fight or just her normal state. Based on the older-looking armor, the 3 stripes of war paint across her face, and the somewhat wild grin, I was willing to bet she simply didn't mind what her hair looked like as long as it stayed out of her way. "Glad we could help." The Lynn Fernbrook. I held out a hand. "Ela, with the companions," my fellow redhead replied, firmly grasping it. "What brings you 2 to Whiterun? Looking to join up with the companions?" I shook my head. "I'm not, though the kid might head your way. He isn't the greenest fighter I've come across, but he needs work though. We were asked to pass on a request from Riverwood and give warning to what happened in Helgen. Well, it wouldn't be the first time we took on a project. He'll be welcome if he can show he has the talent." I didn't doubt he would actually have that potential if he tried. Cheating Akatosh, blessed bastard. "And you know what happened in Helgen? We got word the city was attacked by some traitors that hurried back, but no one could say what actually happened." Ela said. "Sorry, for the Jarl's ears only," I said with a shrug. "Don't want to feed the rumor mill before he can decide what to do about it." Ela looked a bit put out by my refusal to explain, but didn't seem that upset about it. "Fair enough. When you finish with that, come by Jorvasker for a drink. I'm sure it's quite the tale." We both headed over to the dead giant to wrangle up the boys, who were maybe 5 minutes away from running off to party. Once we joined the group, a bald, older Nord, who loudly introduced himself as Skjor, practically shattered my spine, congratulating me about shooting one of the giant's eyes out. He tried to convince both Thor and myself we should stick around to join in the celebration after the battle, but we both managed to beg off, claiming a need to speak with the Jarl. Similarly, like with Ela, he seemed disappointed but understanding. So we collected our things once again and finally made it to Whiterun's gates. Chapter 4. It took us 3 hours to meet the Jarl. 3. Oblivion. Damned. Hours. First, the whole thing had started off poorly when we got to the gates, and the guards refused to let us in until the lockdown ended. Then we were forced to wait while one of them sent a message to the Jarl saying we were aware of what happened to Helgen and were finally allowed into the city. When we finally made it to Dragon's Reach, we were then made to stand around so the Jarl's housecarl could check us over and make sure we weren't assassins or something like that. After a fairly thorough interrogation about the reason for our visit, which I basically repeated it was about Helgen and a separate personal matter, we were shown into the throne room to meet Jarl Balgruuf, his housecarl Irileth, and his court mage Farengar's secret fire. I couldn't wait to get this over with. "Well, I trust you have something vitally important to tell me. Important enough to interrupt me in the middle of council." I looked over Balgruuf and his 2 advisors before answering. An older Nord not so swiftly approaching his twilight years based on the keen gaze and strong stature, even as I saw the dulling in his hair as it started turning gray from age. Irileth was a rare sight since most Dunmer are not held in much regard in Skyrim, much less being elevated to directly serve a Jarl. I got the impression she didn't like me much, but considering I was somewhat actively making her job harder, it was understandable. Farengar, on the other hand, didn't seem to be mentally present at the moment. Certainly, he was watching us for hostile moves, but going by the unfocused eyes and slight muttering, the Nord mage was more interested in whatever research he had been pulled away from than this meeting. I looked to Irileth. The Dunmer housecarl stared impassively back. "You didn't mention it to him?" I hardly could mention something he refused to talk about, came the irritated reply. Helgen was attacked by a dragon. Girder is afraid Riverwood is next, Thor said, trying to keep things civil. Girder? Owns the lumber mill, if I recall correctly. Pillar of the community. Not prone to flights of fancy, Balgriff mused. And you're sure Helgen was destroyed by a dragon? This wasn't some Stormloak raid gone wrong. We were both there. Not a sight I'm about to forget anytime soon. It seems Irileth was right then. That took me by surprise. You already knew? I asked. We knew Helgen had been attacked by some sort of creature, but not exactly what. Dragons were considered, but we could not act since they have not been seen in an age. Balgriff said. Irileth brought the possibility to my attention when she found one of my Thane's lover, badly burned, fleeing from that direction. I perked up at the mention of lover. You've done a great service to Whiterun. I'll have a suitable reward prepared for you, and if you're open to the idea, Farengar might have additional work for you. With a nod, Balgriff dismissed the mage, who seemed eager enough to run back to whatever workshop he had. Thor trailed off after him, no doubt interested either in getting access to more spells or asking about whatever task Farengar had. Irileth will handle sending a contingent of guards to Riverwood, but you mentioned a personal matter? I nodded. Yes, a few weeks ago I had actually acquired a life debt from Lover when I saved him from a rogue necromancer. I originally wanted to ask you to summon him so I could collect the information he promised me, but if you met him on the way back from Helgen, simply tell me where he is and I will go there myself. Balgriff and Irileth's faces did not inspire confidence. I am sorry to say Lover didn't survive the trip back, Irileth said. He was badly burned when I found him, and we only got a few words out of him before he died. Damn it. This means my lead dried up and I need to start all over. I was so close too. I don't suppose he had a habit of keeping a journal? I asked desperately. Or something that would maybe have the information I'm looking for? Irileth shook her head and looked to Balgriff. When he didn't immediately deny the possibility, I felt the faintest embers of hope. Lover rarely needed to search for information. The Jarl said slowly. I've never known the man to keep a journal either, but his housecarl Tolval had a habit of keeping notes. And do you know where Tolval is? I don't. Tolval volunteered to assist Farengar with a project of his and hasn't yet returned. Speak with him if you wish to know more. I sighed internally. I was beginning to get an idea about what was going to happen. Still, if it lets me find her, then I'll just get it over with. Thank you, I'll be going then. I left the two to get back to their normal duties and went in search of Farengar and Thor. As expected, I found the two of them off in a workshop. Crystals and gems lined up in a manner I'm sure held some significance. Piles of notes formed mountains that threatened to tip over at any time. Alchemy ingredients were neatly lined up, awaiting use. It was the picture of organized chaos that was natural to any master of their craft. In some ways it reminded me of my own workshop before. Well, let's not think about that, shall we? No, you fool, if you don't keep the spell pattern fixed before you release the magicka, you will twist the blood vessels into knots, and you might as well let whatever hurt you finish the job. There is a reason restoration spells take complete focus and study to even attempt. This combat medic role you speak of would be reserved for only a master, not your own bumbling attempts. Stick to destruction spells if you are going to insist on trying to use magic in a fight. At least that way you might damage your opponent before you light yourself on fire. It seems I walked in on a bit of a magic lesson. I wonder how that came about. I know it can be done though. I've seen people do it. Thor insisted before noticing me walk in. Oh! The Lin. Done speaking with the Jarl. For now. I acquiesced. Farengar, I was told you might know where Tolval is. He might have something I need. The mage blinked at me before putting a hand to his chin and starting to pace. Tolval. Yes, he was helping me with one of my projects. Which one was it? The frost enchantment? No, that was a companion. The ingredient list? Maybe, but I got those yesterday. What was that man's name? I felt a headache coming on. It seemed Farengar wasn't the type to remember people so much past what they did for him. Ah, I remember now, he suddenly exclaimed. He was assisting me with my dragon research. I had sent him to fetch a relic from a ruin. I was wondering what was taking him so long. Wait, you sent someone else to Bleak Falls Barrow? Thor asked, confused. You know of it? Perhaps you are more of a scholar than I gave you credit for. Farengar replied. Yes, I learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow, a dragon stone said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Tolval volunteered to assist me in retrieving it. Given he hasn't returned, I suppose he failed. He looked at the two of us. I suppose the Jarl thinks you would be of use to me in retrieving the stone. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tabler, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself. My eye twitched at the presumption that I was just going to go to the ruin and get this dragonstone simply because Tolval happened to have gone there. Thor had that vacant look in his eyes for a second before nodding. We'll get you the stone. I rolled my eyes. I never agreed to that. Stolen novel. Please report. So the Lin. Do you want to stock up on supplies, or should we go together? I need to look into getting better armor either way. So we just need to decide when we leave. Thor asked as if it was certain I would be accompanying him. I kneaded my forehead with one hand. Why do you think we are going together? I never agreed to look for the dragonstone. That caused Thor to pause mid-step. I mean, I just kinda assumed we would cause we're going to the same place and all. And it would be safer to do it together. He tried. Like, I'm sure you can handle yourself, but... Fine. I interrupted. Go get sorted out. I'm leaving in 3 days. Make sure to be ready by then. Thor looked confused. Why 3 days? Because it takes time to get fitted for armor. I shot him a glare. The you moron part was unsaid, but by his wince he clearly got the message. And if we are going into a ruin with who knows what inside, I'm going to make some preparations of my own. Oh, okay. We'll meet at the South Gate at noon. Sound good? At his nod, we went our separate ways until we planned to head for Bleak Falls Barrow. Oh! Nords are freaks. I decided as the two of us climbed the mountain towards the barrow. I was bundled in a heavy woolen cloak that replaced my normal traveling one. It was even enchanted to warm the wearer, and I was still cold. Thor was walking around in less clothing than he originally had and seemed perfectly fine. He had traded the borrowed Stormloak uniform for a set of hastily adjusted iron armor. Not the best for protection considering it left his arms bare, but he had a very limited budget and an even more limited time frame, so it was likely the best he could get. Sorry, he half-questioned. It's snowing, and you aren't even wearing sleeves. I elaborated. How are you not freezing? He looked himself over. I mean, it's a little chilly, but as long as there's no wind, it's not that bad. Like I said. Freaks. There's a watchtower up ahead. Thor said, trying to change the topic. If bandits have taken over the barrow, then they probably have some people there. How do you want to handle that? I gave him a look just long enough to make him understand I knew what he was doing. I imagine even if we try to ignore them, they will pick a fight anyway. You go up ahead alone, and I'll perch up on the rock face there. I said, pointing to the location. It's snowing enough that they shouldn't spot me if I take it slow. Once they draw weapons, I'll pick them off. You just focus on staying alive. Thor nodded. I draw aggro, you DPS. Got it, and walked off. I had no idea what he meant by that, but I assumed he got the plan. It wasn't exactly an Ottoman's gambit as far as tactics go. True to form, a few of the bandits stopped Thor as he approached the ruined watchtower. I couldn't hear the exchange since I was too far away, but it appeared to be the same, give us your stuff or we kill you, speech they all seemed to use. Thor said no, and the bandits drew a variety of weapons. The lead bandit got an arrow to the throat before anyone could make another move. The one behind him got one through the eye for not wearing a helmet. Thor charged the third, ruining my shot, and bashed him in the face with a mace, following it up with a shock spell. I spotted another archer emerge from the inside of the tower. She got an arrow through the heart before she could even sight in on Thor. The whole encounter was going very well, which of course was when Thor naturally decided to charge into the watchtower by himself. Cursing, I quickly scrambled down from my perch and ran after him. My bow was swapped out for one of my daggers since I didn't want to waste time retrieving another weapon, and I only slowed down when I went through the door. Well, at least the reckless kid managed to get past the first bandit based on the body with a crushed skull crumpled near the stairs. There were no noises I could hear upstairs, so Thor either took care of any remaining bandits or they were waiting to see if anyone was coming after him. I slowly crept up the stairway, and once I made it to the top I saw Thor concentrating a restoration spell on a nasty gash on his left arm, 2 more bandits dead at his feet. That all of them? I asked, eyes wandering to make sure no surprises jumped out at us. Yeah, only those 3 in the tower, Thor said, still distracted by his arm. So, quick question. How long does it take to fix a sword cut to the arm with the healing spell? A few days, I said dryly. I know you spoke to Farengar about healing spells. Why are you trying to use that one for an open wound? I kinda didn't. I asked him about spell casting in general and he gave me a few tips, well, when he wasn't being super condescending about it, and I mentioned using a healing spell in the middle of combat and he decided to give me a lecture. Then you walked in, he responded. So doesn't it work faster? I sighed. This kid was going to kill himself. Okay. You seem to have the wrong idea about healing spells, and whoever taught you should never be allowed to teach again. Even if I knew full well he didn't have a teacher. Anything below adept level spells will only speed up your natural healing rate and generally need full concentration to avoid mistakes. Potions will quickly stop bleeding and patch open wounds, but won't usually fix the damage done, so you might cause a permanent injury if you push it too much. I motioned at the still bleeding cut. Drink a healing potion and push the edges of the cut together. Give it a few minutes and you will be fine. Then you can use healing to get it back into shape faster. While you do that, I'm going to see what the bandits had on hand. It turns out they didn't have much. Maybe 300 septims and some random gear between all of them. Thor and I split the septims and he dug through their gear. I don't know if he kept anything since bandits rarely kept things well maintained, but he was free to take what he wanted. For the most part, we repeated the same strategy when we reached the main ruin. Now that Thor had shown he was somewhat capable of taking care of himself in a fight, I stuck to the back and simply put an arrow into whoever was an easy target while Thor used shock spells and his mace to take care of everything else. So why the mace? I asked as we finished looting the main camp of the bandits. There had been no sign of Tolval yet, so he had likely made it inside the barrow at the very least. I thought you preferred a sword since that's what you used on the giant. Thor sighed. I do prefer a sword. I'm only using this, he waved the iron mace around, because Farkas basically said he would break my arm if I kept using one before he gave the okay. Farkas? Oh, right. Well, while I was waiting for my armor to get adjusted, I spent 2 days training with the companions. The ones we helped out put in a good word for me, so they don't mind if I train with them. Farkas saw me and basically made himself my teacher when he saw what I was doing. I take it he wasn't very impressed? I asked mildly. He took one look and said, if anyone knew a pup like me killed a giant the rest of the companions had trouble killing, they would be laughingstocks for the whole province, and made me a student. Thor sighed again. Personally, I think he was bored and wanted to beat me up for a few days. Still, I learned a lot. I see. Yeah. Anyway, ready to check out the barrow? I don't see anyone here who isn't a bandit. The guy you're after might have gone inside already. Possibly. I agreed. Though a bow isn't the best weapon to use inside, so give me a minute. I reached down to the void armory and thumbed a metal tab, which caused a brief flash of light, and suddenly there was a sword hilt where my arrow shafts used to poke out. With a smooth motion, I pulled the sword from the void armory and felt a familiar weight settle into my hand. Thor gaped at the elegant weapon. What is that? This is an ebony longsword. I tilted the weapon to give him a better look. The black metal gleamed harshly in the light coming from the bandits' campfire. The golden engraving stood out quite a bit as well. You probably won't see many blades like this far north. It took me forever to finish getting this one enchanted, and it's pretty rare, even in Cyrodiil. It's beautiful, but what's wrong with using a bow? Thor asked, even when he refused to take his eyes off my longsword. A couple things, really. I lectured. Unexpected bends or turns mean enemies can jump out at you, taking you by surprise, and if you miss, you are in deep shit if they get close enough. Bows are great for wide open spaces with lots of room to move around, but inside I actually use the same battlemage style you do. I waved my left hand and particles of ice trailed after it. Of course, I would recommend avoiding fire unless you know you won't accidentally ignite something you didn't mean to. You're a mage, Thor exclaimed. Among other things. I said neutrally. Why didn't you say so? Man, I had so much trouble trying to figure out shock. If I knew you were a mage, I would have asked for some pointers. And that's why I didn't bring it up. I say with a sigh. Huh. I'm not looking for an apprentice kid. Teaching someone is a responsibility you don't take lightly. It's years' worth of investment into someone, and not something to just jump into. If you want casual lessons, hire a court mage for tutoring or go to the college. Thor looks dejected but understanding. It's that big a deal? It's different than in the well anyway. Sorry for that. I nodded in return, and we headed into the interior of the ruin. I was completely correct in my assumptions about this place when Thor had been trying to convince me to come here on the way to Whiterun. Aside from some heavily damaged cloth or the odd book, years of grave robbers, bandits, and the odd adventurer had picked this place clean of any valuables. We still were cautious since despite the intact state of the exterior, the interior was considerably unstable and deadly. The skeletal remains of an unfortunate soul crushed under a collapsing ceiling and a bandit catching a volley of poisoned darts were the proof of that. How did he not see the combination to open the gate? It's right there. Thor was looking a little green at the sight of a man, bandit or not, riddled with deadly darts. I wouldn't be surprised if the keystones reset after a while. I replied. He probably came through this way before and didn't notice it changed. I'd come across similar mechanisms before. Some of the engineering I'd seen over the years was fascinating, even if I didn't have the first clue how it was done. Well, good riddance, I guess. Since we would have probably killed him anyway. Despite the bold words, his face had a green tinge, and he was swallowing often. We continued in silence for a while. Nothing particularly interesting happened until Thor brushed up against a loose stone and knocked it out of the wall. In the silence of the ruin, the sudden sound of stone on stone seemed louder than normal. Is someone coming? Is that you, Harknir? Bjorn? Soling. And it seemed to have caused someone to notice us. I know I ran ahead with the claw, but I need help. Abandoning all attempts at stealth, Thor walked confidently to the arched doorway and stopped. I followed with a sigh. Past the wall of semi-suicidal Nord, I saw a large room filled with the desiccated remains of several people wrapped in spider web cocoons. A clear sign as any that there were frostbite spiders nearby. Hanging trapped in a giant web blocking the only other doorway was a Dunmare dressed in the same mismatched hide armor as the bandits we encountered earlier. That he hadn't been eaten by the spider that caught him was probably only due to luck. What? Who are you? Oh, never mind. Cut me down before that thing gets us, the bandit demanded. As if summoned by his words, or perhaps just attracted by the screaming of its next meal, a gigantic frostbite spider descended from the ceiling. Wonderful, a brood mother. The fully mature form of a frostbite spider capable of spawning hundreds of others in weeks if there is plenty of food around. Think, Oriel, that this one seems freshly molted. Its carapace still has transparent sections showing it hasn't fully hardened, so it likely hasn't spawned yet. Not that the potential of facing 100 deadly spiderlings seemed to intimidate Thor. The moment the spider made an appearance, he let loose with a torrent of lightning. The weak shock spell arced over the creature, causing it to screech in pain. Instantly, Thor had the spider's complete attention as it reared back and spat a wad of venom-soaked webbing at him. It was easily dodged, though, since Thor simply needed to step back from the door to avoid the projectile. Not charging in after it this time? I asked dryly, referencing his misadventure with the giant. Thor laughed. Nah. Why mess with a giant spider when I can just, The blonde Nord had leaned back into the room, spell ready, only to find the target was no longer in sight. It went back up to the hole in the ceiling. I stated. I don't know why he was surprised. Most animals are naturally afraid of sudden increases of light and sudden pain. And spiders were ambush predators. If it couldn't catch him immediately, of course it would run. Damn it, that's new. Thor huffed. Okay, so how do we draw it out again? Simple. We just give it a target to ambush. I said with a smile. And since you are so much bigger and tastier looking than me, why don't you go do that? His face shifted to the most perfect look of shocked horror I had ever seen, and my laughter rang throughout the ruined halls of the barrow. Chapter 5. It wasn't that funny. Thor grumbles resentfully as he saws through another batch of webbing. Lad, you nearly pissed your britches when that thing jumped you. The Dunmare hanging from the webbing pointed out. Thor shot him a dirty look. We could just leave you here, you know. Hey, let's not be hasty. I promised to give you the claw already, didn't I? I ignored the comedy act in the background as I used a dagger to poke through the desiccated remains of the broodmother's last few meals. Our new friend helpfully told us he had never heard of a man named Tolval before, so either he had made it deeper into the barrow or he never made it past the giant spider. Which meant I had the pleasure of searching several dead bodies looking for a journal that may or may not be here. It's coming loose, I can feel it. Coincidentally, the bandit shout came at the same moment I found a bound leather book on the final corpse. Surprisingly, it was not the freshest one. I looked over to see Thor cut through the last strands of spider web holding the bandit in place. When the final one gave way, the Dunmare bandit dropped to the floor, gave Thor a sickly smile, and shoved him into the remaining webs. Hey, what are you dash? You fool, why would I share the treasure with anyone? The bandit turned and fled down the hall deeper into the tomb. The moment he was out of sight, Thor stopped his struggling and calmly started cutting himself free of the few strands still clinging to him. Not worried about losing him in the tunnels? I asked, flipping randomly through the book. Once I confirmed it used to belong to Tolval, I discreetly opened a side compartment on the void armory and placed the book inside. Thor smiled grimly. What was it you said about this place? Filled with undead? I bet the thief is going to run into a few of them first. His smile shifted into a frown. Unless the traps get him first. I stood up and brushed away the dust and dirt that clung to my clothes from kneeling on the floors. Well, should we go find your rock? I already have everything I came here for. A loud bang echoes from down the tunnel. I guess he found one of the traps. Thor comments sardonically. I don't get it. Why run into a place he knows is dangerous just to keep a treasure to himself? Did he seriously forget about the spider almost killing him when he was alone the first time? Greed makes people do very stupid things. I said as dark memories flashed through my mind. Sometimes that means spitting in the face of lifelong friendships just so you get what you want. Speaking from experience? Perhaps. Want to talk about it? No. Thor sighed and started after the thief. Well, if you ever want, I'm all ears. Now let's go find that dark elf. We walk much more boldly through the next bit of the tomb. After all, if a Dunmare tearing through the place at a full sprint didn't set off anything, the two of us wouldn't by just walking through it. It was only when we heard metal clanking in front of us that we slowed down a bit. I see 5 zombies up ahead. Thor whispered as he peeked around a doorway. I stiffened up. Zombies? I hissed, are you sure? Thor raised an eyebrow, dried up dead things walking around wanting to kill the living. Yeah, zombies, or Draugr if you want the local term, I guess. At his description, I relaxed. Draugr and zombies are not the same. I seethed. One is a dried-out husk of a warrior ritualistically preserved to serve its master, and the other is a disease-ridden rotting corpse either bound to a necromancer or raised by high levels of necromantic energy. Fine. They're different. Why does it matter? Because when you say zombie in an ancient tomb, that means that the body was freshly raised. It also means there is likely a necromancer nearby using them as meat shields while they infect you with divines knows what. Draugr are merely highly skilled undead warriors. Very different approaches are needed for the two of them. I lectured. Thor looked a bit shocked at the intensity of my lecture, but I had seen ventures into old ruins nearly wiped out by scouts describing the creatures in front of them incorrectly. Sorry? while there are 5 Draugr up ahead, lightly armored. No sign of the thief. I nodded at the better report, and the two of us stepped into the next room. With a gesture, I sent a spike of ice magic through the chest of one of the undead and moved forward to remove the head of another with a swing of my longsword. A third was shattered as a long burst of frost froze the corpse solid, and it fell to the floor. The fourth was split from crown to navel as my enchanted black sword came down on its head. The undead taken care of, I turned to Thor and the last Draugr in time to see Thor duck past a one-handed axe swing. He uppercut his mace into the creature's arm, breaking it just as he had the other one, and finishing it off with a solid blow to the head. His opponent dealt with, he spun back to the center of the room for his next target, sparks jumping from his upraised hand, only to see me standing over the bodies of the other 4 with a bemused expression on my face. How dash, you dash, he stuttered. That wasn't bad, but you will have to be faster or you might get swarmed. I complimented before walking off. The young Nord gaped at me for several seconds and then rushed to catch up. Not too far away, we found the mangled body of our Dunmer friend. In either an effort to escape the awoken Draugr or simply by not noticing, he had triggered a spiked wall that managed to work one final time. The heavy wooden wall had driven several spikes into his body before ripping itself free of its brackets and tumbling further into the room we were in. Thankfully, it had fallen so the Dunmer was face down and his satchel was mostly free from any blood seeping out of him. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. A quick search later, and I had both the golden dragon claw the thief had proclaimed to have and his journal. I idly handed the claw to Thor while I flipped through the thief's notes. Most of it was simply summaries of past crimes. Apparently the group at the entrance and the Dunmer were more a gang of thieves than proper bandits, though they had joined up with several more rough types to raid the barrow. That plan had changed when the Dunmer had found the claw in Riverwood of all places, and he planned to steal whatever power he spoke of for himself. If you could do that, why were you so worried about zombies? Thor questioned me as we moved ahead. Like I said, zombies generally mean a necromancer. And while most of them can only raise and bind lesser undead, that approach only works until you run into a master. Then you generally die. I replied, always treat an unknown like a threat. If it turns out they weren't, you are pleasantly surprised. Much better than the reverse. Thor opened his mouth to respond, but we were interrupted by another trio of undead running at us. This time Thor fired the first spell. Bands of electricity arced into the lead Draugr and eventually overcame the animating force. I sent an ice spike into the chest of the one behind it and then left the final one for Thor. This time, rather than waste time poking at the creature's limbs, he simply smacked its axe away and crushed its chest with a well-placed backswing. Good, he was learning. We fought through several more rooms after that. Each one had a handful of Draugr waiting to attack us, but between the two of us, they were pretty easily dealt with. The only real challenges were when the occasional magic user appeared, and they didn't fare much better under the combined strength of our own spells. Whoever was the focus of the necromantic ritual that enabled the Draugr, it was clear they had not been a mage in life. The low numbers and general weakness of its protectors hinted that however mighty they had been in life, they had nothing else to empower the servants left behind. After another battle with a few Draugr, I took the time to glance around. You could never be sure more undead weren't sneaking up on you in places like this after all. When none appeared, I turned back to Thor to see him holding a greatsword one of them had wielded. Looking for a wall decoration? I asked. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I was wondering if it would be a good idea to bring some of these back and sell them off for some extra coin. He hefted the ancient sword and grimaced. Maybe not this one, but one of the smaller swords or axes? I looked closer at the pitted metal in his hands, then shook my head. I doubt anyone other than a historian would be interested. The cost to restore those would likely be more than just picking up a new weapon entirely, and the metal is too far gone to reforge. Besides, some of these are one bad hit from breaking on their own. Reaching out, I took the sword for myself. I drove the tip in between the floor stones. With a gentle twist and a shove, the blade snapped in half. Better off leaving them here. I continued, handing him half of the blade. I almost laughed as Thor gazed at the broken sword like it had promised him a pile of gold only to vanish in an illusion. Tossing the hilt aside, he joined me at what must have been the hall of stories the journal had hinted at. It was impressive to say the least. While the entire barrow was a daunting sight simply due to the size of it, and the interior had plenty of eye-catching architecture that captured the Nord's preference for harsh angled geometry and decorations, the hall had something of a weight to it that the rest of the tomb lacked. Intricate carvings covered the walls. Even if time had worn away some of the finer details, the meaning of many of them were still vividly clear. Most of them were disturbing. Depictions of death and sacrifice cover the walls. Carvings of rituals where people were offered up to the dragon kings that ruled them as food, of battles where man fought man, and how favored servants were granted power in return for their service. It was clear that those who built this place definitely did not care about those they considered beneath them. I wonder what this servant did too. A grunt pulls me from my thoughts as I see Thor standing at the ornate door at the end of the hall. He laboriously shifts the stone rings until they show the images of a bear, a butterfly, and an owl. I have no idea what purpose those images serve, but Thor seems content with it. He pulled out the golden claw and pressed it into the 3 indents on the middle panel. The 3 rings spin until they all show the owl symbol as hidden mechanisms activate and the door slowly sinks into the ground. Past the Hall of Stories was a massive cavern. I had no idea if the state of it was by design or if the mixing of nature and architecture was intended. Either way, once again, I was struck by the atmosphere of the room. Something rested here. And somehow it felt almost sacrilegious for me, a Bosmer, to step into this revered place of the Nords. Apparently oblivious to my internal struggle, Thor marched directly to the far side of the cavern and intensely stared at the carvings on a curved wall. A word wall I eventually recognized. Monuments carved by ancient Nords, so the final resting places of their greatest heroes and villains were not lost to time. Pushing down the unease I felt, I walked up behind him. The word wall say anything interesting? No response. Thor. The young Nord's eyes were fixed on one group of carvings in particular. I tentatively reached out to touch his shoulder, but before I could, he suddenly jerked and inhaled like he had been underwater for a significant time. Thor. I asked again. This time he jumped and his head snapped over to me like I had appeared out of nowhere. Why, yeah, sorry. I, kinda spaced out there. What did you say? My eyebrows furrowed as I looked him over. He was paler and sweating a bit. His eyes dilated just a bit, so I couldn't be sure he was looking at me rather than just in my direction. It seems word walls are more traumatic than I believed. Nothing. I shook my head. Where do you suppose the dragonstone is kept? Thor shook his entire body like a dog. Well, that's the easy part. We just dash. Crack. Crack. Need to kill him. Boom. The sealed coffin in front of the word wall, the one I had dismissed in favor of checking on Thor, burst open in a cloud of dust and stone shards. A heavily armored figure rose from the remains of the stone coffin, its eyes alight with both magic and hatred. With movements much too smooth for a dried-out dead husk, the helmeted figure pulled an ancient greatsword off its back and growled at us. I readied a spell, but was forced to abandon the action when Thor charged forward to meet the Draugr, electricity already sparking in his hand. His mace swung at the undead and was easily deflected by its greatsword. I tried circling around for a clear line to fire off a spell of my own. Much to my surprise, the instant the Draugr saw me move out from behind Thor, it rammed its sword into his chest plate and circled the same way I was, keeping Thor in between us. This one was intelligent. Thor and the Draugr kept trading blows as I tried finding a way to actually contribute to the fight, but the corpse was doing a very good job of controlling our positioning. If I got close enough to strike it with my sword, it abandoned its defense to stagger Thor by striking him in the chest. The cheap iron clearly wasn't holding up against the thing's strength. Sounds of metal cracking and warping under its blows filled the cavern. It was the limit of Thor's skill to just ensure the armor took the hits instead of his limbs. Moving further away didn't work either, since even though Thor was skilled enough to fight bandits on even footing, the Draugr was easily reducing any of his attacks to glancing blows at best. What's worse is that Thor is bleeding from several moderate cuts on his arms and legs. While it doesn't seem to be slowing him down so far, pretty soon blood loss is going to be an issue. Thor seems to have the same idea, since after a particularly heavy blow that manages to stagger the undead, he jumps backwards. The Lin, Hit it with a spell. Magical energy swirled around my hand as I pointed it at the Draugr. Too far away to attempt attacking me with its sword, the undead draws itself to its full height and fuss ro. A wave of pure force slammed into me, ruining my spell and flinging me across the cavern and nearly back through the door into the Hall of Stories. I landed painfully on the loose stones covering the floor. So that was what the voice felt like. I could definitely understand why the Nords practically worshipped it if that's what it could do. I shakily pulled myself to my feet and quickly grabbed my sword off the ground nearby. This was bad. Half the reason Thor was still alive was because the Draugr was using him as a shield against any potential spells I could use. Now that he was by himself, there was no need to whittle him down. My fears were confirmed when I looked up at the sound of a pained wheeze and metal scraping metal to see Thor standing next to the Draugr with its sword through his chest. Oh shit, this was so bad. The Draugr ripped the rusty metal from his chest and raised it for a decapitating strike. I had had enough of this Daedra-cursed pain in the ass though. A blue-white ribbon of magical lightning lanced from my hand and struck the undead with all the ferocity of its natural counterpart. While I'm sure when the corpse was among the living its armor was heavily enchanted, time has caused those to fail. So its dried-out flesh is nearly completely unprotected when my spell ravages its body and quickly disintegrates to dust. I only kept my attention on the Draugr long enough to confirm it was dead before rushing to Thor's side. It could be worse. Obviously, the bloody hole in his chest was an issue, as was the pierced lung, but the sword hadn't hit his heart or his spine, so I would take what I could get. How bad is it? Thor wheezed, resolutely not looking at his chest. I've seen worse, I replied honestly. But unless you have a very powerful potion on hand or a master restoration mage, you are likely going to die before I can get you help. Thor gave a wet laugh, some flecks of blood appearing on his lips. Is this where you tell me you're also secretly a master restoration mage? I smiled bitterly. Sorry, I never learned that far. I can't heal this type of thing fast enough. With just my magic, you're going to die. His eyes shrink to pinpricks. Die? But which is why it's a very good thing I carry this around. I continue pulling a red potion with bits of gold swirling through it out of the void armory. If Thor wasn't on the floor dying, I might drag this out a bit longer, so the fact death was seconds away was driven through his thick skull, but as it stands I simply poured the liquid directly into the cut. A golden flash of light covers the wound as the stored magicka takes effect, and it rapidly heals before our eyes. The light fades and Thor heaves a deep breath. Oh, fuck, that felt weird. He gasped and ran a hand over the fresh scar mark on his chest. I noticed his iron breastplate wasn't much of a breastplate at this point. Large cracks ran over the whole thing except for the places where there were literal holes. I'm fairly sure the only thing keeping it in one piece was the leather underarmor. Okay, all better then? Good. I help him to his feet and regretfully return the now empty bottle to my storage. That potion was really hard to come by. Let's grab the stone and get out of here before something else shows up, yeah? Chapter 6. Leaving the barrow turned out to be a very simple affair. While we were poking around the main chamber for anything else worth taking, Thor found a door that led to a secret passage out into the mountainside the whole ruin sat on. From there it was a short hike back down to the river that eventually led us to Riverwood. Gerdur had been surprised to see us so soon after we had departed for Whiterun, but she and her husband were happy enough to put us up for another night after we told her about the meeting with the Jarl and that we had cleared Bleak Falls Barrow of any bandits in the area. Apparently there had been people in town getting worried about the possibility of a bandit raid, and us killing them off would go a great deal towards making the people of Riverwood feel safe. Thor went off with the golden claw, saying he was going to return it to the shop it was stolen from. Personally, I didn't see the point of returning an artifact like that to someone who was probably completely ignorant of its true value, but if he didn't want to carry it around, it was up to him. From there it was a quick stop at the local tavern for lunch before setting off once again to Whiterun for Thor to give Farengard the Dragonstone. A completely uneventful trip until we reached the surrounding farms of the walled city. You aren't coming with me to Whiterun? Thor asked with a shocked look on his face. Nope. I already have everything I need from around here, and I even got the lead I was looking for. I held up the leather journal I had picked up. I only joined you this far because this is the easiest route north. Besides, I'm sure you can get to the gates from here without me holding your hand. What about the reward for bringing back the Dragonstone? Don't you want that? Thor seemed really insistent on trying to get me to come back to the city with him. Sorry, kid. I have no intention of fighting a dragon unless I have absolutely no choice. I never actually accepted that job. Even if I had, Jarl Balgruuf probably can't give me a reward I'd consider worth the time. Thor tried a few more times to bribe me into going back with him, but once again, since he couldn't give me a valid reason on why I needed to go to the city, I simply refused until he gave up. Eventually, Thor said his goodbyes and went back by himself, looking a bit depressed while I gave him a mental salute. Farewell, Dragonborn. I have no desire to be caught up in the insanity that is your life. Good luck saving us all. And to whatever god is trying to force us together, the Dragonborn can handle Alduin by himself just fine. I have something more important to take care of. I opened the journal to one of the last entries. We're handed over to a Thalmor patrol. Lover hates having anything to do with the Goldskins, but we can't deal with them and make the delivery on time. Justiciar Celine Edifeth promised us they would be taken to Solitude as soon for treatment. Good thing too. Lover needs to head for Helgen soon if. The sight of that name caused me to snap the journal shut in disgust. Thankfully, it also gave me a clearer destination than I had had for several years. Solitude, huh? I wondered if Tullius would mind me poking around after Thalmor agents. Naturally, I hadn't parted ways with Thor for long when I ran into some more bandits. I wasn't the least bit surprised. Traveling alone seemed to be one of the easiest ways to guarantee you would run into them. Well, look what we have here, boys. A lost little tree hugger all by herself. I glared at the bandit even as my bow slid into my hand. I was taller than him, the jackass. Here's the deal, girlie. Give us all your stuff, don't fight back, and after we had a bit of fun, we let you go. Put up a fight and we keep you around for the rest of the band to have their way with you. The bandit said, waving an axe around. The smug grin on his face told me he believed the four of them could handle anything I could pull. An arrow sprouting from his forehead disabused him of that thought. The other three cried out at the sudden death of their friend. Two of them, once they were over their surprise, rushed at me with weapons drawn. The one who thought dual-wielding daggers was a good idea on an open road got an arrow through the heart. His more sensible companion with a mace and shield got one in the knee and another through his eye when he stumbled and fell. The last one, a younger Nord, dropped his weapons and fell backwards at the rapid and effortless deaths of his friends. He looked like he was going to dive for the bushes at the first chance he got, so I put an arrow right in between his legs. To discourage him from running, not because I felt a deep satisfaction watching a bandit wet himself from fear. I swear. Hold on, you can't kill me. The bandit was fearfully looking at the fresh arrow already sitting on the string. And why is that? I idly asked. WWE can pay. Gold, weapons, captives. Anything you want from our haul, I'll get the boss to give you for letting me go. My eyes narrowed at the thought bandits were keeping captives. There were only a few reasons for them to do so, and very few of those were pleasant. I wouldn't consider myself someone with a hero complex, but leaving people in that situation wasn't something I could tolerate. All right then. Since I'm not stupid enough to think you won't go back on your word once I let you go. Where exactly is your group? Scared shitless he might be, but the bandit was still smart enough to not to give everything away all at once. Besides the next landmark, he gave no indication of where the bandits' main camp was, and no amount of threats could get him to divulge all the details about how many of them there were. He led me east from the Honningbrew Meadery over one of the bridges and up one of the roads. It seemed the bandits usually targeted people going to the eastern side of the province, and the group that jumped me just happened to be scouting ahead for any caravans going that way. I had been watching the bandit for any signs of escape, so when he suddenly took a deep breath, I planted a dagger into his temple before he had the chance to shout. After cleaning and sheathing the dagger, I started to look around trying to find where a group of bandits might be camping out. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I doubted they could manage to hide out for any amount of time on the riverbank, so the camp was likely in the hills off to the right. I sighed. Why was so much of Skyrim mountainous crags? Sneaking around undetected was so much harder when there was so little to actually hide against. If this was even just sparse woodland, it would be so much easier. Despite my complaining, I was able to sneak up the hills easily and soon found myself looking out over a campsite with 2 bandits huddled around a cook fire and a cave entrance a little ways off. The bandits didn't seem too concerned about being overheard even as I once again brought out my elven bow. "Is going to beat you if you don't leave all for B. Rodolph. The old man might be blind as a bat, but he's still family." "Bah, Hajver won't do shit," the Nord spat dismissively. After what Arager pulled, Hajver might gripe a bit, but worst I'll get is another night watch. "I ain't gonna stop messin' with the fool until we get a decent watchman." "Didn't you get a letter threatening the cage if you keep actin' up with Ulf?" "Yeah, I did." "So what?" "We have a blind fool actin' as out first line o' defense." The Nord rambled as he added items to the cooking pot over the fire, oblivious to his partner slumped on the ground with an arrow in his throat. "I would be a better watchman than Ulf, and I can admit I'm a lazy bastard." "Hey, pass me the rabbit meat." There was no answer. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" "Pass me the dash." The bandit turned to yell at his companion, only to be immediately silenced when another of my arrows went through the side of his head. I waited a few seconds to see if anyone would notice the two, but when there was no reaction, I slowly left my hiding spot and crept into the camp. A quick poke around confirmed that the area was just a cook station. I could grab some provisions on my way back down, but there was nothing worth taking immediately. The one thing that stood out was that the meal being prepared would feed probably around 10 people. If the group I ran into earlier was expected back, I would probably only have to deal with another 4 inside the cave. If not, then I could expect double that. I sighed and swapped to my longsword. Hopefully it was the first one. If they used the captives as shields, it would be hard for me to deal with by myself. Maybe I should run back to Whiterun and gather some of the guards? I shook my head. I already killed the 2 out front. Even if I hid the bodies, the rest of the bandits would eventually notice when no one came to let them know the food was ready. Whether they moved or killed the captives, there wasn't enough time to get help before the missing 2 were noticed. Stepping into the cave, I blinked my eyes rapidly to get used to the much darker interior. Thankfully, there was no bandit charging me right away. Just an old balding man looking at a book. I thought the watchman was blind. I guess that was just an exaggera. "Eh? Who's there?" "Rodolph, that you?" I don't know what alerted him to my presence, but the old man had turned to face me. The milky film over his eyes showing why he could possibly confuse a red-haired female Bosmer for a blonde-haired male Nord. I guess he really is blind. There was no way he would mistake my voice, though, so on a gamble I tried making a masculine grunting noise of affirmation. Against all odds, the old man seemed to accept that response. "Boss was looking for you, said he'd be up at the summit. Better not keep him waiting." With that, he went back to whatever he was doing at the table. It certainly wasn't reading if the past few moments were anything to judge by. A quick look down the tunnel going further into the cave confirmed that no one was in sight, and a quick decapitation later, I moved deeper into the cave. Blind old man or not, he had been a bandit, and not many of those grow old without being a certain kind of person. Poking my head around a corner, I saw the cave tunnel opened up into a large cavern that someone had taken the time to carve a ramp into the far wall going further up the mountain. A pair of bandits idled around a large iron cage. I could see the huddled forms of a few captives in. "How long are we keepin' these oblivion-damned nobles?" one of them complained as I pressed myself up against the wall and crept closer. "I'm sick of listenin' to the imps rambling, and the other 2 just stare at me." "Yeah, the staring's creepy, but not much else they can do. Too bad the chief won't let us have some fun with them." "I could go for hours with those girls," the other said. "You wish, a runt like you would be spent after 5 minutes. The first one laughed. "Don't worry about it. The chief just doesn't want some pissed-off noble coming after us once we get the ransom. Once we get rid of this group, we'll grab a few girls from the next caravan." The 2 kept talking, but none of it was worth paying more attention to. Still, I was glad they gave me more information about the captives I was here to rescue. 3 people, probably nobles or at least very wealthy, 2 females, and an imperial male. Since there was no mention of anyone else, they should all be in the cage and therefore relatively safe. Time to deal with the trash then. There was too much open ground between the tunnel and the 2 bandits, so they saw me almost immediately when I charged out into the room. Not that it helped them much since one of them died immediately when my longsword drove into his heart, the brittle iron armor he wore giving way under the sharp ebony blade. The second one gave a loud cry of alarm and fumbled at his side for a sword. Too bad he could only get it halfway out of the sheath before I ended him as well. 5 down, only a few more to go. The noise from my short fight hadn't gone unnoticed. I could hear the rest of the bandit group cursing and scrambling around above me, probably pulling on armor and grabbing weapons. I took a second to glance at the 3 in the cage to make sure they were okay. Unfortunately, all 3 of them seemed to be huddled up against a wall where a short chain secured them by the neck. They would have to wait before I could free them. My theory about the bandits was confirmed when a female bandit leaned over the cliff edge at the top of the cavern, bow in hand and wearing disheveled leather hide armor. She called something back to whatever companions she had up there before drawing her bowstring back and aiming at me. In response, my left hand came up and with a surge of magic, a foot-long spike of ice formed in my palm and shot at her. Unfortunately, the slower-moving projectile was easily spotted by the bandit who just pulled away from the edge. And then I was forced to split my attention since an orc with a sword and shield started moving to meet me on the ramp going up. I would have to fight him and keep an eye out for the archer now. Then just to top it off, a third bandit appeared and took a position behind the orc, armed with a pair of axes. Fantastic. The orc roared in challenge and made his way toward me. I wanted to back off a bit because his shield gave him a big advantage on the slope, but when I tried moving backwards I was forced to dodge the archer up above. Well, if that's how it was gonna be, then I guess it was time to be a little reckless. I stepped closer to the orc and slashed at him, my sword biting deep into his shield, then started bathing the 2 bandits in front of me in flames. The orc and his friend cursed as they quickly backed up, freeing my blade and, accidentally, causing me to bathe the floor in a torrent of fire. With those 2 distracted, I was able to take my time aiming another spell at the archer. This time a lance of electricity shot out of my palm and connected with the bandit. I doubted it actually killed her since it was a hastily cast spell, but she was definitely out of the fight for a while. Molag damn you, wood elf. I turned my head to look back at the last 2 bandits who had managed to extinguish the last few embers that had stuck to them after my fire attack. Both of them seemed a bit singed, but there was no serious damage. What's the matter, boys? Not used to someone who can fight back? I mocked. Or were you just so pathetic everyone avoided fighting you out of pity? Not the best as insults go, but it was enough for both of their faces to darken in rage and charge me. I'm sure they meant to overwhelm me with their momentum, but as they charged down the slope they passed right over the scorched patch of floor from earlier. The same patch of floor I had hidden a fire rune on for that very purpose. Pain shrieks filled the air as the fiery trap went off. I had actually planned to use the distraction to quickly kill the orc shielding his friend, but in a stroke of luck the orc stepped too far to the right and fell off the ramp. A sharp crack from below told me the bandit had at the very least broken something important. His friend was arguably better off despite the moderate burns on the exposed parts of his body, but that was rectified by another slash of my sword. An instant later the final bandit was a head shorter, and I was free to move up to the top level. A quick check confirmed that the archer had actually died after getting hit from the lightning spell. Not of the spell itself, but because she had broken her neck on an exposed rock when she fell. A touch anticlimactic perhaps, but the bandit chief was still on the summit. It would be poor form to let my guard down now. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. I was expecting another fight at the summit. Some thrilling pitched battle between myself and the bandit chief. The chief apparently didn't get that message since when I finally reached the summit Overwatch, I found the man completely drunk scribbling away in a journal. When the man finally noticed me, he tried to stumble to his feet, but ended up tripping over his sword. Another stab of my own sword ended that particular embarrassment of a fight. With the last of the bandits dealt with, the only thing left to do was free the captives back down below. Well, a few more minutes wouldn't hurt them. Let's see what the bandit chief thought was important enough to write down. Notes on successful raids. Complaints about increased guards. A mutiny apparently happened a bit ago. His reaction to Helgen. His thoughts about the captives. All right, the 2 women became less and less responsive. Eventually only following basic orders from the male captive and ignoring the bandits entirely. while the male grew weak pretty quickly and had started trying to bite at anyone who got close enough. I closed the journal with a snap and leaned against the table. It seemed the bandits had managed to accidentally capture a vampire and a pair of thralls. That was actually kind of impressive since the vampire should have been able to mesmerize whoever delivered their meals into releasing them. These bandits didn't seem the hard-to-influence type. Although it could have just been a very weak vampire. The bandits probably just ignored any odd behavior since they were waiting on an assumed ransom. Vampires very rarely were able to pass as anyone rich since most rich people tended to have the coin to afford things like blessed amulets and temple visits. Not to mention acolytes tended to make house calls looking for donations. It would only be a matter of time before a vampire was discovered then. So where had this one come from that he could pass as a noble? I couldn't think of a place off the top of my head. Guess I'll just have to interrogate the guy in the cell to find out where. Then I can just let the guards know the location of the nest and everything should get taken care of. I took one last look around the area. Right after I finished looting this place. Chapter 7. I was conflicted when I had finished storing away everything I wanted from the bandits' den. On the one hand, I was a couple hundred septims richer, had found some decent enchanting and alchemy ingredients, and had found a few containers of some hard-to-find spices from Hammerfell. On the other, quite likely everything I had looted was due to the bandits raiding the original owner. Owners who would be lucky if they managed to escape with their lives after being robbed. It was a familiar feeling I had dealt with many times before, but it was made all the more unpleasant by the sheer amount I had found. These bandits must have been particularly successful to gather as much as they had, and that likely meant quite a few people lying in a ditch on the side of a road. I shook off those dark thoughts and focused on the issue I was about to head into. I had a vampire to interrogate. I doubted it was a particularly strong one, especially if it had been held here without managing to ensnare its captors, but taking risks with mind control was another one of those things that taking a situation as presented worked fine. Up until it didn't. So I was going to treat the leech as the dangerous creature it was until I had removed its head from its body. Those thoughts in mind, I carefully approached the cage back on the first floor of the cave. The light from the mounted torches wasn't the best and left parts of the interior shaded, but a quick mage light solved that, and I got my first good look at the three captives inside. Like before, all three of them were huddled in on themselves. A solid-looking iron chain secured to a metal collar kept them from getting too close to each other. Besides that, they only had light bindings on their wrists. I looked over the two females first. Both of them had a dull look in their eye, and even though they were tracking me, I wasn't entirely sure they were aware. The first was a dark-haired Nord, and the second was an ash-skinned Dunmer. Not a combination I was expecting in a pair of thralls in Skyrim. Racial tension between the two groups would make the pair stand out quite a bit. Despite the dead eyes and wooden expressions, both thralls looked healthy and wore finely woven clothes. They were probably new acquisitions by the vampire if they didn't look gaunt from his feeding. The vampire himself was not much to look at. He was an average-looking Breton, the kind of person you would ignore in a crowd pretty easily. The thing that stood out the most was his clothing. A loose black shirt was covered by a black leather cuirass, which had layers of material folding over itself and a high collar I could only recognize as Gothic. It was the lapel pin that drove shivers down my spine, however. An 8-pronged star with a ring going through the spokes of the star. It had been one of the symbols I had kept an eye out for ever since setting foot in Skyrim. The symbol of the Fokihar vampire clan. One of the oldest vampire clans in Tamriel, it was also one I kept an eye out for a much more sinister reason than them being a blood-sucking horde of undead. The clan head was trying to end the world. The Fokihar clan was the special kind of crazy where zealotry and bigotry combined into that perfect mess where what should be common sense was displaced for mad dreams of power. From what I remembered, Lord Harkon Fokihar was obsessed with a prophecy to extinguish the sun, allowing for an endless night where vampires could reign supreme. To that end, he had retreated to the north several hundred years ago after a rather dedicated alliance of Edra worshippers had banded together and defeated his armies in open combat. Since then, he presumably has been restoring his forces and faded from the public awareness. And while I was aware that he would start sending his forces back into the wider world than the hole he hid in, wasn't this far too soon? Dragging my gaze away from the symbol, I decided I was going to get the answer to that question no matter what. I opened the cage door and stepped inside. "Hello there," I said gently. I was going to try the soft approach first to see what I could get. I could always be rougher later, and it might help if the vampire didn't realize I knew what he was. "Sorry I had to leave you in here. I needed to deal with the rest of them. Are you all okay?" The thralls said nothing and just looked blankly on. The only response, as expected, came from the vampire. "So hungry. Need to feed. I'll get you out soon. Can you tell me what happened to you? Why you were captured? Anything at all would help make sure no one else comes after you." I coaxed the obviously delirious vamp. "The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Need to find the daughter. Find the crypt. Cattle betrayed us. Days in the cage. Days in the sun. Need to feed." He rambled. "Who betrayed you?" I asked. Cattle lied. Need to feed. His eyes sharpened a bit as his delirium faded. "You're new. Free me. Let me feed. I'll get you out of here in a moment, but you have to tell me, who betrayed you?" "What did they say?" Eriker in solitude. Told me where the crypt was. Told me where the daughter was. Lied." The vamp's voice was getting stronger the more he talked. He also turned to stare into my eyes. "Free me. Let me feed." I easily crushed his pitiful attempt to influence my mind and smiled at him. "Of course," I replied and then drove my sword into his chest. The vampire let out a wheezing gasp as the last of the vital energy in his body bled out. "I free you from your mortal shell," I said mockingly to his disbelieving eyes. "Enjoy Cold Harbor, leech." With the last of the trash dealt with, I took some time to inspect the thralls and absorb the information from the vampire. The thralls looked healthy enough to pass off to a guard patrol, or, if I was lucky, a wandering acolyte of Stender. As for the vampire, it was both better and worse than I feared. Thank the gods Harkon didn't seem to know where his daughter, and more importantly the Elder Scroll she carried, was located, but at the same time he at the very least knew where she was supposed to be. And he seemed to have informants willing to aid him, so it was likely a matter of time before he knew the exact location of his daughter. Unfortunately, both the name and location of the crypt Harkon's daughter slept in was lost to my memory, and it was unlikely I would be the one to uncover that information before they did. I shook myself and returned to releasing the collars from the girls' necks. Perhaps this Eriker would know more about the crypt the vampire talked about. It would be a good cover for why I was asking around Solitude without mentioning her name. With a final click, the last collar popped open and fell to the floor. "Well, that's that, I suppose," I muttered and gently took each of the girls' hands. "Now then, please follow me and we'll see about getting you some help, all right?" Exiting the cave, I saw that I had spent most of the day clearing the bandit hideout. The sun was starting to dip over the horizon. I would probably need to spend the night since the gates to Whiterun would definitely be closed by the time I made it back, and I doubt it would be safe for the thralls to spend the night in the open. Well, at least I found a decent campsite, Alra. DOVHKIN. Well, it seems I wasn't the only one to have a busy day. Oh! The next morning started off pretty well. No bandit attack in the middle of the night, no pack of wolves in search of a meal, and no nerve-shaking summons from mountain-dwelling hermits meant that not only did I have a decent rest, the food I had found around the hideout had made for a lovely breakfast. Thankfully, the thralls were self-reliant enough that they were able to feed themselves with little issue. Even better was the group of vigilants of Stender I met on the road only an hour after I set out, even if I would have preferred a less confrontational greeting. Things started ambitiously enough with me greeting the three of them. However, when the thralls made no move other than staring at the group blankly, they got cautious and hands started reaching for weapons. "You have some interesting companions, Elf," the lead vigilant commented, even as his hand wrapped around the handle of his mace. "Are they normally so unresponsive?" "I wouldn't know," I admitted and raised my hands in a gesture of peace. "I rescued them out of a bandit lair yesterday where they had been held captive alongside a vampire. I was hoping that you would be able to escort them to Whiterun so they can be checked over in the temple." If anything, the outright admittal of the vampire made them more tense. "Oh! So you just stormed a bandit lair by yourself out of the goodness of your heart then?" "Alone. I silently lamented that even the followers of a god of mercy wouldn't believe a stranger would do such a thing for no reason. Well, I managed to kill most of them at range, I said, gesturing to my still secured bow hanging from the void armory. When I heard they had captives, I couldn't exactly leave in good conscience. I have issues with leaving innocent people in unwilling bondage. And the vampire, the second of the vigilants, commented. He was in the cage with these two. I waved at the thralls. I'm still not entirely sure how a group of bandits managed to get the upper hand on a vampire without realizing what he was, but I stabbed him through the heart when he tried influencing me. The vigilants were silent as they sent looks between themselves. Is there some reason you won't escort them to Whiterun yourself? The leader finally asked. Convenience on my end. I shrugged. I'm heading to Solitude. I didn't want a detour if possible. I see. We will of course take the women with us. Could you provide the location of the bandit lair to confirm your story? I had no issue with that and quickly gave them some basic directions on how to find the lair. I have to say it's refreshing to come across some like-minded individuals even if they don't dedicate themselves to Stendar's path, the second vigilant commented once I was done, suddenly much more friendly than earlier. You're welcome, I said hesitantly. Why the attitude change? That would be because of me. The third member of their group finally spoke up. While you were talking, I managed to cast Detect Life on the area, so we can confirm you aren't a vampire trying to trick us. Although you should know we will be informing the local guards about the lair as well in case you had any surprises there, she finished with a vicious smile. I hadn't left any surprises, so it didn't bother me. Hey, since you're headed to Solitude, would you mind dropping off a letter at the Temple of the Divines? The second vigilant asked. I'm not against the idea, but why not just send a courier? I hedged. We could, but this way we can also have the temple reward you for saving these two women, the leader explained. And it's not an urgent message anyway. Simply confirming the group of necromancers was right where Justicar Edifeth said it was. Stendar willing you two might see each other there. I feel like you would get along. I'm sure we would. I accepted the rolled letter and tried to keep the emotions boiling inside me hidden. Safe travels to you all. Stendar, light your way. Chapter 8. If there was one thing I could say about Solitude, it was that the city was loud. Not particularly surprising since the city was easily one of the largest I had ever had the pleasure of walking through. And for once I was not being sarcastic about it being a pleasure. The streets were well cobbled and the houses and buildings shared a very appealing aesthetic. Everything looked well built and solid, and don't get me started about the blue palace in the distance. Even the small bit I could see from afar was beautiful. I might have to come back for a bit of tourism in the future. A new customer walked into the inn I was staying at, the winking skeever of all names, and I immediately turned to see who it was. At the sight of a dark-haired man, I cursed and returned to my meal. I had found myself inspecting every new person who walked past me ever since I had arrived in the city. Even though there was practically no chance a Thalmor Justicar would walk into this kind of inn, I still found myself looking at every new arrival. It was also the reason, despite how beautiful the city was, I couldn't bring myself to relax here. There were just so many people I could wind up walking right past her in the street and never notice. It was moments like this that made me wish I was better at divination. I sighed. I really hope the Temple of the Divines gave me a decent direction to start looking, because otherwise I might need to start being less discreet in my hunt. Well, that just won't do. What troubles could cause a fair creature such as yourself such distress? I turned to see the man that just walked in standing beside me. I would gladly offer my aid if it is something within my means. Hi, I'm sorry. I was frankly stunned. I knew there was a bard's college somewhere in the city, but people didn't really talk like that, did they? Forgive me. I haven't introduced myself. The man apologized. I am none other than Irker, Thane of Solitude, defender of the people of Skyrim, and Mara willing, hopeful to the beautiful hand of the lovely Geordie Sword Maiden. Divines, he actually talked like that. The Lynn Fernbrook, it's a pleasure. The man, Eriker I suppose, nods enthusiastically. Indeed, we are well met. But you seem troubled. Is there something amiss that an extra hand could solve? Or perhaps just a friendly ear? I took a moment to glance at the barkeeper, trying to determine if this kind of thing was normal or if I had unintentionally drank a large amount of skooma without realizing. The man behind the bar gave me a sympathetic smile and returned to cleaning a mug. Clearly this either happens enough that this isn't a rare occurrence or I really have lost it. No, nothing is wrong. I'm just looking for someone I heard was headed for the city. There isn't really anything you could do. I tried deflecting. Unfortunately, the man seemed determined to get involved. Nonsense. Who is this person? While I cannot claim to know all who walk Solitude streets, there is a chance I might know where to find the one you seek. I almost dismissed him out of habit. Most of the time when people in taverns offered to assist me out of nowhere, it was because they were looking to score some easy gold by giving vague information or for someone to take to bed. But if Erikr was a Thane, he might actually interact with the Thalmor if they passed through the city, and I lost nothing if he was willing to do it for free. Well, if you don't mind helping out, I'm looking for a Thalmor Justicar by the name of Celine Edifeth. I heard from some vigilance on the road here that she had talked to someone at the Temple of the Divines at one point. Does that sound familiar at all? Erikr hums in thought. That name sounds familiar actually. I think there was a Justicar with that name that stopped by recently to talk with Jarl Elisif. I immediately perked up. Really? Do you know if she is still here, or where to find her, or even what they met about? Erikr raised his hands. I wish I could say for certain, but I was not involved with that meeting, so I do not know what they discussed, only that she was there. So she might have been to the palace and talked to the Jarl. It wasn't much, but at least I might have another lead if I could convince someone at the palace to tell me why a Justicar was there. While more difficult than finding an informant off the street, there were plenty of people in Skyrim that would happily sell out the secrets of a Thalmor agent for a free drink. I was sure there was some servant in the palace that was resentful of the Thalmor. They weren't known for their manners after all. I would just need to find them and give them a bit of motivation to tell me what I needed to know. I would be happy to assist you in finding your friend if you need it, Erikr said, breaking my musing. Oh no. I shook my head. I appreciate the offer, but like I said, there is a chance I'll find her at the temple. I wouldn't want to waste your time. Waste my time? Preposterous, Erikr declared. It is never a waste of a Thane's time to assist the people of Skyrim. And should you need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out. Satisfied with our conversation, Erikr walked off. I sent another glance to the barkeeper just to make sure that really just did happen. Don't think too much of it, lass, the man said. Erikr is a good sort. A little caught up in how a Thane should act, but a good sort. You mean he is like that all the time? I asked, incredulous. The barkeeper laughed. You can blame Geordies for that. Erikr has carried a flame for her for years. Ever since he was a boy, really. Rumor is, she told him she would only marry a great hero who could best her in combat. So he has spent years molding himself into the perfect example of a Thane just to catch her attention. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. That was kinda sweet actually. I don't imagine many people would put so much effort into pursuing a girl. Especially since I was sure that many women with less strict requirements would probably be throwing themselves at an eligible Thane. Craziness over for the moment, I finished up my meal and prepared to find the temple. Oh! When I walked into the spacious stone building, my first thought was that it was remarkably empty for a center of worship for 8 of the divines. My second thought was I probably should have changed into something other than the leather armor I was wearing. A thought clearly shared by the priestess who was walking towards me, judging by the slight frown on her face. Blessing of the divines to you, traveler. Is there something our temple can assist you with? I winced slightly at the suspicious tone. I had grown used to being armed nearly at all times. Obviously, the priestess disagreed with my policy. I have a letter for you from some vigilants of Stender I met on the road, I said in greeting. Or at least they directed me to the temple. The priestess brightened considerably once she heard I had an actual reason to seek out the temple, even armed as I was. Oh, I see. And it says here you assisted in freeing a pair of vampire thralls as well. Mara and Stender must be pleased. I received a total of 15 septims for my assistance. Not exactly significant, but also not my main concern. Thank you, I said, pocketing the coins. I also was hoping you could direct me to the Justicar they mentioned. One Justicar Edifeth? I've been looking for her for a while. Oh, I'm sorry, but you just missed her. She was by a few days ago and said she would be investigating the countryside for more signs of Talos worship. Of course I just missed her. That had been the running theme of my search lately. I get a solid lead where she went just to find out she left just as I arrived. There was something that bothered me though. You seem surprisingly accepting of that for a Nord. I commented. I thought that even the Nords serving in the Legion were a little bitter about the ban on Talos worship. It's interesting to see a priestess so uncaring about it. Talos was a great man and a great emperor, but that does not make him a god, no matter how much the Stormcloaks may wish it were so. She responded. And while I serve all the divines here, I cannot show favor to any single one. The gods will reveal their will in time, and if Talos is to be added to their number, it will be at a sign from them, not by the wants of men. I felt like I poked a sore spot and quickly excused myself. Oh! I always felt a bit adrift after a lead turned into a dead end. More often than not, I simply wandered until I found a clue to continue my pursuit. But this time I was more lost than normal. After all, I had found my target. It was simply that she was wandering the area randomly at the moment. A part of me wanted to immediately head out in pursuit, but since I doubt anyone other than the Thalmor themselves could tell me where she might be headed, that would be a waste of time. Honestly, my best bet would be to just remain in the city. At some point the patrol would end and would likely return to Solitude. The question is, how long would that take? Patrols could be sent all over Skyrim, and they didn't exactly have a strict schedule they adhered to. The only thing I knew for certain was she wasn't headed to the far east of Skyrim. Thalmor patrols tended to be small and an easy target for Stormcloak ambushes. And Celine was far too much of a coward to risk herself against a superior foe. I ended up back at the Winking Skeever without any conscious thought. It just seemed like the thing to do. So I simply ordered an ale, found a corner, and lost myself in my thoughts. The door to the inn opened, and it was simply habit that made me check to see who entered. Erikr looked over the room before sighting me and visibly brightening. He quickly made his way over to my table and took a seat. "I'm glad I was able to find you again so soon," he said cheerfully. "I completed the task you requested." I only blinked at him in return. "I'm sorry, was there something I could help you with?" The confused look I got in return left me even more baffled. "Were you not the one searching for Justicar Edifeth?" "I apologize, you looked familiar, so I thought." "What?" "No. I am, but I don't remember asking you to do anything." Another person stepped up behind Erikr. "Is this the person you were looking for, Thane?" The new arrival was a beautiful blonde woman in steel plate armor. The way she held herself told me she was not the type of person that simply dressed up for appearance's sake. The easy movements and the way she was evaluating me at a glance told me she was a warrior that spent a considerable amount of effort training herself to the best of her ability and not someone who considered training as part of a job. Unless I missed my guess, this was Jordy's the Sword Maiden. HM? Yes. This is the one who alerted me to the plight the people of Skyrim face. Erikr proclaimed and quickly introduced the two of us before he turned back to me. "In my desire to aid you in your search for your friend, I went to the Blue Palace to see if I could find news of her whereabouts. It was then that I was told of the Justicar's tale of necromancers hiding within our fair hold. I approached the Jarl hoping to discover more and was tasked with following after their departed patrol, as they gave word of another potential nest of foul necromancers. But you know where they are going." I leaned forward eagerly. "And I assume you want something for this information?" "We want you to help us clear out the necromancers," Jordy said bluntly. "Erikr thought you could handle yourself." "And you?" She shrugged. "Either you can, or you can't." She was a friendly one. I mulled over my options. I could still stay in the city. I had no obligation to them after all, but that meant staying in one place doing nothing for gods know how long. Alternatively, I could go with these two and potentially catch up with the Thalmor, and the worst case was I kill a bunch of necromancers. Well, that wasn't a hard choice. I was always bad at doing nothing. I stood and placed my hands on the table. "I'll help. Let me get my travel pack and I will be ready anytime." Jordy's just nodded while Erikr gave me a bright smile. "Thank you for your aid. "We will ensure you meet your friend and the necromancers trouble our people no more," he said. "Meet us by the gates in an hour," was Jordy's contribution. Oh! We left the city as soon as everyone arrived at the gates. While I had been hopeful the Jarl would have allowed us horses if we were supposed to be chasing after the Thalmor patrol, it was pointed out by my companions that horses were in short supply due to the war. Unless we could pay for them ourselves, horses tended to be reserved for the Legion and local guards. Not a great loss. Both Eriker and Jordy's proved to be perfectly fine with a hard march towards our destination. The pace we set was aggressive enough that we would likely overtake anyone on our path in a few days. When we stopped to make camp for the night, we had covered the same distance as a more leisurely pace had departed from Solitude at the break of dawn. As we gathered around the fire for our evening meal, Eriker broke the comfortable silence that had fallen over us as the meal cooked. "Now that we have the time for it, I would like to get to know you better, Lady Fernbrook. We will soon find ourselves pitted in combat. I would like to know the one I fight beside. I wouldn't mind a brief introduction." I eyed the two of them. "If you don't mind, we could trade a question for a question, and anything we don't wish to discuss traded for a different one." "Agreed," Eriker replied. Jordy simply nodded. "To start off, why don't you both tell me how you fight? I imagine it would be best to know how we need to cooperate in a fight." Eriker nodded, indeed. "I for one favor a great axe," he said, patting the weapon in question. "Point me at an enemy and I will see the split like firewood." "I favor a sword and shield," Jordy's commented, pulling a few inches of her blade free of its scabbard. To my surprise, Jordy's had a Stalrim blade rather than the simple steel I had expected, the pale ice-like metal glinting sharply in the firelight. "I am capable of acting as a vanguard, but I prefer to fight side by side to ensure my allies do not get surrounded." I couldn't help but smile, thinking how perfectly matched they were. One was perfectly happy to charge into battle and hack down anything in front of him, while the other preferred to forgo the glory of single combat to ensure her companions lived through the fight. Considering what the innkeeper said, I wonder if that was intentional? "Oh, and what made you decide to fight like that?" I asked innocently. Jordy's glared mildly at me. "I believe you need to answer the question first." A bit defensive of her fighting style around a certain male thane, perhaps? Maybe Eriker wasn't the only one with an interest in a potential partner. I'll admit my own fighting style changes depending on where I'm fighting. In the open plains or the forests, I prefer the use of a bow most of the time. Indoors, I tend to favor a long sword and a variety of spells. Eriker looked impressed by the range of options available to me. Jordy's frowned. "Trying to learn many styles means you never master even one." Sounds like someone tried to do similar and was guided away from it. "Very true," I allowed. "But remember, mare can live much longer than humans. I've had the time to train that way." "Oh, does that mean you are older than you look?" Eriker asked. "I wouldn't have thought you past 20 winters. Does that mean you are in your 40s then?" Flatterer. If I were an all-mare, I'd probably boast about my age and wisdom that stems from it, but I'm not, so I will simply say I'm older than you think," I said with a smile. "Now, while I don't mind some personal questions, I do want to know more about our destination. What can you tell me about it?" Eriker sighed. "Very well, we can continue getting to know each other soon enough." As for our destination, the whole thing started with strange reports coming from Wolf Skull Cave. Chapter 9. Eriker was happy to tell me all the details regarding the necromancers we were heading towards. Strange lights and sounds coming from a cave had freaked out the locals. Eventually, word got out as a Thalmor patrol was heading by, and for some reason they volunteered to check it out. Obviously, they didn't actually clear out the cave, otherwise we wouldn't be headed there ourselves, but they had passed the word on to the vigilance how there were likely a coven of necromancers after they ran into a few skeletons. Eriker had talked to someone else in the palace who overheard the alt-mare discussing checking on the cave when they were leaving Solitude. I thought it was strange they would want to check on a cave they reported and decided not to clear the first time, but I said nothing. These two wouldn't be able to tell me why anyway, so it would just lead to uninformed speculation. That question could be answered later. Anyway, Eriker had talked to Jarl Elisif about the cave, and it was decided since they apparently didn't have the manpower for the Legion to investigate, Eriker would make sure the cave was either cleared out. by himself and any companions he brought, or by the Legion if he couldn't handle it. I listened carefully to everything he said and came to the conclusion that we were about to deal with one of the 3 issues I decided needed a personal touch while I was in Skyrim. I would get to the other 2 when they became relevant, but Potima the Wolf Queen was one of those issues that I knew would be a massive problem if left alone. It was one of those minor quests that the Dragonborn could skip over fairly easily despite the level of threat Potima posed to the rest of Tamriel. She wasn't as immediately threatening as some of the other issues. Alduin and Harkon were more in that category, but she was fully capable of threatening the world if left alone. Should she be revived, then pretty soon there would be an army of the undead marching across the Empire as she attempted to claim the throne. Since I enjoyed not being surrounded by rotting corpses, I was going to make sure she never got the chance to set foot on Nirn again. I debated pulling the Seer card again to let the other 2 know what we were heading into, but there was one thing that made me rethink that. Seers were incredibly rare. So much so that even hints at ones often caused various orders to send agents to investigate. I was able to get away with it at Helgen simply because the town was destroyed and any hints of a seer would be ignored by the news of a dragon if the barmaid even survived. But if another report made its way to the Thalmor without something more urgent to focus on, then there was no doubt hunting parties would be scouring all of Skyrim until the reported seer was captured or dead. It was also possible my temporary companions might tell the Jarl about that, and I would be invited as a guest for Solitude and the Legion. And while I didn't mind visiting the city, I was not about to have restrictions placed on my freedom to leave. So once Eirikr finished sharing all the details I shifted the conversation to learning more about the 2 of them. Eirikr seemed almost eager to share his history. The son of a wealthy merchant and minor noble, he had plenty of opportunity to train with the best tutors money could buy. He sheepishly admitted he had gotten a bit arrogant about his status and might have been a spoiled brat for a few years until he met Jordies in a local youth fighting tournament where she promptly flattened him. Being the immature, hormonally driven creature all younglings are, Eirikr blamed the loss on Jordies and that she must have cheated somehow and challenged her several more times. Yet the result was the same no matter what. He danced around the specifics, but from what I gathered from several stories was that at some point his feelings of frustration changed into a deep crush and he was left unsure how to pursue it. He told me that he decided to model himself after the greatest thanes in the land to make sure he would be worthy of the one he was interested in, and would only announce his feelings when he was. Probably the best thing about his story was that Jordies was constantly looking away from the 2 of us with an expression of jealousy on her face. When it was her turn to introduce herself, she kept the details fairly light. She was an orphan brought up in the care of the priests in the Temple of the Divines after her parents were killed by bandits. She was given a chance to train with the Justicars that stayed there between patrols and discovered she was a natural prodigy with a sword. Because of this, she was offered additional training and the opportunity to eventually become a house Garl in the future as long as she impressed her teachers enough. She devoted herself to training and studies to ensure that she could pay back the kindness the priests had shown her and was determined to be the best she could be. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. There was naturally some overlap with Eirikr's story since they did grow up together, so she skipped a good portion saying she was hoping that her skill would eventually win her the attention of the one she admired, and that he would accept her as a house Garl since he was from a good house and couldn't marry her. And since she was looking at me, she missed the expression on Eirikr's face. Once she was done, it took all my willpower to not burst out laughing at the 2 of them. Both of them had feelings for the other and were too oblivious to realize it. I was tempted to interfere, but I'm sure others had tried and presumably failed to get the 2 to realize the other's feelings. It would be less frustrating if I just remained an observer. Funnier too. So what about you? Eirikr asked once Jordies had finished sharing. We told you all about us, but what about your history? How did you learn to fight, and what are you hoping to achieve? I leaned back at the question. Talking about my past wasn't really something I was interested in, but it was only fair, I suppose. There's not much to say, unfortunately. I partially lied. I grew up in a small town in Cyrodiil, and like most children, I wanted to be the next big hero. The best archer, mage, or sword fighter around going out to defeat the evil Daedra plot threatening the land. Unlike most of those children, I put effort into my dream. I took lessons from retired soldiers because they knew how to fight. I studied magic so I could either use it myself or know how to defend against it. I learned how to forge and enchant my own equipment because the heroes in the stories did. I smiled. Well, that, or they found a lost artifact that belonged to the gods. The two humans seemed stunned at the array of skills. Shore's breath, you did all that? Where would you even find the time? I shrugged. Perks of being a mare. Longer lifespan, remember? I am a bit older than the two of you combined. Jordy's was practically burning a hole in me with the intensity of her stare. And you were practicing swordsmanship for that whole time? She was hoping I could teach her something. Well, not the whole time. My interests wandered over the years, but if you were looking for a spar after the investigation, I would be happy to. My offer got a small smile from the stoic Nord that quickly disappeared. So you're a hero down south then? Eriker asked in an excited tone. I had to laugh at that. Not really. Sure, there are likely a few people thankful to me for clearing out some bandits, goblins, or the like, but it's not like throngs of people chant my name in the streets. As it happens without that Daedra plot, doing all those things just makes you a very successful adventurer. Haha, well, maybe you will have a chance up here. Rumors are coming in that the Dragonborn was summoned by the Greybeards. Perhaps. I demurred. Though it is late and we have some distance to cover tomorrow. Wake me when it's my turn to take watch. With that, I cleared my plates and settled in for the night. In the distance, I could see Eriker and Jordy still conversing by the fire as thoughts long buried rose to the surface. The biggest lie in my story was wanting to be a hero. The real reason I strived to be as skilled as I was out of a simple fear of how dangerous the world was. When the Oblivion crisis ravaged the land, I was content to remain in my hometown and fend off the Daedra attacks. I always had very little desire to explore too far from home. If I was being honest, I would probably still be there if I wasn't focused on hunting down Celine and perfectly content to just let the dragon business sort itself out. Half the reason I ditched Thor at the first opportunity was because I didn't want to become a widely recognized person following the hero saving the world. If I did, then there was no chance of me simply disappearing into the background again. Although there was still a chance I would get dragged into that anyway. With a resigned sigh, I rolled over and closed my eyes. The future could wait for now. I just need to adapt as it arrived. Oh! The front of Wolf Skull Cave is actually incredibly unremarkable. By the name, I was actually hoping that there would be a rock structure that looked like a wolf head or something, but it was just another hole in the ground. No sign of guards? Not that I can see, but if there were obvious signs of trouble, the Legion would have investigated. Probably hidden. Surroundings or inside? My guess is inside. I doubt they have a way to warn anyone, even if they did hide out here. Torches? I'd rather tether a mage light to the both of you. That works, I suppose. Just warn us when they are about to dispel. What do you think I am? An amateur. I can hold a mage light for hours easily. The mood grew more serious as we sneaked up to the mouth of the cave. A quick glance down the tunnel didn't reveal anything particularly helpful. No guards, no sign of people inside, and nothing else out of the ordinary for a cave entrance. Jordy's, being the only one with a shield, is the first through the entrance, with Eriker and myself following shortly behind her. As soon as the light of the surface starts to fade, I attached a softly glowing orb of light to the two of them. A sad necessity when dealing with humans. After all, Mare weren't nearly so blind in the dark. We silently crept through the cave. There were little signs everywhere that people, probably bandits, had been using the cave as a shelter for some time. Discarded tools, bones from old hunts, and more obviously the firelight coming from around the corner up ahead. 2 bandits ahead. Jordy's reported peeking around the wall. Haven't noticed us yet. No, they definitely know we're here. I commented. Behind us, 3 skeletons had made their way out from behind several rock formations. It was actually somewhat clever. The necromancer had hidden them behind some deer carcasses so that if the odd bone was spotted, it would be dismissed as part of the deer unless the intruder went looking behind the rock. Or knew for a fact there were necromancers hiding out here. Eriker hefted his great axe. I'll take those 3. You deal with the 2 ahead. He rushed off before I could say anything. I wasn't worried though. Even if I could have killed them faster, a couple skeletons didn't stand a chance against a heavily armed Nord warrior. Especially one that saw them coming. Fine then, I muttered, turning back to Jordy's. Let's go. The bandits are probably zombies if they have skeletons guarding the entrance. I'll deal with any necromancer we run into. Jordy's nodded and we rounded the corner. Jordy split off to deal with the two bandits, and I moved forward to confront a Dunmare necromancer that had been hidden from our previous location. The necromancer wasn't anything special. An icicle of frost magic splintered against my warding spell, and that was all he could do before my long sword removed his hand. The Dunmare grabbed his maimed arm and screamed in pain, but was interrupted when I punched him in the face and placed my sword at his throat. Hello, friend. Would you mind answering a few questions? I asked darkly as Eriker and Jordy's finished their opponents and walked up behind me. Chapter 10. We didn't learn a whole lot from the necromancer. As expected from a door guard, they tended to be left uninformed about the exact goings-on inside whatever they were guarding specifically because they could be captured and interrogated. We did get the basic layout. Naturally, the necromancers wouldn't be content with a random cave in the middle of nowhere. No, instead they had found an abandoned mountain fort that could probably hold off an army if there were enough defenders. Good thing for us with only 24 or so necromancers in the fort. Even with their thralls and summons, they shouldn't have the power or numbers required to fill the fort's defenses. The guard was taken care of with a quick beheading, and the three of us slipped inside the fort with ease. Eriker had grumbled about me taking the front position, but with 24 spellcasters in a mostly abandoned ruin, trap spells were a very real concern. Thankfully, Jordy sided with me, and we were able to convince the crazy Nord that it was better if the mage who could actually detect the traps went first. Hardly fits the stories of a heroic warrior to be cowering behind the mage, Eriker complained. I rolled my eyes, because stories are never exaggerated. Ever. I replied, now keep quiet, there's a patrol of skeletons up ahead, and I don't want them noticing us before we can take them all out. This time both Nords grumbled in discontent. Nords were supposed to charge fearlessly at their enemy, not hide in the dark and jump them like thieves. The skeletons shambled noisily down the hall. When they got close enough to our hiding spot, I gave Eriker a tap on the shoulder, and a second later he was right in the middle of them. Jordy's was right behind him as he shoulder-checked one skeleton and cleaved through the head of a second. She slammed the edge of her shield into another one's face and started hacking at it with her sword. Seeing those two had the ones nearby handled, I focused on the two archers further down the hall. Trusting the other two to keep anything off me, I stabbed my sword into the ground and raised both hands at the skeletons. Two bolts of lighting arced down the hallway, frying the skeletons and burning through the necromantic energy, keeping them animated. If this is the best 24 mages can throw at us, we have nothing to worry about, Eriker boasted, Jordy's nodding confidently alongside him. Don't get overconfident, I warned. Skeletons are really only good for overwhelming people, distractions, or early warning. I can guarantee they know we are coming now. We'll need to move faster. If we're lucky, we can catch them before they are ready for us. To their credit, both Nords sobered quickly after my reminder. Both of them were experienced enough to not let an easy victory go to their head and get too cocky. They were still Nords after all. The three of us moved through the fort at a brisk walk, checking for more ambushes as they went, before crashing through a closed door and into a group of mages. An ice spike deflected off my ward, and I shoved my sword through the panicking mage's chest in return. Pivoting, I smacked aside a greatsword aimed at my head and thrust my longsword through the owner's chest. The enchanted sword quickly burned the reanimated corpse's insides to a crisp, and it fell over motionless. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jordy's behead another mage and quickly raise her shield just in time to have another ice spike shatter against it. Eriker was doing a good job keeping at least one opponent in between him and the others still in the room, using his axe as a shield when he couldn't dodge out of the way of an incoming attack. We must have run into the less experienced members. While there was quite a bit of ice magic tossed around and a few zombies, there was no area affecting spells or Daedric thralls. The last of the mages died when Eriker's axe went through his shoulder and down to his navel. Not bad. I think that was just under a third of them if the guard was telling the truth. I commented as we all wiped the blood off our respective weapons. Indeed, this was a much better fight than those skeletons. This will certainly be worthy of a song or two when we're done. 3 companions fighting through half a dozen mages at once? Huh. Erica laughed. Good story, was Jordy's blunt comment. Yes, let's just make sure we live to tell it, I said dryly. We stepped out of another door to find that I was mistaken. We had not been in the fort. We had been in a freaking gatehouse, and the rest of the fort sprawled out in front of us, stone fortifications standing in relief against watchfires, and the bits of sunlight that trickled in through cracks in the cavern ceiling. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Shore's breath. This place is huge. Erica gaped at the scene in front of us. What were they planning on doing here? There was a sudden spike in magical energies that stood out like a forest fire to my senses, and purple spectral wisps of energy started to swirl towards the highest tower on the fort. That, I said quickly. They were planning on doing that. We need to stop them before something bad happens. I took off at a run, stealth forgotten. At this point they either knew we were here and were going to try and use the ritual as a last-ditch effort to kill us off, or we simply managed to time our arrival exactly when the necromancers decided to begin the process of summoning Potima. Either way, we needed to get there fast. The Lin. What in oblivion is going on? What are they doing? Erica called as he ran along behind me. Necromantic ritual. I cried back as I hacked my way through a pair of Draugr trying to slow us down. Either an attack so they can deal with us, or a binding so they can raise an army. Loud echoing voices suddenly were heard throughout the cavern as the magicka in the air resonated with the ritual. Potima, hear a call and awaken. We summon you. We summon Potima. Long have you dreamed the dreamless sleep of death, Potima. No longer. Hear a call and awaken. We summon you. We summon Potima. Going with the second one personally. Did they just say Potima? As in the Wolf Queen? Erica gasped, eyes wide. And they want to summon her? That's bad. Jordy's had a talent with understatement. No one accused necromancers of having sense. Move it, Nords. I don't want to deal with an undead army because we got there too slow. The 3 of us ran through the fort, killing any undead we came across. I noticed that there were really only a handful of Draugr and skeleton archers in our way. Presumably, the master necromancers had diverted all of their energy to the ritual, so the only undead in the fort were self-sustaining ones. Luckily for us, those types of servants were really hard to make, so we were easily able to overpower any that we ran into. We had just finished with another 2 Draugr. Jordy's was in the middle of pulling her sword out of the one's chest, when there was another surge in necromantic energy. Yes, yes. Return me to this realm. An ethereal voice boomed throughout the cavern. Damn it all, they actually managed to reach her spirit. Move faster. Erica cried as he and Jordy sprinted ahead of me up the fort steps to reach the tower where the ritual was located. As our voices summon you, the blood of the innocent binds you, Wolf Queen. What? What are you doing? Potima's spectral voice was now tinged with a bit of panic. All the summoners chanted together, summoned with words, bound by blood. You ants don't have the power to bind me. Summoned with words, bound by blood. Erica was the first one to burst past the top of the stairs, followed closely by Jordy's. I cleared the final step maybe a second after them and quickly took in the scene at a glance. The Nords were charging the ritual circle of 6 necromancers. Normally this would be a death sentence, but the mages were entirely focused on the final step of the ritual and couldn't immediately deal with the 2 warriors. More importantly, they were literally about to complete the final step. The ritual master had a ceremonial dagger raised over the bound body of a female Imperial. Erica had already realized they were too far away to reach the woman before the ritual master managed to stab her, and had reared his axe back in preparation for a last-ditch throw. Not a great plan, but desperate last attempts rarely were. The problem was there was also the faint shimmer of a ward in the air, no doubt raised by what little power the ritualists could divert. Alone, the pitiful ward would barely protect against a stiff wind, but between the 6 mages in the circle it would be enough to deflect Erica's great axe with little issue. Or it would if I hadn't realized what he was doing. A bolt of lightning arced over his shoulder, and while I couldn't bend it enough to hit the necromancers with the Nords in the way, I managed to hit the ward just fine. My spell burned through the minimal protections the ward offered in an instant, allowing Eriker's axe to sail through the air unimpeded. Thank all the gods that he was a good throw. The axe twirled end over end before cutting deeply into the ritual master's shoulder with a meaty thwack. Flesh and bone split and splintered under the heavy metal blade, and the mage screamed in pain as he dropped the dagger. The purple bands of energy surrounding us snapped and started writhing in the air as the ritual was disturbed, the backlash of chaotic energy slamming into the ritualists. They had only just begun to recover when Jordy's reached them and crushed one skull with the edge of her shield, and then moved on to stab another through the chest. Behind her, one of the two remaining necromancers still capable of resisting raised his hands to unleash a lightning bolt into Jordy's unprotected side when I finally caught up. My blade lashed out and easily separated his hands from his wrists. His screams were joined by those of the final necromancer as I thrust out my left hand and bathed her in flames, burning her to cinders. With the ritual now completely messed up, the magicka in the air swelled before dispersing in a haunting wail. The two Nords and I stood over the remains of the ritual circle members. The only sounds were our own heavy breathing and the weakening gasps from the two still alive necromancers. I took a second to look around at the ritual scene. The poor woman intended to be sacrificed was thankfully unconscious. I had no desire to deal with her panicking at the moment. I did notice that many of the bodies had enchanted items that spoke of either a lot of money or a supporting group. If it hadn't been for the backlash of the ritual, we would have had an incredibly risky fight on our hands. The ritual circle itself made little sense to me. I wasn't well versed in necromancy though, so that was no surprise. Eriker had made his way over to the ritual master to retrieve his weapon, and considering the man was unlikely to live long anyway, I was hoping to get a few answers. So what was the grand plan here? I asked the bleeding form of the ritual master. Revenge for some slight? Fulfillment of an unverified prophecy? You had to have known that any mages in Solitude would have noticed a shade of that power being summoned so close. The old Breton laughed, blood flecking his lips. Fool, you know. Nothing, the master, will have. He died with one last gasp. Ominous. Eriker commented. I cursed at the confirmation that there was more behind this ritual. At least I had prevented the formation of Potima's shade. Without a tether to her spirit, she wouldn't be able to remain in this realm. One vampire army averted, one to go. I turned to see Jordy's had secured the last necromancer and stopped the worst of the bleeding. With some luck, she would know more about what the ritual master meant by a master. With a few words to both my Nord companions, we gathered up the various books and scrolls and prepared to escort the prisoner back to Solitude. If there was a clue in the material we recovered, I had best get started soon. There was quite a bit to go through. Chapter 11. And her beautiful golden hair shone through the dark fortress like a beacon of light, illuminating the battlefield with her presence and driving the foul necromancers from the shadows with her heroic blade. Why, even as she cut down several, no, dozens of the fiends with her comrades, the dashing Thane of Solitude, Eriker, who bravely charged the foul undead wherever they appeared and never hesitated from rushing to her aid in the few moments where the duplicity of their foe managed to dishonorably distract the fair sword maiden and the elf mage who assisted them. I did my best to ignore the ramblings of Eriker as he narrated our adventure, again, to several members of the Bard's College, and tried focusing on reading the journal of the ritual master. It was rather hard since every mention of Jordy's launched him into praising some aspect of her. Not that anything he said was completely false, they were just exaggerated in the normal manner for Nords. But it was getting harder and harder to ignore as Eriker went on, and concentrating on the book in front of me was next to impossible. With an irritated sigh, I snapped the journal closed. Clearly, I wasn't going to be able to focus on that for the moment. I left my table and made my way through the throngs of people looking for a good story from the local hero and headed for the bar. If I wasn't going to be able to read in peace, I might as well try and listen to the rumors going around the city. What can I get you? The Imperial behind the bar asked by way of greeting. The best fruit wine you have and the latest gossip if you can. I'd be a pretty lousy innkeeper if I didn't keep an ear to the ground, the barkeeper said as he went about getting my drink. I won't bother you with the events down in Wolf Skull Cave. You'd have to be deaf not to have heard it 5 times by now. I nodded in agreement. Let's see. Are you looking for work or just the news going around? Just the news for now. Outside the city too. I had enough gold to last a few years, especially after the last few weeks, but there was no need to let him know that. You and everyone else. The barkeeper said wryly. Not too surprisingly, most of the rumors trickling in are about the appearance of the Dragonborn. People are saying he went to join the Dawnard, but no one knows for sure. Other than that, the Legion and the Stormcloaks are skirmishing out by Fort Fellhammer, and the Thalmor are poking around more and more old ruins. To be honest, most folk are still too scared to travel with the dragons suddenly out in the wilds. I'm sure they will risk going out soon enough, but for now most news is pretty slow. That idiot joined the Dawnard? Why? He should be focusing on dealing with the 40-ton lizard problem, not going off to investigate a bunch of blood-sucking corpses that have a very high chance of killing him. I see. I trailed off uselessly. Any ideas on what the Thalmor are looking for? The barkeeper shrugged. The normal things. Talos worship cults, ancient magical artifacts, breaches of the Concordat. And the Thalmor themselves naturally won't say anything about it. Though one of the guards did overhear Justicar Edifeth mention they were after some old scroll or something. Re-ally now. There were too many coincidences piling up again. Some god, destiny, or fate was pushing me and the Dragonborn together again if things were going to be anything like Helgen again. That Celine was conveniently overheard when I had been unsuccessful hunting her down for years was not natural. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. My hands clenched hard around my goblet, which meant I was about to get dragged into the role of making sure the Dragonborn doesn't commit suicide by hubris again, wasn't I? Other than that, not too much out of the ordinary, thank the gods. Can I get you anything else? I shook my head. No, that's fine for me. The barkeeper nodded and moved on to help another patron, and I nursed my drink for a bit. The worst thing about this is I didn't really have a choice. If I ignored this, there was a very good chance Celine would run across Thor, and the stupid bitch would no doubt jump at the chance at killing the Nord and pinning it on the Legion. The death of a figure like him would set Skyrim against the rest of the Empire permanently, and she was too short-sighted to care about the dragons or vampire army that would follow without someone to stop them until it threatened to spill out of the province. I was so lost in my thoughts I barely noticed when Geordie sat down next to me with a plate of food and a tankard of ale. Something wrong? She asked in her deadpan tone. I jerked slightly at the sound of her voice. What are you doing here? Geordie simply raised an eyebrow and motioned at the food in front of her. I meant, why are you doing here with me specifically? I retorted. Quieter over here. No hags around. Hags? I turned back to the main room and saw Erikr chatting boisterously with a couple women who were staring with starstruck eyes. Someone was a bit jealous, I see. Something I didn't really understand, since if Geordie simply walked over, Erikr would be too busy waxing poetic around her to notice anything else. As if drawn by that thought, Erikr suddenly disengaged from the swarm of admirers and made his way over and directly to Geordie's side. Geordie's sword maiden. It must be a lucky day for those in this establishment to be graced by your beauty. Why, I would dare say you would be fit for only the finest of feasting halls. If you find the fare here unworthy, then I would be happy to accompany you elsewhere to a place more fitting. I was mildly impressed Erikr had the gall to insult the inn we were at with the owner not 10 steps away. Geordie's apparently didn't mind that at all. Oh, are you challenging me to a duel? That was right. Geordie's had declared she wouldn't be in a relationship with someone who couldn't beat her. Apparently she was excited by the thought of Erikr challenging her. There would be no greater honor than meeting you on a field of battle, but this is just a simple request for your time. Though I would, he tried to deflect. Tomorrow morning at the training field. 10 bells. Geordie's interrupted. Immediately after she made her demand, Geordie's shut out the rest of the world and focused on her food so she didn't see Erikr slump in defeat. I snickered into my wine at the odd courting dance, even for Nords, that these two insisted on doing. My laughter was noticeable enough to shift his attention to me, and he straightened up like the last conversation simply didn't happen. Dylan, so this is where you went. Apologies. I did want to ask you something before we were approached to relay the tale of our adventure. Eriker was about as serious as I had ever seen him, also seemingly forgetting I played no part in relaying our adventure. Do you plan on waiting here for the one you seek to return? He asked. That was certainly my plan before the news I had just gotten. Now I had information that meant I would be heading east as soon as I finished packing up any odds and ends still in the room I had rented and resupplied. I don't. I answered. I'll be leaving the city in a day or two by the looks of it. Why? I want to go with you. Huh? I straightened up at the sudden request and Geordies stared at the Thane with an unusual intensity. I'm sorry, what? Eriker stared at me with steel in his eyes. I haven't found anything about the supposed backer for that ritual in the city. The only option left to me would be to scour the countryside in search of a lead, but to wander aimlessly would be a waste. But you have experience with this and you are no doubt still investigating, so I wish to offer my services. Well, while it was true I was still going to look into whoever was behind the Potima summoning, I wasn't exactly going to be prioritizing it. Before I could say anything, Eriker turned and started walking off. I will go prepare for our journey, and may the gods smile on our endeavor. Wait, I never agreed to you coming with me. I failed to protest before he was too far to hear. In the meantime, Geordies had finished off her meal and suddenly stood up. Geordies? I'll prepare a travel pack, she declared and headed out the door without another word. I could only watch in bemusement as I gained another traveling companion without any say-so on my part. I didn't really mind though. Both of them were capable enough that I wouldn't need to babysit them in a fight, and I would probably need the help if Celine decided to leave her own companions behind and flee when I did manage to catch up with her. That and there was almost no chance that they were working with a Thalmor. Certain Nords might be willing to cooperate with those Allmare due to their loyalty to the Empire, but outright subordination to the holier-than-thou bastards was nearly unheard of. And it would have to be subordination because there is no way the Thalmor could stand letting a public figure like a Thane run around with knowledge of their plans and not have complete control of him. For once their paranoid tendencies were working in my favor. Well then, I should go restock what I need before the shops close. No telling how long we'll be in the wilderness this time, I mused aloud. Chapter 12. The first few days of travel were actually rather boring. No bandit attacks, no rogue necromancers, no dragon assaulting us from above. Just the normal tedium that comes from traveling the well-frequented roads connected to a major city. We did run afoul of a small band of wolves looking for an easy meal, but a few underpowered sparks into their hides made them think better of attacking us. Despite the rather boring trip, it did give me some time to learn a bit more about my new traveling companions. The first thing I learned was never to trust the two Nords with any cooking more complicated than roast on top of fire. Since Eriker lived up to his over-the-top personality there as well and would season things so heavily you couldn't taste anything besides the seasoning, and Geordies had proven to be a menace that somehow turned a light stew into a blackened mess as if by magic. I actually watched the second time it was her turn to cook, trying to find out what she did wrong. Yet, somehow, it turned out the same way even though I didn't see her make any mistakes in the preparation. When I asked how Eriker could eat something like that without issue, I discovered that after subjecting himself to Geordies' cooking so many times trying to win her favor, it simply didn't affect him anymore. After that I decided to take over cooking duties full-time. It was worth it just to ensure these two didn't manage to poison me by accident. The further away from the bigger towns and villages we got, the more the increasing tensions from the Civil War stood out. The men and women we came across were all either too young or too old for the work they were expected to do. All the people of prime fighting age had run off to pick a side, either Stormcloaks or a Legion. Normally, I wouldn't care much. I had no real connection with either Skyrim or the Empire at this point. In fact, I would really only get involved if it meant ruining things for the Altmare that enjoyed sticking their fingers where they weren't wanted. But the constant wary glances we received every time we entered a new place was getting annoying. Every single one of them was watching to make sure we weren't bandits before doing their best to gouge us for coin. Well, gouge was probably a strong word for it. This far-out coins had much smaller value simply because there was little to spend them on or bartering was more useful. So while the farmers and villagers haggled like it pained them to sell their goods, the prices were often lower than what we would find in a city. All told, it was pretty uneventful. So naturally, the next place we stopped for the night, issues presented themselves. "Please, I'm begging you to help my daughter." I sighed as the gray-haired Nord woman clung to Erika with tears in her eyes. It was a common story in the less settled areas of the province and growing even more common as the civil war began to grow more heated. Bandits had raided the small village and run off with some of the girls for purposes I didn't like thinking about. Erika had been telling stories to the villagers while we prepared dinner, and the mother approached our group, begging for help. The boisterous Nord accepted, of course. There was simply no way he could pass up the opportunity to act like a hero. And a request to save a girl from bandits while showing off for his crush? It was perfect for him. "Don't worry. We would be happy to assist in retrieving your daughter," the Nord promised loudly. "Oh, thank you. Mara bless all of you." I just sighed again. "Oh." I made my way silently through the thin tree line heading towards the direction the villagers guessed the bandits left from. There wasn't much of a trail left, but bandits aren't always the quiet, careful types after a successful raid, so I was able to find something. That, or I was tracking a particularly ungraceful bear. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Thankfully, I was on the right path. The trees thinned enough to let me catch glimpses of a cookfire and a couple bandits idly wandering around camp. Crammed up against a rocky outcrop was a wooden cage with several figures hunched around. Looks like I had found where the bandits ran off to. Now I just needed to figure out how to get 2 Nords up here to help without alerting the entire camp before we got back. The last thing I wanted was them to kill the prisoners out of spite. So that's about what we can expect. I finished explaining to Jordies and Erika as we drew closer towards the bandit camp. "Any idea how we should handle this?" I asked the two of them. "We'll take them head on," Erika said seriously. When he said nothing else, I was just about ready to smack him for being an idiot until Jordies spoke up. "You get the captives." "Huh? How the hell did 'we'll take them head on' translate to me reaching the captives?" I was good. I wasn't cut my way through a dozen people before someone moves 5 feet to kill someone trapped in a cage. Good. Exactly. Erika nodded like that made perfect sense. Also, why the hell is this the one time he chooses to be economical with his words? "We'll charge them to draw attention after you sneak around and get close enough to cover the cage. You could even hit them from behind with your bow." I must be having a really off day if Erika was proposing better plans than me, but I could work with this one. And this was a good reminder that despite acting like a heroic fool, Erika did manage to live through whatever antics he involved himself in. "Okay, give me 15 minutes to get in position and then you can start." I kept an eye out for lookouts, but bandits being bandits, they seemed to have not bothered. So the first hint the camp got of us being in the area was when Erika and Jordies tumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing the camp was in. The camp exploded into activity as the bandits began to grab weapons, yell demands and insults at the 2 Nords, and just generally get ready for a fight that no one noticed the 2 guards at the cage fell over with a pair of arrows sticking out of them. Or noticed their archers getting shot in the back until it was too late. By the time one of the bandits turned around to yell at their archers for not shooting my companions, more than half of them were dead or dying, and Erika only had a small scrape on his arm where a sword scratched him after he planted his axe in the owner's ribs. The rest of them didn't last much longer than that. The realization that there were more than 2 enemies broke their morale, and they either flung themselves at the Nord pair if they believed that death in combat would be more honorable, or something like that, or were shot down by me as they tried to flee and live to prey on helpless townspeople another day. None of them managed to escape though, so we didn't have to worry about this group bothering anyone ever again. Are you here to help us?" A weak voice distracted me from the scene of death the camp had become. I looked into the cage to see a gaunt, almost skeletal woman looking up at me with hope in her eyes. I told her we were and to just sit tight for a second before we got her and the rest of the girls in the cage free, but in my mind I was practically screaming that something wasn't right. Yes, being a bandit's prisoner was going to be hell on the body, especially for girls. but usually the bandits were good about keeping the girls fed. No one wanted to screw a skeleton after all. So finding another 3 women just as skeletal meant that something was very wrong here. Unfortunately, none of the captives were in a state to answer questions at the moment. They were far too happy at the prospect of being freed from their nightmare right now for me to start interrogating them. I would wait until they could get a bit more settled. The bodies were cleared from the camp and unceremoniously dumped in the woods. The animals in the wild would handle their disposal. Jordies and I took over the cookfires so we could properly feed the now freed captives. None of them seemed like they could handle solid food very well, so I was making a thin soup while Jordies assisted with cutting the vegetables. And that was it. I wasn't going to allow her abysmal cooking skills poison these people after we freed them. Similarly banned from cooking, Eriker was simultaneously entertaining the freed captives with his over-the-top stories and subtly investigating for additional injuries. He was actually quite good at it too. For a Nord. Every once in a while he would call me over to look at one of the girls. There were 10 of them in total and 5 were basically skeletons. 3 of them looked like they had been starved for a month, and the last 2 were mostly healthy although very pale. And all of them had bite marks on various parts of their bodies where they looked like they had been savaged by a wild animal, so I had a pretty good idea why the girls were in such poor health. Vampire. A strong one too if he was able to control an entire bandit camp into not forcing themselves on the captives and keeping them around as cattle. I don't know if slowly being eaten alive by an undead creature of the night was worth not having to deal with an entire camp of bandits forcing themselves on you, but I was relieved that none of the captives would have to deal with motherhood as a result of their time here. As the day went on, the girls fell into a cycle of thanking us profusely, crying, and staring off into the distance. Obviously, their captivity hadn't been kind, but we managed to get most of them ready to head back to the village we just left. It would be slow, but the bandits had plenty of horses for us to repurpose a cart for the girls to ride in so we could get there before sunset. In fact, the second I mentioned sunset, the girls were practically begging us to leave as quickly as possible. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the vampire dropped by at night to feed on the captives. Problem was with the camp destroyed, there was no way of knowing where the vampire would go next. No chance the villages in the area could do anything about it either. I shared a look with Eriker and Jordies. Looked like we had a vampire to hunt tonight. Chapter 13. It took longer than we expected to reach the village with the freed captives. Even with a cart to speed up the journey, most of them were weak enough that moving too fast was painful for them. So by the time we managed to drop them off, explain the situation, and return to the cleared-out bandit camp, the sun was long set over the horizon. Any sign that the vampire came through before we got back? I asked my companions after we did another sweep of the camp. We managed to hide the more overt signs of the earlier fight, but it was still possible our target had come by before we returned or had smelled the blood and ran off. I don't see any new tracks leading into the camp, but it's far too dark to be sure, Eriker said and turned to Jordies. And what of you, fair Jordies? Did you uncover any signs of our foe? No. Well, that might not be good. The problem we were facing was that there were 3 scenarios to explain why we hadn't seen the vampire, and 2 of them were bad for us. It could simply not come by every night and wouldn't discover the camp was destroyed until we were forced to move on. It could have come close enough that it saw the camp was attacked and simply left while we were on our way back, or it hadn't arrived yet. If this were a hunt for some other creature, I wouldn't care that the odds were against us finding our target, but a vampire would simply enthrall another group of bandits and continue attacking villages that simply couldn't stand against it. And I couldn't even be sure it would end there. This bloodsucker seemed to have plans if it was keeping captives and not just hiding its thralls in a cave, only sending them out to hunt more food for it. The 3 of us split off again, looking for anything we might have missed the first time around. Eriker and Jordies were looking around the edges, and I was digging through chests looking for a journal or some other clue on where to look next. All I had gotten so far was a couple loose coins and the unpleasant image that one of the bandits either had a partner the size of a bear or had a habit of cross-dressing when no one was looking. I was not interested in finding out which one it was. I had just finished going through the last chest in the tent when Jordies pushed her way through the entrance flap and got my attention with her normal blunt way of speaking. Torches coming closer. That told me everything and nothing. But then again, if Jorids knew anything more about who was approaching the camp, she would have mentioned it. The two of us went back outside and joined up with Eriker, who was watching the small group on horseback slowly getting closer. Any idea who they are? I asked as I squinted at the group, trying to get more information about them. There were 3 riders on horses approaching, and only the man at the front and the back were carrying torches. No idea. Not many travel at night, and it's clear they aren't traders or the like. I am unsure it's the vampire either. They can see perfectly well in the dark. Horses, Geordies pointed out. Ah, brilliant deduction. Fair Geordies. Yes, no matter the abilities of the foul creature, the horses would still need light to travel these roads during the night. It was hard to see in the low light, but Geordies flushed at the compliment. Whether Eriker noticed or not was up for debate, since she didn't react in any other manner, and he was still looking at the approaching trio. So how do we approach them? Wait for them to get closer? Go out and meet them. As much as I would like to watch the two obliviously flirt with each other, we did have more pressing concerns. We definitely need to confront them before they reach the camp. I doubt anyone not unaware of the bandit camp would be traveling this far out, and with so few if they were not connected somehow. Whether it's the vampire we are seeking or just more bandits returning to camp, we can't let them realize the camp was attacked if we want more information from them. I agreed with him. One of the things we had been hoping to find was a hint if there were more groups like this in the area. One destroyed group controlled by a vampire was concerning but ignorable. Several groups freed from thraldom and looking for a target to take their anger out on was way worse. We didn't have much time to think of a plan, so we went with something simple and hoped it would be enough. We could not let this vampire escape. So a couple minutes later, I was creeping along the side of the road, bow out, arrow strung, in an attempt to flank the trio while Eriker and Geordies dressed themselves up like the bandits and went forward to meet them. Eriker would try to get them talking as best he could, and if the trio got suspicious or tried to move to the camp, we would attack them. Killing the 3 or capturing them would rely on exactly who they were, and if we could realistically get any more info out of them. Once the torch's light got close enough, Eriker stepped forward with an easy grin on his face and an axe in hand. Hold there, friend. Awfully late to be traveling, ain't? But for a bit of coin I could show you a real comfortable place to spend the night. With his normal armor obscured by some filthy furs and a bit of acting, Eriker managed to project the image of a bandit rather well. Not all that surprising from someone that spent his life acting like something out of a cheap adventure novel. It was certainly enough for the deathly pale Nord on the middle horse to dismiss him. "It's me, you idiot," he snapped. "Have the other one come out and get me one of the cattle immediately. I need to feed." Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. I froze for an instant. Was he seriously able to spot me even after I was hidden? No, as it turned out, the man I had determined was probably a vampire pointed to where Geordies had been standing just outside of the light. Another point in favor of him being a leech, and luckily for us a sign he hadn't noticed me. "Apologies, Lord," Eriker replied. "But how will we know which the cattle is fit for your palate? Just grab the fattest of the lot. I don't have the patience to hold your hand for such a simple task." "Not after what those damnable Dawnguard did," the vampire barked. "That could be bad." From the sound of it, this vampire hadn't fed in a while, so while he might let more information slip than normal, it was just as likely that he would do something unexpected like attacking us out of nowhere. Eriker wasn't giving a signal to attack just yet though, which meant he was angling for more information. "Trouble, Lord. Oblivion damned pests is what they are. 3 strongholds destroyed in a month, 3. Not to mention the fools who sacked the Hall of Vigilance failed to destroy the records of Dim Hollow before the vampire cut off suddenly and studied Eriker's face closely. "I see. Your enthrallment is fading slightly. I will need to strengthen that after I have fed." He spat. He turned back to Geordies. "I said get going, slave, or I will use your flea-bitten carcass as my meal." Welp, that was a clear sign that we weren't going to keep talking much longer. I sighted on the vampire's torso and shot at the gap in the armor underneath his armpit. Before it had even hit, I strung another arrow and shot at the thrall acting as a regard. That arrow tore through the leather armor and speared the thrall in the heart, dropping him instantly. I paid very little attention to that because not only had my first arrow failed to kill the vampire, instead the vampire either noticed something or was just lucky and had moved the second before the first arrow hit. He didn't get off lightly though. The shaft might have missed an instant kill shot, but it had hit something before being deflected down into his side and was bleeding profusely. That might have been the worst possible thing to happen. The vampire whirled around to track where the arrow came from, but I could tell by his eyes that he wasn't in control anymore. Now the three of us had to deal with a very angry, very hungry, feral vampire going by how he was now snarling at me and the drool dripping out of his mouth. We were already on edge with the vampire when we had assumed he would be somewhat rational. That was why I had tried to kill him first. Now he was about as predictable as a rabid skeever, something he proved when the first thing he did was use his clawed fingers to tear open his horse's neck. That was definitely a surprise for all of us. So much so that the remaining thrall had free rein to cast an ice spike spell and launch it at the closest person to him. Thankfully, that person was Jordy's, and she was able to lift her shield just enough that the spike stabbed into the thick wooden boards instead of her chest. My next arrow caught the thrall in the back. It took the vampire's support out of the picture, but it also had the side effect of making him drop his torch. Between the deaths of their riders, torches dropped around their feet, and the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, both horses the thralls had been on panicked. The upside was they fled away from everyone so nobody was hurt by them fleeing. The downside was they trampled the dropped torches on the way, plunging the area into darkness. I immediately started casting mage lights and floating them around the area. Eriker and Jordy's were back-to-back covering for each other during the brief amount of time they couldn't see. The two living horses were long gone and the dead one remained on the ground where it fell. The concerning part was that the vampire was nowhere to be seen. Fantastic, it could go invisible. I quickly changed out my bow for my longsword and sprinted to join my two companions. The last thing I wanted was to get blindsided by an invisible enemy with no one nearby to help. Anyone see him? No. I lost sight of him as well. I bit out a curse. Contrary to what many people believed, when a vampire went feral it did not become any less dangerous than when it could think things through. What it traded in planning and higher-level thinking it gained in cruel animal cunning. We were now facing the equivalent of a magical sabercat that wanted nothing more than to rip us to pieces and feast on our blood. Something disturbed the brush near us and we all shifted to face it. Eriker and Jordy's raised their weapons and embers danced around my fingertips in preparation to cast a spell. A shrub twitched slightly and the immediate area around it was on fire as I bathed it in a sustained burst of flames. However, rather than a burning humanoid figure, a terrified hare burst out from behind the bush and sprinted off. None of us had time to react to the sudden wildlife before Eriker was tackled to the ground by the vampire, and it was going for his throat. Luckily for him, he managed to get his forearm up into the vampire's mouth, so it was savaging his armored wrist instead of his throat. It didn't do much for the claws though, those were slashing wildly at the down Nord. Both drawing blood and trailing a sickly red light behind them that I recognized as a drain vitality spell. That's why the vampire killed his horse. And why it had gone after Eriker. My arrow must have done more damage than I suspected, and now the undead creature was doing its best to replenish its life force by going after the biggest one of us. Jordy's was closer than I was, and she wasn't about to let that happen, though. With 2 quick steps she closed the distance and kicked the vampire in the ribs hard enough that not only was he knocked off Eriker, he cleared a good distance by air too. While Jordy's helped her fellow Nord to his feet, I made sure the vampire wasn't going anywhere. Magical flames erupted from my outstretched hand and washed over its prone form, but its clothes must have been enchanted against fire because even with the flames hitting him directly, the undead skin barely began to burn. It still hurt it though, so while the vampire was screaming in pain and thrashing on the ground, I switched to creating a ring of fire around the two of us so he couldn't run off. I might not have needed to bother. The vampire was back on his feet pretty quickly, but from the way his eyes were constricted to pinpricks and the way he was hissing at me through slobber-drenched teeth, running was the last thing on his mind. He launched himself at me, clawed hands and teeth looking for my blood. I ducked to the side and slashed at him, nearly managing to take his left wrist off in the process. This process repeated itself for a few seconds. The vampire would try to take a bite out of me. I would take a slice out of him in return. The berserker cunning of the vampire ensured that it never got far enough away for me to cast another spell, but also never engaged long enough for me to get a solid hit. If this was a one-on-one, then it might have kept going on like this until one of us made a mistake. Fortunately for me, I wasn't alone. Eriker burst into the fight completely unannounced, his steel armor letting him pass through the ring of flames without being hurt, and brought his great axe down on the vampire like a lightning strike. The massive blade caught the creature from behind and cut halfway through the creature's chest. Then the Nord brought the axe back up and did it again, this time cleaving his way down to the vampire's navel. With one final bellowing cry, Eriker ripped his axe free one more time and with one last stroke, decapitated the vampire and ended the fight. All of us were breathing heavily as the adrenaline worked itself out of our systems. The entire fight had been fairly quick, but that hadn't stopped Eriker and Jordy's from nearly dying anyway. We stripped the bodies, piled them, and I burned all three and the horse to ash. Then I opened the potion hatch on the void armory and pulled out a light red vial. Eriker, drink this, I ordered, opening another compartment and pulling a few strips of clean linen to use as bandages. I thank you for the thought, dear the Lin, but a few scratches like these will heal fine on their own. No need to use a potion for such minor wounds. I shook my head and forced the bottle into his hand. It's not for those. Vampirism is a magical disease that can spread by one getting direct access to your blood. I'd rather not risk you catching it when we have a cure on hand. Jordy's, were you injured at all? No, the shield blocked it all. I nodded and handed the bandages over to her, where she immediately began tending to Eriker. The large Nord made a big show of saying even bandaging his scratches was excessive, but I noticed he made absolutely no move to dissuade Jordy's from checking him over. I rolled my eyes as the two of them continued their weird mating dance and went back to looking through the belongings we looted from the vampires group. The 8-pointed star was the first thing that caught my eye, marking the vampire as part of the Fokihar clan, but not much else. The leech must have been in a hurry to get to wherever he was going. Probably why he was so desperate to feed too. If he was pushing himself to travel during the day as well as the night, it would greatly reduce the period between feedings. I guess that means whoever was destroying those vampire strongholds was doing a good job. I mentally shrugged and made a note to ask the villagers about Dim Hollow. Hopefully it wasn't close by, but if it was, they deserved to know vampires were using it for something. Chapter 14. It was nearly midday following our encounter with the vampire that we actually managed to ask about what it had said. Our group had stumbled back into the village before dawn, though it was a close thing, and promptly fell asleep after a brief conversation with a couple villagers that had volunteered to wait up to see if they returned. The villagers were informed we had fought and killed the vampire. The village should be safe for the moment, and then we all ignored any further questions. Eventually, the general noise from the rest of the village waking up and going to work managed to get us up despite Jordy's and myself still looking and feeling like we had barely slept. Eriker, somehow, seemed completely fine and full of energy. I felt absolutely no guilt slipping the both of us a minor stamina potion and leaving the male Nord without. Dim Hollow, one of the villagers that had taken the time to see our group off scratched his head in thought. That sounds familiar. Wasn't that the place those goldskins were asking around about a few days ago? Another villager spoke up. I perked up at the mention of a group of Almer. It might not be the group I was looking for, but... Right, those folks, the first exclaimed, pointing at the other villager excitedly. That Justicar, silly mine or something, kept harassing old Hansen for the location, so when he told her he made it sound like a 2-day walk when it's 3 days on horseback at least. He was going on about that for ages. Ice water filled my veins. Did you mean Celine? The Nord looked a bit nervous. Oh, you know her? Look, we didn't mean any harm. Just some jokes and such. I'll get the proper directions and dash. I waved at him to stop before he talked my ears off. You made a joke about a name, whatever. I snapped. How long ago was this? Where did she go? Did anyone she was with say what they were going there for? I don't know, a few days ago maybe? Her group was heading east towards the crypt. They said nothing about the reason, though. I nodded sharply and made my way to Eriker and Jordy's. We need to leave. Now. Both Nords seemed shocked by my sudden insistence, but credit to their professionalism, they were moving to the 3 horses we claimed from the bandit camp before they asked a single question. In fact, we were 10 minutes out of the village with the horses going at a steady trot before Eriker finally asked what was going on. The Justicar I'm hunting took her group through that village a few days ago. Now they're heading towards the same crypt our last vampire friend wanted hidden. We need to catch up to them before something gets to them before me. Hunting, is it? Then I suppose this Justicar was not your friend after all. Isn't that so, the Lin? Gods damn it. This was not how I wanted to inform these two. I was hunting down an emissary from a foreign power. And they would be idiots to believe that I had simply misspoken. Well, I had planned on telling them eventually. I guess eventually simply caught up first. No, she isn't. I'll tell you both why I'm tracking her, but it's a long story. Do you mind if I wait until we camp for the night? I could practically feel the stares of my 2 companions drilling into my back and their own silent conversation. This was a risk. I was basically asking Eriker to commit treason by allowing a direct threat to the Thalmor to continue. Something completely against the White Gold Concordat, and as Thane of Solitude, he would be well within his rights to arrest or execute me without another word. Actually, by law, he was required to. So when a couple minutes passed and I didn't hear the sound of weapons being drawn, I relaxed minutely. I think we can delay judgment that long, Miss Fernbrook. I trust it is more than an attempt to further strain the relationship between the Dominion and the Empire. I nodded, and we didn't speak again for several hours. Oh! I didn't realize how quickly I had grown used to Eriker's constant chatter in the few days we had been traveling together until it was gone. The uncomfortable silence stretched the entire day as we continued east. Occasionally it was broken when one of us needed to call out movement along the road that could have been bandits or dangerous wildlife, but when those turned out to be false alarms, it always came rushing back. So when the sun began to set on the horizon and we stopped for the day, I was torn between relief that the silence was going to end and dread I was going to be sharing personal secrets to 2 relative strangers, no matter how friendly they had been before now. We set up a basic camp and settled around a fire. Well, I settled around it. The 2 Nords were still a bit on edge. All right, I think we waited long enough. I started. What do you want to know? This Justicar. Why are you hunting her? The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. I smiled slightly. Straight to the point. How very Nord-like. She betrayed me. Shattered my trust and sold my secrets in exchange for a favorable place in the Thalmor. Then she led me into a trap that left me as their prisoner for 20 years. I've spent the last 5 since my escape pursuing her. 20 years, that's... Eriker gaped at the amount of time and Jordy's eyes went wide. To them, 20 years was most of their life. Shore's stones, girl. What secret could you have that they imprisoned you for that long? I smiled bitterly and answered with a question of my own. Do you know what the ultimate goal of the Thalmor is? The Nords shared a look, visibly annoyed by anything less than a direct answer. It almost made me shake my head in exasperation. Context. It's important. We know they lead the Aldmeri Dominion. They also send agents to enforce the White Gold Concordat, eliminating Talos worship and the like. And they've made it no secret they desire to have all of Tamriel under their rule, with Elvenkind as masters of all races. Elven supremacist assholes. Jordy summarized, which made me chuckle. Well, you certainly aren't wrong. I laughed. And they don't exactly hide that fact either. But that isn't all they want. I sobered pretty quickly. The Thalmor, no, the Altmer that make up the Thalmor's core council are obsessed with returning to the mythical roots they believe they are descended from. Call them what you like. Edra, spirits, Etiata, gods, it doesn't matter. The council wants nothing more than to return to that state no matter what. They send agents all over Tamriel, hunting for artifacts, scrolls, or oddities that can help them reach their goal. They also offer huge rewards to people that bring them anything that helps them extend their lifespan. Doesn't matter if it's a spell, artifact, or even a person. They will try and collect all of it. And you had one of these methods? Eriker guessed, putting the clues together. I waggled a hand side to side. Yes, but no. I fall under those oddities I mentioned earlier. How so? I stared into the fire and thought about how best to phrase it. Do you know what the biggest difference is between men and mares' life cycles? Mare live longer. Jordy said shortly. Again yes, but no. I temporized to both Nord's displeasure. Men grow up and grow old fairly consistently, but with mare we don't start showing real signs of age until the last 50 years or so of our natural lifespan. Not that some don't live longer naturally or extend their lives with enough magic, but for most mare they simply grow similarly to how men do if slower until they reach the equivalent of your 30 years. You're stalling. Erica accused, correctly too. What method of extending your life did you find that was so important that the Thalmor wanted it? There isn't one. Once again both Nords were dumbstruck. What do you mean there isn't one? I shrugged awkwardly. I never did anything to extend my life. One day it seemed like I simply stopped aging. Of course it took a few years before anyone really noticed, but once they did. Jordy's, being the more stoic one of the pair, recovered first. How old are you? 429. I shrugged again. I poked at the fire while the two absorbed the information I had given them. Even now I hadn't given them the full picture. The Thalmor were far worse than scavengers pursuing godhood, but that information wasn't relevant or needed right now. Erica and Jordy's just needed to know enough about them that they wouldn't feel honor-bound to protect them for any reason. That's quite the tale, Fair the Lin, but where does the Justicar fit into this? Erica's question pulled me from my thoughts. The return of the flattering speech was a good sign though. You're hunting her. Why? Jordy's added. Isn't it enough that I want all Thalmor dead for what they did to me? I smiled wryly. Erica shook his head though. If you wanted them all dead you would not have spent so long pursuing one quarry. I feel this Justicar must have created a deep hatred for you to pursue them for so long. He fixed me with a serious stare. We would need that reason before we assist you in confronting them. I rocked back, stunned by his words. You want to help? But if the Thalmor are abusing the Concordat to take the treasures of Skyrim, it is my duty as Thane to verify such wrongdoing. The male Nord cut me off. Since you clearly believe this Justicar is capable of such perfidy, I have no choice but to confront her myself. But both honor and the treaty will prevent me from force unless her character is known. I raised an eyebrow at Jordy's, hoping she could decode that one. He can arrest them if they break the treaty. He can't do that or attack first unless they've been judged to be unable to keep their word. Oath-breaking and similar is grounds for exemption. I think that was the most I had heard Jordy speak at once. It also meant I was going to have to explain my relationship with Celine. I sighed. That was not something I had been interested in explaining. It was still a bit of a raw wound. All right, I sighed again. This goes back a while just so you know, and I don't like talking about it. The two nodded and waited for me to continue. After it became clear about my unique condition, I took to traveling. Not all the time, and I stayed in some places for several years, but it meant I was able to escape the attention it might have brought me. I was on the road at one point and stumbled into the middle of a bandit attack. Nearly everyone had been killed before I got there, but I was able to surprise the bandits and drive them off. Part of the caravan was an all-mare couple with a young daughter. The mother had died before I got there, and the father was not far behind her. I paused, remembering the scene. The father begged me to look after his daughter until she was safe, and I agreed. The original plan was to drop her off at a relative's or perhaps a family friend, but the girl didn't know where they would be, and I felt an orphanage would be cruel. So I took her as an apprentice. I sighed. Well, I planned to take her as one. I taught her what I thought would be needed for her to strike out on her own, but it didn't stay that way. She eventually grew into something like a little sister after so long, and I thought she saw me the same way. I told her several things I had never planned on revealing to anyone, including how I didn't seem to age. What happened? Erica prodded gently. She wanted me to teach her the same ability. I said woodenly. Celine had become terrified of death after what happened to her parents. The thought of dying of old age even more so because she couldn't prevent it. And you refused her? I laughed. Refused? There was nothing to teach. I never did anything beyond what everyone else had already done and somehow became ageless for it. She took it bad. Jordy's half stated, half questioned. We had a fight, I admitted. She left for 2 months without another word and came back just as suddenly. Said she wanted to reconcile and that she didn't blame me for being unable to teach me. Another bitter smile twisted my lips. I was so happy to have my little sister back I didn't question it. And I walked unarmed into a Thalmor ambush with a damn smile on my face. Eriker nodded in understanding. So you wished to kill her because she broke a family bond and betrayed you to an enemy? No, I barked, the word echoing harshly in the dying light. I want her dead because she took 50 years of sisterhood and spit in my face. That she participated in the torture interrogation sessions, reasserting my condition without a second thought. That is why I want to kill the god's forsaken bitch. The Nords stiffened at my sudden shouting and exchanged more looks. Eventually they both nodded after coming to some kind of understanding. I just waited for their decision. Very well, we will continue to assist you while we travel, Eriker said with finality. Really? Of course. Such an honorless individual could no doubt abuse their position and increase the tensions between empires that would threaten Skyrim's people. It would go against my conscience and my duty to let her wander unchecked. Eriker exclaimed. As Thane, I must immediately remove such a threat and either dispatch her or deliver her to an embassy to be immediately removed from these lands. Geordies nodded in support. I felt a great invisible weight fall off my shoulders at their agreement. I coughed a few times and waved my hand to clear the air in front of me. The campfire smoke was burning my eyes. Our agreement does not come freely, though, Eriker continued with a smile. In exchange, even after we have caught your foe, you will accompany us in searching for the necromancer mastermind. I returned the Nord's smile with a small one of my own. I think I can agree to those terms. Now how about you both set up the tents and I will begin dinner preparations. Geordies was up and reaching for the tent poles before I even finished speaking. Chapter 15. If we ever went back to that village for some reason, I would need to track down the person who gave us directions and do something nice for him. Not only did he manage to point out some very helpful landmarks, but he also remembered to mention that the crypt we were heading towards was actually on a mountain, something he had neglected to tell Celine, which would hopefully slow her down enough that we could catch up to her group. I wasn't expecting it to slow her down for long, though. If there was one thing travelers learned about Skyrim, it was that if there was a mountain cave remotely accessible, the Nords would have found it, burrowed in, and made a fortress out of it. Either them or the Dwemer. And Celine wasn't exactly stupid. Backstabbing, morally bankrupt, and a coward. But not stupid. Despite the excellent directions, it still took us another 2 days to reach the base of the correct mountain. And then we needed to search around the base for signs the Thalmor patrol was in the area or if they had managed to figure out where the crypt was. Thanks to the surroundings being mostly desolate crags of rock covered in a light dusting of snow, the checks didn't take very long. For the most part, all we found were some animal tracks and some signs that a wagon had passed by, though we did find a horse that had broken free of its hitching. After searching for a bit and failing to find its owner or a camp nearby, we ended up taking it back to our camp and hitched it with the others we had been using. I think we either missed them on the way here or they might have already gone up the mountain, I said eventually. If the Thalmor already had an idea where to look, they might not have needed more than basic directions. Eriker agreed, which means we should venture up the mountain ourselves if we wish to find your quarry. It's past noon and the climb will probably take a few hours. Should we set up camp and leave in the morning? Shouldn't wait. Vampires. Geordies added her thoughts, causing Eriker to nod. The lovely Geordies speaks true and with wisdom. I watched as Geordies blushed from the tips of her ears all the way to her neck, and Eriker managed to miss it by virtue of looking up the mountain path. We have no idea how many vampires are in the area, and we are too few to reliably keep watch through the night. Making haste to the crypt and meeting them on our own terms would be better than waiting the night. I thought about it for a second before agreeing. The longer we were out in the open, the more likely we were to be spotted anyways, by either the Thalmor or by the vampires. It didn't matter. Both groups could cause us issues, and getting caught in the middle of the night wasn't something the three of us could afford. Excellent. Then the only thing to do is begin up the mountain. Eriker cheered. Naturally, I would be happy to take the lead to make sure the path is suitable for such lovely ladies as Dash. Jordy's already started going up. I interrupted Eriker's declaration with a laugh. I bet the taciturn swordswoman simply didn't want to let Eriker see her blushing, so she took the lead the second we decided on a plan. Yourselves. Oh. Eriker finished weakly. I patted him on the shoulder as I followed after our other companion. Maybe one day these two would figure things out between them. Obviously not today, though. Oh! The climb up the mountain was several times more difficult than my last excursion up a mountain path. Clearly, whoever had built this crypt was determined that it wouldn't be found by accident. The stone markers common for these types of trails were few and far between, and there were several spots we needed to move slowly due to the steepness of the slopes. Ironically, if it wasn't for the additions made by the vampires, crude stairs, additional markers, and the like, there was no chance our little trio would have made it to the entrance, let alone find the hidden crag in the mountain face that no doubt opened up into some ridiculous structure. Looks like the place. And it seemed they were all in agreement they had found what they were looking for. The three of us quickly decided to use the same formation we did back at the Wolf Skull Cave, myself in front followed by Eriker and Jordy's, and made our way forward. It didn't take long for my initial guess about what awaited us inside to be proven right. Not only did the crevice open up into an impressive cavern, there was a highly decorated entrance that ran deeper into the mountain and a watchtower that dominated the area. Why the ancient Nords felt they needed a watchtower on the inside of a mountain was something I would never understand, but it would have made the place a pain to assault if there were alert defenders in the area. Fortunately for us, there wasn't a vampire army waiting for invaders manning the defenses. Instead, there were a handful of vampires and thralls huddled by the opened entrance to the crypt. And they were facing the wrong way. I guess we can say for certain someone came through here first. I whispered back to the other two. But was it the group we are after? Eriker whispered back. Someone else was attacking the vampires according to the one we met. Could it be them? Thalmor were here. Look. Jordy's pointed at one of several bodies that had been left lying around the cavern floor. Some of them were clearly just more bodies to feed the vampires living here, but a few wore the robes of the vigilance. Apparently they had also noticed the bloodsucker activity in the area and came to investigate. The body Jordy's pointed out, though, was covered in the robes of a Thalmor soldier. I might have missed him entirely if she hadn't pointed him out, considering he was nearly covered by the corpse of a large black dog-like thing. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Good catch. I complimented. But if the Thalmor went deeper inside, why are these people hanging around the entrance? Waiting to cut them off if the Thalmor turned back? Eriker guessed, but even he sounded uncertain. If the bloodsuckers were worried about the intruders leaving, they could have just shut the gates to the crypt after all. A secret destined to be unanswered, I supposed. I carefully handed my longsword to Eriker and unfastened my bow. The relatively open nature of the cavern meant I had a clear, easy shot into the group huddling around the other door, but I had a limited window to take advantage of that before we lost the element of surprise, and they scattered behind the stone pillars and cliffs for cover. There were 3 vampires and 4 thralls in the group. As I pulled the string back and focused on my first target, I found it ironic that the thralls probably made the group less dangerous overall, since they were likely puppets with little will of their own. And everyone knew a puppet without a puppet master was little more than a fancy block of wood. I released the string and quickly drew another, aimed and released again. The first arrow caught an unwary vampire at the base of the skull, killing him instantly. The other vampires reacted almost instantly to the death of their companion and jerked into motion, but were too slow. The second arrow caught one of them in the heart and dropped them only slightly slower than the first. I fired a third, but by then the shock of being ambushed had finally worn off and the last vampire ducked behind its thralls and hid while shouting orders at them. Finally, time for a real fight. Eriker cheered as he ran forward to meet them with Jordy's a half step behind him. Thankfully, he remembered to return my longsword on his way past, so I was not far behind them either. The Thane of Solitude hit the first thrall with the force of an avalanche, not only knocking it off its feet, but throwing it into the one behind it, taking both of them down in an uncoordinated pile of limbs. A wiry Breton avoided the pile and jumped at him swinging a pair of daggers, but Geordie smoothly stepped between them and caught both weapons on her shield before slashing at him in return. While her Stalrim blade cut deeply into the Breton's side, he neither reacted in pain nor backed off, simply continuing to harass the pair of Nords while the fourth thrall, a large Nord, squared up against Erikr. I ignored the thralls. Erikr and Geordie's would be able to handle them on their own, and rushed towards the true threat. The last vampire had been slow so far to follow its puppets, but pretty soon it would start actually directing them, and that was when things could get dangerous. I definitely wanted to kill it before that happened. I laid a fire rune on one side of the stone pillar I had seen the vampire duck behind and started circling my way around the other, sword at the ready and embers dancing in my hand. At the first sign of movement, I would be unleashing magical fire on everything in front of me. Turns out I didn't need to. The vampire must have tried being smart and circling back the opposite direction to either join up with its thralls or to attack me from behind, but the sudden explosion of fire followed by hideous screams of pain told me it tripped the fire rune instead. I quickly rounded the pillar and saw the vampire thrashing on the ground, their legs badly burned and robes still on fire in places. Seeing no need to get closer to the thrashing animal, I shot it with a handful of ice spikes until it laid still and turned back to the battle with the thralls. It was going pretty well for my companions. The thrall Geordies had either passed out or died from blood loss, and Erikr had nearly split another in half with a single blow of his axe. The final two thralls were mindlessly getting in each other's way while the two Nords smoothly danced around each other. It didn't take much time for them to finish off the thralls and come join me by the entrance to the crypt. "Any trouble?" I asked, more for formality than need, but taking things for granted could wind up causing trouble if wounds were ignored. "Nothing we couldn't handle," Erikr boasted confidently while Geordie's simply shook her head. "Excellent work with the last vampire." Without guidance, the thralls were little better than drunk bar fighters. "Happy to help then." I smiled back. "But it's too early to celebrate yet. We need to get moving before the Thalmor get away." "You mean deal with the vampires, right?" Erikr said with a slight frown that stopped me in my tracks. "Your revenge can't be more important than making sure these monsters are dealt with, can it?" I wanted to disagree. Hells, I wanted to rage that there was nothing more important than making sure Celine never left this crypt, but the more reasonable part of my mind reminded me that Erikr was dedicated to protecting Skyrim and its people. A nest of vampires spilling out into the surrounding areas might not be an immediate issue since we were in a remote location, but if the bloodsuckers started digging in again, hundreds might die before anything could be done about them. I clenched my jaw tightly. There was only one real answer to that, and it wasn't the one I wanted. "You're right," I practically hissed. "We focus on the leeches. Don't fret too much, Thelin. We aren't going to let your foe simply walk away." The Thane reassured me. "She will face justice for her actions." "I don't care about justice," I grumbled as we descended into the crypt. "I just wanted her dead." "Oh!" Despite what we agreed to, there was little left for us to fight in the crypt. The Thalmor had actually done a pretty good job of clearing out the vampires and the Draugr that had awoken. We only had to deal with a handful of Draugr that wandered out of the more out-of-the-way rooms and a pair of skeletons. Still, that didn't mean we weren't being careful. We were taking it slow and quiet, so when we heard voices from around a corner, we all stopped to listen. "Stop grunting like an animal and let me bind this Jarl. You're going to bleed out at this rate." "Maybe if you weren't. Divines, damn it. Be careful." Yanking everything I could relax, I looked back at my companions and motioned that I would investigate first. Peeking around the corner, I saw two Altmare in Thalmor robes sitting up against a crypt wall. One of them was busy trying a tourniquet around the other's leg, while the other kept looking around the surroundings. I was lucky he was facing the other direction when I peeked out and quickly retreated before he looked back this way. "Two Thalmor, one looks badly injured," I whispered the Nords. I had already decided to let them take the lead approaching our prey since they would need to live with any decisions we made while I could simply cross into a different province. Erikr nodded and, to my surprise, simply walked up and around the corner followed by his partner. "They're done. If you had stopped squirming, who's there?" I heard one of the Thalmor cry. "Peace. We mean you no harm," Erikr called back. I am a Thane of Solitude following a rumor of vampires camping in this crypt. Clearly that rumor was true, and I regret I did not arrive sooner to aid you in battle. Are you the only two left? We found the remains of your companion outside. A Nord coming from Solitude? That's quite a distance for a mere rumor, one of the alt-mare sneered. Indeed, but there was another incident where me and my companion ran across another vampire, and it pointed us towards this crypt as well. I was a little stunned that both Nords just walked out like that before my brain kicked back in and I realized what they were doing. Eriker had only specified one companion. He was intentionally doing so to give me final say on what happened to the Thalmor. I see, you should hurry ahead then. The Justicar took the remains of our group to deal with the rest of the vampires. A conclave this large certainly has at least one master. We'll try to follow when we can. Part of me was thankful that the Nords were giving me free rein with their fates. A larger part was annoyed they thought there was a possibility I would spare either of the conceited alt-mare from death. Still, there was a chance I could listen in on some secrets. So even as Eriker and Jordies walked off, I remained hidden and waited to see if the alt-mare would let anything slip. Was it wise to send more Nords after the Justicar? The one called Jarl asked. The one we followed here was already potentially problematic. Killing two more while the squadron is weakened might be challenging. Only if they work together, and even then only if they know we plan on killing them. The other replied. Besides, there is no guarantee they will be uninjured after facing a master vampire. Justicar Edifeth will make sure they either die in the fight or soon after. Better they spend their lives protecting their betters while they can. I felt an almost unnatural calm settle over my mind as I listened to the Thalmor. Not only were they planning on killing my companions and another Nord they had worked with, they had confirmed Cillian was here. Either one would have been a death sentence for the entire squadron. The two combined meant there was simply no reason to delay their execution. I sheathed my longsword momentarily and flexed my magicka so ice crystals fell slowly from both hands. Then I stepped around the corner myself and let loose a localized blizzard before either of the Thalmor noticed they were about to die. Chapter 16. Leaving behind the two frozen corpses, I rushed after my Nord companions. I needed to warn them that the Thalmor had every intention of killing them when the opportunity presented itself, and both of them were too straightforward to know the signs of someone preparing for a betrayal. Unfortunately, even the small delay of waiting to listen in on the Thalmor bastards had given Eriker and Jordies a pretty big head start, and I was further slowed, making sure there were no surprises lurking around a corner. So by the time I managed to catch up to them, they were already engaged in a three-way battle between the Thalmor and the vampires. Well, I said three-way, but it was more like the vampires against the Thalmor plus Eriker and Jordies. My companions weren't fighting both groups just yet, but they weren't exactly working together either. I watched as Jordies locked blades with one vampire, only to have to dive to the side when the bloodsucker dodged out of the way a spell one of the Thalmor mages threw at both of them. Sure, it might have missed or possibly killed the vampire, but it just as easily could have injured the Nord if she wasn't fast on her feet. Since there was no follow-up attack, even when Jordies was unbalanced, I assumed the Thalmor were at least not overtly trying to kill the non-mare at this point. So I took the opportunity to get my bearings in the new environment. I was actually above the fighting for now. The ancient Nords had actually dug into a massive underground lake, and the room I was currently in was overlooking it, but someone had come by later and added onto the old stonework. Several carved statues of winged creatures unlike anything I'd seen made by Nords stood menacingly in several locations, while the walls, banisters, and decorations followed a style I could only compare to the Gothic methods I half remembered from a previous life. There was a series of stairs going down to the right that led to a wide platform where Jordies and Eriker were fighting, and a large structure further out where I could see that formed a circular platform in the middle of the lake and had a ring of arches that formed a crown around the entire thing. I could see flashes of further fighting and assumed that more vampires and Thalmor had moved into the structure itself. The structure that was currently making great warning bells go off in the back of my mind. I may have forgotten the name of the crypt over the centuries, but I had not forgotten what was hidden there or what it looked like. It also explained why the Thalmor and the Fokihar clan were so interested in an old crypt in the middle of nowhere. This was the resting place of both Harkon Fokihar's daughter and one of the most powerful artifacts in the world, an Elder Scroll. I wasted no time practically flying down the stairs to join in the fight, making my presence known by stabbing my longsword through the back of a Thalmor and blasting a nearby vampire with a firebolt. The Allmare dropped like a stone, and the leech was flung to the floor screaming until it went still seconds later. The Thalmor are planning on killing everyone here. I barked, cutting off whatever comment Erker was about to make. It said something about how much the Nords trusted me, or perhaps how little anyone trusted the Thalmor, that they didn't question it and immediately turned on the remaining Thalmor. One lost his head when Jordy's turned and went for the kill, while a second struggled to deal with a suddenly hostile Erker waving an axe in his face. That left me to deal with the closest vampire, a Breton woman, who was completely unaffected by the sudden change in alliances. Why would she be? Both the Thalmor and my Nord companions were already her enemies. She came at me with startling speed for her obvious lack of muscle or training, but while that would give her an advantage over unwary peasants or less experienced fighters, I wasn't so easily caught off guard. Not by a novice with a dagger that relied on their Dieter-begotten gifts over actual skill. I parried a sloppy stab with my longsword and removed her forearm just below the elbow with a flick of my wrist before plunging the black blade into the creature's heart. To my surprise, the Breton actually caught the handguard before I could pull the sword free in an action I would have expected in a veteran warrior used to fighting through debilitating injuries. Then I felt ice slide down my spine at the glassy look in the vampire's eyes. Something normally seen in thralls, but if it was on her. Thelin, look out. Without a second thought, I abandoned my longsword and brought my arm up just in time to put it between me and the master vampire trying to take a bite out of my throat. His long, jagged teeth getting caught in my vambrace, but failing to pierce through. I idly noticed the master was already rather roughed up as I wrestled another dagger away from stabbing me in the side. His armor was cracked and covered in his own blood. There was also a distinct smell around him that told me he recently was on the wrong side of a storm mage. Yet, no matter how weakened he was, a master vampire was still strong enough that I couldn't hold him back with one arm. If our little strength contest continued, it would only be a matter of time before he overpowered me. So instead of resisting, I pulled backwards with all of my strength. And just when we tipped over the edge where falling was inevitable, I released my hold on his dagger arm and my hand darted to my waist. Both of us crashed to the ground, and I felt I got the worst of it when the vampire made no effort to break his fall. If anything, he smiled despite my arm still being caught between his teeth. At least he did until he let out a long hissing groan that sounded very similar to a leather ball being punctured. I twisted the dagger I had planted in his ribs when we fell, drawing another pained groan, before I used my superior leverage to throw the vampire off me. Free for a few seconds, I followed up with an ice spike that caught the furious leech in the forehead just as he turned back to face me, and then threw up a ward when a final Thalmor mage sent a torrent of sparks at my still-prone form. He definitely wasn't the mage that faced the master vampire, because even my hasty ward was enough to hold off his assault until Jordy's smashed the rim of her shield into his face, crushing his nose and blinding him. While she finished off the novice mage, I accepted Eriker's hand, the Nord easily pulling my smaller form back onto my feet. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Thanks for the warning, I said with a quick smile. I was fast coming to appreciate working with skilled companions. In a world as dangerous as ours, it was surprisingly rare to find competent help. Of course, we can't have our fairwood elf fall to something as plebeian as a master vampire. If any of us are to fall, it should be in the pursuit of something worthy of song for generations to come. While I appreciated the sentiment, I'd much rather live through any adventures. Well, let's do our best to make sure the day is a long way off. I replied, do you know how many more we have to deal with? I could still hear fighting on the platform ahead of us, so at least a few enemies were still alive, and I hadn't seen a Justicar uniform yet. For Thalmor and one other went on ahead when we arrived. But I do not know how many Dieter spawn awaited either. I assume there is at least one more master though, considering they are still fighting. Could wait. Jordy's offered, but the suggestion burned at my very soul. No one would kill Celine other than me. I'm not giving them the time to regroup. I declared, already retrieving my weapons. The Thalmor must have met up with another patrol for there to be this many of them. Whatever they're here for is worth sending 2 groups and eliminating all witnesses. I'd rather they didn't get their hands on it in the first place. Indeed. Very well. Lead the way, dear the Lin. The 3 of us moved swiftly to the short bridge, connecting our area to the platform even as the sounds of fighting died down. Just because I didn't want to wait for the Thalmor and vampires to finish each other off didn't mean they wouldn't kill the other while we were rushing over. By the time the other group came into view, the fight was almost over. A single Thalmor Justicar was still standing alongside a Nord in steel plate armor trading blows with the last remaining master vampire near the center of the platform, the fallen remains of both groups scattered around them. I couldn't see the Justicar's face due to the raised hood and cloth face mask covering most of her face, but I didn't care. My eyes were glued to the long sword in her hands that all but confirmed her identity. When Celine had graduated from basic sword lessons, I had given her a gift. A meticulously crafted longsword I had made and enchanted myself. The leaf-shaped moonstone blade was common enough, but no other elven-style blade traded the traditional feathered pattern handguard for one made of woven tree branches. I had hoped it would be a symbol of our sisterly bond. The fact that she kept using the weapon after she had betrayed me was infuriating. Celine. Magicka flared around me in a visible aura as I lost myself in my rage. In hindsight, I would probably be disgusted by the wastefulness of my actions. The only thing that mattered at that very second was pouring as much of it as I could into one spell. A beam of blue-white electric death erupted from my palm, and yet, against all odds, instead of vaporizing the traitorous Altmare I once called a sister, the remaining vampire was somehow thrown in front of the spell and shielded her enough that she was able to conjure a ward to fend off some of the damage. Despite the interference, my spell vaporized the undead and continued through Celine's defenses, causing her to shriek in pain as the magical lightning ravaged her body. It didn't kill her, but it certainly knocked her off her feet and left her twitching as remnants of the spell randomly triggered muscles. That didn't matter to me as I pointed my sword at the one who interfered. Somehow I was completely unsurprised to find myself staring down the bloody form of the Dragonborn. It was just like him to find himself in a battleground he had no right to be in. Stay out of this. I growled. Naturally, the Chosen of Auriel did not do this. Instead, he walked right between me and Celine, arms raised, and tried to talk me down of all things. Hold on, the Lin. The Thalmor are friendly for now. They helped me clear out the crypt in exchange for some old record the Nords buried here. You don't need to fight. Thor said rapidly, as if that would be enough for me to spare her. The infinitesimally small part of my brain that wasn't consumed by rage also noted that Thor had once again spoken about the Nords as if he himself wasn't one. Your willingness to defend your companions is admirable, warrior, but in this case it is misplaced. Erica replied as he and Jordies fanned out from behind me. These elves have plotted behind your back to kill you once your usefulness comes to an end. The Lin here heard it from 2 of their members directly. And in any case, he continued, making Thor's mouth snap closed. The Concordat makes it clear the Thalmor have no right to the artifacts of our ancestors. Just the attempt was enough for me, as a Thane of Skyrim, to arrest them for crimes against the realm. Their attempts to kill us in retaliation means their lives are forfeit. That seems a bit harsh. Enough of this. Move. I shot a, mostly, underpowered shock spell at Thor with the intent of forcing him out of the way. I wasn't expecting him to throw up a warding spell that actually managed to block it, but I also wasn't about to let something as small as being surprised when the Dragonborn suddenly accomplished a spell most novice magicians would need a few years to use reliably get in the way of getting revenge. If direct spells wouldn't work, then I had other ways of going through the stubborn Nord. I brought my longsword up and back down fast enough that Thor was barely able to keep up with my movements. So when his hasty block ripped the blade from my hand, he could only watch it in confusion before realizing I had thrust my hand directly in front of his face and closed my eyes. What the? That was all he had time to mutter before the brightest mage light I could conjure flared to life and blinded him. While the prophesied slayer of Alduin writhed on the ground clutching at his face, I pulled a dagger and stalked towards the Justicar, just now managing to rise to her knees. I have been dreaming of this moment for over 50 years, Celine. I hissed at her. Now you pay. The dagger plunged into her heart while mine practically rose to the heavens in joy about getting revenge. I almost casually ripped the cloth face mask away. I wanted to see the light leave her eyes as she realized the consequences of her betrayal had finally. This wasn't Celine. I hadn't been joking about dreaming of revenge. At this point, I think I knew Celine's face better than my own. The all-mare dying in front of me wasn't her. Why wasn't it her? She had this sword, damn it. A muted click rang out behind me, and out of pure instinct I dropped to the ground as a bolt flew through the space I had just been standing in. I turned, and this time there was no mistaking her. Celine stood near the platform bridge, an empty crossbow still pointed in my direction and a scroll in her other hand, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. Celine. I cast another overpowered lightning bolt at the traitorous Justicar, even as she threw away her crossbow and activated the spell scroll in her hand. A glowing purple barrier sprang to life just before my spell hit and splashed across the screen like water. I fired 2 more, and when those also failed to break the defensive spell, she used Ice Swap to fire and ice spells with similar results. I was worried, but it looks like a Fortress Grade Ward spell is too much even for you, sister. Celine laughed. Don't you call me that. You have no right. Are you still upset I turned you over to the Thalmor? You shouldn't be. I gave you a chance to fix your selfishness and share your gift with the rest of us, yet you refused no matter how much I pleaded with you. Celine flinched when my sword slammed into the barrier, but when she saw it fail to pierce through, she relaxed again. It even holds up to your blades, incredible. She muttered to herself before turning her attention back to me. When will you come to your senses, Thalin? The Dominion deserves your immortality. Just give me this secret and we can put all of this behind us. The only thing I'm going to give you is a quick trip to oblivion. I raged. This ward won't hold me forever, and the second it falls I'm going to hunt you down and do to you what I did to whoever you gave my sword to. Celine looked uncomfortably at the corpse of the other Justicar behind me. Yes, Justicar Elsinoran. I guess it was fortunate for me she grabbed my weapon earlier. Fine then. If you can't be reasonable about this, then you leave me no choice. Celine backed up. It was only when she was confident I had no way of following her that she turned her back on me and headed back into the crypt. Get back here, coward. I'm going to dash. A heavy hand landed on my shoulder, interrupting my threat. I whipped my head over to see a frowning Eriker shaking his head at me. Save your breath. I think your time would be better served thinking how to get through her spell than cursing her, no matter how much she may deserve it. Can someone please explain what is going on? Thor whined, still rubbing his eyes. Evil elves wanted to kill us, trapped us here, and escaped. Jordy summed up. That doesn't explain anything. I ignored the conversation in the background and followed Eriker's suggestion. Examining the spell and performing a few tests on it led to the conclusion that Celine hadn't lied. This really was a fortress-grade defensive spell. Under normal circumstances with no preparation, it would take me over a week to begin breaking down such a spell, but luckily for us, we had no reason to do anything more than wait. Celine didn't anchor the ward anywhere, I informed the group, slowly calming myself down. With the element of surprise gone, running headfirst into a trap that was no doubt being set up ahead because I wasn't thinking would be an embarrassment. The entire spell is running off its initial energy well. It will dissipate on its own in 10 minutes even if we did nothing. Could she be setting up another one farther back the way we came? It was a good question, but... No. You could buy half of a decently sized town for the cost of one of those wards. The chances of Celine having another are almost non-existent. Do we break it? I thought about Jordy's question for a second before answering. There's not much point. Anything we could do to weaken the ward will take almost as much time as it would for it to time out on its own. We might as well rest and treat any wounds so we will be ready to hunt her dash. Boom. Boom. B-O-M-B-O-M-B-O-M-B-O-M-B-O-M. I was cut off as a massive series of explosions echoed through the cavern and the path back to the crypt was swallowed by an enormous fireball. By the time the noise quieted down, our path back into the crypt was reduced to large chunks of rubble as part of the ceiling caved in. Chapter 17. Well, we aren't getting out that way. I muttered as I tossed a bit of rubble aside. Immediately after the ward dissipated, everyone went back to the passage leading to the crypt, but Celine had been thorough in her destruction. The entire passage was nothing more than a mound of collapsed stone, and it didn't look like there was a chance we were going to be able to move it by hand. If we were desperate, we could try blowing up the rubble even more, but we were more likely to bring the rest of the cavern's roof down on our heads in the process. No one was panicking just yet, though. The cavern was massive, and the ancient Nords rarely built only one way into places like this. There was bound to be another way out somewhere, but finding it might take a while. Which meant Celine was likely in the wind, scurrying back to the Thalmor and the protection of having enough numbers to ward me off from getting to her. I scowled at the thought, but there wasn't much I could do about it right now. Indeed. The Justicar covered her steps thoroughly. We will need to find another way out. Erica agreed. Thor finally lost the final bit of patience now that it was relatively safe. I'm sorry, what's going on? You just kinda showed up and started fighting, and now we're not. Thalmor were going to kill us. We killed them first. Jordy's explained in her typical blunt manner. Kill us? Why? They were the ones that decided to help me in the first place. They just wanted to use you as a me shield until they found an artifact hidden here. I disabused him of any notion of the Thalmor being remotely reliable. Heard a couple of them talking about it on the way here. They were after the ELD, the thing sealed in the middle of that structure? Thor asked, shock in his voice. At least he had gotten a tiny bit better about blurting things out to everyone in the area. It seemed that he had matured slightly since we had gone separate ways. Sealed in the structure? I suppose its construction is very odd. It would make sense that its purpose would also be different than preserving the honored dead. Erica said thoughtfully. I'm impressed you were able to deduce its function so quickly, however. You must have studied extensively to be so knowledgeable. Why, well, you know what they say. A person's greatest weapon is their mind. Thor lied. Not that Erica noticed. He was too busy wandering back to the circular platform we were on earlier, eager to figure out what had been sealed there, with Jordy's following like a puppy. The first thing we did was relocate the bodies, so there was no risk of them getting in the way. I did notice Thor accidentally placing the hand of one of the corpses on the stone steel in the middle of the platform and wondered what he was up to, until I remembered the first part of undoing the seal was to have a stake driven through your hand. Unfortunately for the Dragonborn, there was more to breaking the seal than donating a little blood and potentially crippling your hand. Now that I had a moment to look around, I saw there were runes all over the place relating to conjuration magic. Or more specifically, relating to different planes of oblivion. The first thing I noticed was a bane regarding anything related to Cold Harbor. If anyone on the platform had any connection to that particular realm, the seal would not release. It wouldn't even recognize someone attempting to do so. A rather clever way to ensure no vampires ever managed to undo the seal, even if they managed to find this place. The next set of runes had something to do with souls. First was the confirmation that whoever was attempting to release the seal had one, which explained why the body Thor used did nothing, and some kind of ritual to siphon off energy and channel it to the center of the structure. I immediately shared that with the others because the last thing I wanted was one of the Nords accidentally getting our souls sucked out because they couldn't keep their hands to themselves. So you know the purpose of this structure then? Erica asked. Yes, but I wasn't going to come out and say that. I have a very good guess. The problem is, whoever created this seal did not want the first random explorer coming through here undoing it. Only someone able to withstand multiple soul drains will be able to release the seal. If anyone else tries, it is almost a guarantee they will die. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Soul drains? I've never heard of such magic. The axe-wielding Nord frowned, looking to Jordy's to see if she knew anything. Me either. Though she was just as clueless. Isn't that what mages use to charge soul gems? Thor asked. I shook my head. You're thinking of a soul trap. It's a bit similar, but instead of capturing a creature's life force and binding it to a gem, a soul drain pulls that energy directly even though the target is alive. Normally I'd say it is impossible to do to a sentient person because they possess a black soul, but whoever designed this proved me wrong. Not that that was especially hard to do. Conjuration and anything that could possibly attract the attention of the Daedra was something I stayed far away from. I knew enough to hold a conversation, but the practicals and limits of that branch of magic were beyond me, and the creator of the structure was clearly a genius of the craft. Will breaking the seal mean one of us will forfeit their soul? Eriker worried, the thought of being denied Sovngarde because his soul was stolen by a ritual clearly unnerving him. Would it be best to just leave the artifact in place then? I shrugged, not letting my true feelings show. I certainly wasn't going to allow an Elder Scroll of all things sit around where the Thalmor could come back for later, but I also wasn't about to volunteer to have my hand impaled. Thankfully, Thor raised his hand to volunteer like the good hero he was. When the others asked why he was confident the ritual wouldn't kill him like it might the rest of us, he simply responded with the fact he was the Dragonborn like it was nothing. You're truly Dragonborn. Then you must be an incredibly accomplished warrior. You will have to share tales of your adventures. We would be fascinated to hear them. I've only known that myself recently and I've been training a lot, but I have some stories. The escape from Helgen, venturing into a tomb to retrieve an artifact, slaying a dragon, and a few others. It's been a busy few weeks. I decided to interrupt before we ended up doing nothing but telling stories. If you don't mind, can we save story time until after we get whatever is hidden here and escape? Spoil sport. I gave Jordy's a look at her mild betrayal for not backing me up. Granted, while she wasn't very talkative, she was still a Nord, and as such seemed to share a cultural love of boasting. So much for girls sticking together. Oh! Breaking the seal was fascinating to watch. Just like I remembered, it started with Thor getting a spike through his hand, though it wasn't as bad as I expected and easily treated. From there, I was overwhelmed by a complex weave of blood and soul magic I don't think anyone alive today had a hope of replicating. From what I could understand, the structure was using Thor's blood and the energy it siphoned to revitalize what I knew was the vampire sealed inside, but it also was using those things to connect to the several braziers I had ignored as simple light sources. That energy was flowing through carved grooves in the floor and doing something. I actually couldn't tell. It was all kinds of frustrating. Whoa, that looks so cool, Thor exclaimed, waving his hand through the air. I looked closer, but there was nothing there. You see something? The Dragonborn turned back to me and waved incredulously at the empty space. Yeah. Do you not see the giant purple wall of flames? I checked with Eriker and Jordy's to make sure, but neither of them saw anything either. Well, it's there, and the flames are stopping in those little depression here. I think we need to move the torch thingies to keep it going. And then the fool moved to do just that before anyone could argue against it. No, wait. The brazier slid forward easily despite being made of stone, obviously more magic at work, and stopped in one of the hollows. The second it did so, Thor stumbled like he had been punched in the chest, gasping for breath for a couple seconds before he recovered. What the hell was that? I warned you to wait. I sighed, outwardly calm though my own heart was beating quickly. The structure is using the energy of your soul to write the unlocking rune. I told you it was basically a series of soul drains, but you just didn't listen. You're just lucky your soul could take the shock or you'd be dead right now. Thor gave the now glowing brazier a nervous look. At least he was smart enough to listen after the fact rather than keep going out of stubbornness. So what is the purpose of this ritual then? If anyone can unlock it by just guessing the arrangement, it can't be that secure. Eriker asked. It's not meant to be secure. The only criteria to undo the seal is a soul strong enough to power the ritual in the first place, and the knowledge of which rune to use along with an impressive number of banes that prevent certain people from even trying. The problem is there are nearly 150 ritual runes, twice that if you consider the reverse runes, and the strain of trying to guess one by one would kill anybody stupid enough to try and brute force it. That's a lot of runes. Jordy's commented. They had their purposes. I said with a shrug. But there is a reason not many bother with them nowadays. Far too complex and not very flexible. Very long-lasting though, obviously. How are we supposed to figure out which one to use then? Well, luckily for us, like I said, whoever made this wasn't interested in keeping everyone out. The correct rune to use is actually written here. I pointed at a seemingly blank space in the runes covering the main stele. The rest of the runes in that line form the alphabet of the runic language. This blank is where Once should be. So we just need to write that out and the seal should break. I guess that means I start pushing? Thor said in a show of bravado, though it was obvious he wasn't eager to be a human dragon battery again. I can tell you how to draw the rune. I agreed. But if you feel like you need to rest, do not push yourself. We can wait a little more for you to recover, but if you overtax your soul, that's it. There is nothing we can do but wait for it to heal naturally or hope a god decides to intervene. So under my instructions, the Dragonborn undid a seal that had probably been in place since the Second Age at least. When the last brazier fell into place, the steel started rumbling before rising out of the ground along with a stone monolith. I imagine it must have looked much more impressive to Thor, since he could actually see the soul energy while I could only vaguely sense the magicka moving through the runes, but even this limited display was an impressive feat of engineering, considering everything still moved smoothly despite centuries without anything resembling maintenance. The pillar came to a halt and Thor walked up to it without a care. I must have missed a trigger because as soon as he got close, half of the pillar fell away, revealing an attractive dark-haired Nordic girl who practically fell into the Dragonborn's arms. What? The girl rasped, voice dry and rough from disuse. Well, hello there, Thor said in a way that screamed he practiced the speech beforehand. I normally don't get pretty girls throwing themselves into my arms, but I'd love to get to know you better. How about it? Everyone, even the newly awakened vampire, just kind of stared at the Dragonborn and his painful flirting. Then Eiríkur and Jordies noticed what the girl was and things got loud. This may take a while, I thought, watching as the three Nords devolved into an argument on what to do with the vampire that we had woken up. Chapter 18. The yelling didn't stop for quite a while. Eiríkur and Jordies wanted to immediately kill the newly awoken vampire, a perfectly sane decision, while Thor was arguing against killing anyone just for what they were. I saw the logic, but was unsympathetic because it was a vampire, and because we might need her to get out of here. The vampire, Serana, was also joining in, as much as she was able since being sealed for Akatosha's knows how many years doesn't leave someone with a lot of spare energy, because she presumably didn't want to die after just waking up, and I just kinda watched. I'd learned long ago that trying to get Nords to calm down when they started yelling was pointless. They either yelled more or a fight broke out. It was much easier to just let them get it out of their systems first. We're agreed then? I asked once they finally stopped. We work together until we are out of the crypt, and then we can all go our separate ways? And I have your word you will leave me unharmed at the end of our escape? Serana asked back. We gave you our word, leech. Eiríkur spat. Don't worry, you're safe here. Thor reassured at the same time. I sighed as the two Nords glared at each other. Jordies and Eiríkur's hero worship died pretty quickly during the first argument, something I was perfectly fine with, but that just meant the two had no reason to hold back their more aggressive opinions anymore. It was pretty obvious that violence was going to break out sooner than later if we didn't get focused, so I turned my attention to the dark-haired Nordic vampire. Any chance you know how to get out of here? Your guess is as good as mine. This place looks pretty different from when I was locked away. She replied. I idly wondered what was different. Had the vampires found an empty cavern to build in, or had the ancient Nords removed some of the structures to build their own tunnels? Or had something else caused the shift in scenery? Why were you locked away, I mean? Thor asked, making all of us look at him with different expressions. Me, with annoyance because I just wanted to get out of here. Eiríkur and Jordies with approval that Thor was at least acting a bit suspicious about the undead. And Serana with caution. That's complicated. And I'm not totally sure if I can trust you. But if you want to know the whole story, help me get back to my family's home. And where's that? My family used to live on an island to the west of Solitude. I would guess they still do. By the way, my name is Serana. Good to meet you, I suppose. Oh! Finding a way out of the cavern turned out to be easier than expected. There were quite a few entrances back into the crypts running along the walls. Finding the right entrance was proving to be much harder as most of them led to dead ends or were blocked after a tunnel collapsed at some point. And the ones that weren't were filled with draugr and some kind of daedric creature that I could only compare to a gargoyle. I wanted to call it anything else because dealing with the vampire princess and her evil dad were checking enough clichés on the list that I was already at my limit, but there was no way around it. ugly as sin, wings, and had a habit of mimicking a statue when no one was around? Gargoyle. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Thankfully, they weren't that much harder to deal with than the Draugr since it seemed they had been locked up in here without anything significant to feed on in the meantime. Even Deidre needed sustenance even if a lack of it wouldn't exactly kill them. Thor, who was currently leading the group, we swapped roles several times to make sure we weren't getting complacent, suddenly stopped and held up a hand. Hold up, we might have more Draugr somewhere. Something was throwing around a lot of ice magic and looks like they caught some of the Thalmor. I sighed in relief once I saw the scene myself. Thank the gods, we're back on the path we took in. And don't worry, Thor, that wasn't Draugr. What was it then? I smiled and patted the Dragonborn on the shoulder as I walked past the frozen Altmare, expressions of shock still visible through the layers of magical frost. Me. Oh! I think everyone perked up once we finally made it back to the entrance. I know I certainly did, even if that meant more blasted cold Skyrim air. Well, at least we didn't need to deal with the weather for more than a few minutes. Night had fallen during the hours we spent trapped inside the crypt, so no one was leaving just yet. I was anxious to get moving, but I wasn't going to commit suicide by trying to go down a mountain in the dark. The Nords agreed with me, so we found ourselves making a temporary camp in the mouth of the crypt where we all pretended to not be watching each other out of the corner of our eyes. Sure, we had all agreed to not try anything until we left the crypt, but no one was going to trust a leech to not take a bite out of someone in the middle of the night, and Serana didn't trust us to not put a sword through her chest in return. So all of us had a rather miserable night. One that only got worse when we finally did make it down the mountain, only to discover Celine had cut the horses loose on her way out, making us spend even more time tracking them down so we could actually make it back to civilization before we froze or starved to death. And even then we ended up being 2 horses short. So lunch was also an awkward affair as we tried to figure out how to split the beasts between us. And you're sure you want to keep traveling with the vampire? I tried one final time to convince Thor to ditch the leech, but he wasn't having it. I can't just leave someone who just woke up to what might as well be a brand new world to her. And since no one wants to leave her own horse, I might as well travel with her. I scoffed because he very well could, but knew. Had to be the hero. And why is everyone ganging up on her? I know, vampire, but she hasn't done anything to anyone here, and for all we know she was in that coffin thing for hundreds of years. Because, I said slowly, like you would to someone far too dense for their own good. She is a Deidre worshipper devoted to the king of rape and strife. She literally has her soul marked by him. If she didn't owe us all a debt for freeing her, she wouldn't hesitate to enslave every one of us and feed us to her kin. She can also hear you, Serana said dryly. Am I wrong? Yes. What kind of lunatic would do that? Your father, for one. Everyone stopped and looked at me, but I was too busy fiddling with my timepiece. Unless I mistimed it or got the ratios wrong, there should only be a minute or so left. Her father? Everyone echoed. Yes, her father. I replied, annoyed. Island of vampires up near Solitude? Must be Castle Fokihar, home of a clan by the same name and led by Harkon Fokihar, the insane vampire that tried to conquer the world before being defeated and retreating to his castle to lick his wounds for a few centuries. Oh, after a move like that, historians made sure to include all kinds of things about him so the peoples of Tamriel wouldn't forget about him. Little details like his family, such as his wife Valerica or his daughter, Serana. Oh man, we are so off the rails here. Thor muttered something, but I was focused on the vampire. My father would not do something like that. Serana hissed furiously, squaring up like she was getting ready to fight. But she was blinking furiously and swaying a little like she was having trouble balancing. Good, didn't mess up then. Jordy's collapsed behind me and Eriker wasn't far behind her. Not surprising considering. What's happening? Thor slurred. Why do I feel so tired? I shrugged. Sleeping potions in the stew, watered down to take some time to kick in but completely unnoticeable. It was a bit tricky to add without anyone noticing, but I managed. WHY, aren't you fallen over then? Stamina potion. I said simply. And I was going to pay for it later. Mixing potions like I did never ends well. So what? Now that I'm helpless, you're going to kill me? Should have guessed an elf would go against their honor. Serana spat bitterly. I glared at her. Don't get sanctimonious with me, leech. I'm not the one running home to Daddy so he can get his hands on an Elder Scroll with instructions on how to end the tyranny of the sun. I even did the air quotes. And I won't kill you, even if you deserve it. I gave you my word after all, but I will be taking the scroll with me. Serana had fallen to her knees during my little speech, and I proceeded to walk up to her and do just that, smacking her limp hand away when she tried to stop me from taking the Elder Scroll. She didn't stop me, and then she lost her battle with consciousness and fell to the ground dead asleep. So I'm gonna take this and the other too, I said out loud to Thor, who was somehow still awake, and shook the scroll at him. Probably going to tie up the leech so she can't do anything if she wakes up first. But I'll also change the agreement we made and leave you 2 horses, so if you want to go separate ways you won't feel guilty about it. Okay. Thor slurred something, but I couldn't make it out. I was just going to assume he agreed. Great. Glad we came to an understanding. I got up and started back towards the camp to find some rope. Oh, and please remember to deal with the dragon problem soon, though maybe go back to Whiterun and hire the companions to give you some training. You'll probably need it. A charged GB large L. Sorry, I'd love to help. But I'm busy stopping some vampires ruining Mundus for the rest of us. I said as I waved goodbye. I had no idea what he said, but I'd like to think he was wishing me luck as he also fell victim to the potion's effects and passed out. Chapter 19, Interlude. Chapter 19, Interlude. Eric Peterson woke up damp, cold, and confused. What the hell had he drunk last night? Then the memories poured back in. The crypt, the fight with the Thalmor and the vampires, meeting the Lin again, rescuing Serana, and then the Lin stealing the Elder Scroll. Right. The Lin had drugged them all and walked off with a quest item that shouldn't have left Serana's possession until he got her back to the castle. Being Iseskai'd into Skyrim was still awesome, but the way the real world suddenly reminded him he was no longer playing the game still sucked. People didn't have convenient dialogue trees letting him know what to say. He actually had to know how to haggle to get a discount at shops, and fast travel didn't exist. Thank God the leveling system and skill trees were still a thing. He never would have managed to survive in this world if they weren't. It wasn't all bad though. Most things played out the same as the vanilla game and the official DLCs, but he had noticed a few mods he had finally decided to try out seemed to be active too. The Lin was the biggest hint about that. She was part of a massive follower mod that allowed new experiences in the main game, but he had only interacted with the gamer in an older save that he had mostly completed, so he didn't know how she would interact with the other quest lines. He had been planning to start a new game to see her early game content when he woke up here. Speaking of followers, he probably should have listened to Lydia when she warned him to not rush off on his own, but his Nordic housecarl was still back in Whiterun overseeing the redecoration of his new house. He couldn't just pick an option from a menu and have a room instantly change anymore. Now he had to hire movers to clear out the room, order the new stuff, and wait for it to be delivered. Or have someone else do it at least. Shit, and Lydia made him promise to be careful while she wasn't around. She must never know about this. Another groan startled Eric out of his own thoughts, and he looked over to see Serana pulling herself up into a sitting position. Ugh, damn that elf. Right, Serana. He couldn't believe how much the Dawnguard plotline had gone off the rails already. Was this because he failed to recruit Thalin as a follower, or was it part of her quest? Eric had no idea if returning Serana to her father was safe anymore without the scroll, and he needed her to get the Vampire Lord skill tree unlocked without going all super edgelord. And he wanted to make sure she was okay. Should probably do that first. You okay? The vampire jumped a bit at the sound of his voice before turning to him with a glare. Left you behind, I see? She spat. What did she rob you of? Eric. No, he had left that name behind when he figured out he was in a new world. Thor tried to give her a charming smile, much easier to do when you don't have crooked teeth, and shrugged. I think she just took the scroll. Do you know what she meant by your father looking to end the tyranny of the sun? She seemed pretty serious about that. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Serana paused. I'm not sure. I know it had something to do with the scroll, but I didn't know the details. That doesn't matter though. I need to get it back. She glanced at Thor. Why did the others leave you behind? I'm not actually part of their group. We were just working together in the crypt when we found you. I mean, I know the Lin from when she helped me escape from a dragon, but we aren't that close or anything. The vampire raised an eyebrow. A dragon? Those were extinct even before I was sealed away. They're kinda coming back. Okay, it seems like there is a lot in the world that has changed. Tell me everything, she demanded. Talking to a hot girl for hours about one of his favorite games? Thor had to hold back a smile. Even with the stupid scripted, fade to black moments, this was so worth it. Oh! Was drugging us necessary? Eriker asked the Lin once they had woken up again. Jordy's thought it was a little petty to do so when the elf was currently hunched over the side of the road, spewing everything in her stomach. But she was also a bit upset with their companion, and a true warrior knows when to take advantage of a weakness, so she said nothing against it. Why, needed to get the scroll away from the vampire before we left. The Lin heaved. It was the best way to do it without fighting. Why? Jordy's asked. They weren't stupid. The Lin didn't seem to want much for riches considering her gear, and she hadn't bothered looting the crypt even though there were probably a decent amount of priceless tomes there as well. So there must be a solid reason for the elf to act in such a way because of the vampire. The vampire we rescued is the daughter of Harkon Fokihar. The short of it is he wants to extinguish the sun, using the prophecy written in that. She waved a hand towards the Elder Scroll, so vampires can feed whenever they want. I wasn't going to let him get anywhere close to that scroll. Couldn't exactly talk about it beforehand either. I don't like gambling on the fate of the world if I can help it. That seemed odd. You seem to be avoiding the Dragonborn quite a bit despite that. It seemed Eriker shared her doubts. Of course he would. He had become a great Thane of the land and had assisted the guard multiple times. Now if only he would. Because getting mixed up with the Dragonborn means getting attention from gods. The Lin interrupted Jordy's thoughts. And the last thing I need is one of the Daedric princes thinking my soul would make a good trinket to collect. Being ageless means they have all the time in the world to try for it too. Jordy's felt that Thalin's reason was weird. Every Nord wanted their names to echo through history, to be remembered in the same breath as Jürgen Windcaller or Iskramor. Then again, how many other tales were there about poor fools that had fallen to the schemes of the Daedra and suffered for it? It made sense then the elf would focus on not drawing attention to herself. So what now? There's still 2 more Elder Scrolls with the prophecy, but I don't think there is a chance Harkon will be able to find them in their current locations. Which means we need to hide this one somewhere he can't find it. And I think I know just the place. The Lin grinned sharply. Jordy's felt rather excited. This was shaping up to be like the start of a grand quest. A Thane of Skyrim thwarting the plans of a thousands-years-old vampire with the help of his trusty companions. And at the end of it, the Thane will finally overcome the challenge his beloved set before him, claiming both her and her heart as rewards for saving the lands and accepting her by his side for their next advent. The 2 of us are the best pair in Skyrim. Right, Jordy's? Eriker tapped her shoulder, breaking her out of her daydream. I suppose. Eriker's shoulders slumped slightly for some reason, and Thalin's mouth was twitching. Jordy's was about to demand the elf explain what was so funny before she spun back around and vomited all over her boots. The Nord decided she was suffering enough, and if whatever was said was that important, Eriker could tell her later. Oh! In solitude deep within ancient catacombs, ribbons of ghostly energy streamed together to form a humanoid figure. Even in death it was clear the figure had been a woman of great beauty. Though it was also clear from the look in her eyes this woman was no stranger to cruel and merciless deeds. Finally, I am free to act once more, the figure mused. Those cretins thought to bind me to their control, but with the ritual disrupted I remain in this realm. It looked down at its spectral body. This form is displeasing though, and it will take time for me to return to a physical form. I will need an army, and how fortunate for me I have the beginnings of one right here. The ghost drifted to the dried remains of one of the other residents of the catacombs. It raised a hand and cast a spell. Magicka surrounded and infused the corpse, causing it to twitch and spasm, before its eyes lit up with an arcane glow. The newly created Draug arose and bowed before its new master, something that pleased the ghost greatly. Far too weak for my liking, but there is no need to rush. Go, it commanded, bring me more corpses to grow my power. The Draug shuffled off into the tombs to obey its order. I will recover my strength for now, and when I am ready, then the entire world will know I have returned. And all will serve Potima, the Wolf Queen. Chapter 20. There were a lot of stereotypes about Nords. Well, most races had a plethora of stereotypes hanging around them, but one thing that was often repeated was that Nords knew how to hold a grudge. I never felt that was more true than when we were slowly plodding westward back towards a settlement. I knew mixing a sleeping and a stamina potion was going to wreck me. I also had been counting on my companions to keep me safe while I recovered, and to be fair they were also just giving me hell in several small ways. Nothing overtly noticeable, and nothing that I could call out without looking stupid. But they made sure to speak just a little louder into my ears, shake me around when securing things a little more, or just ensure I was downwind of any strong scents from spices or food. They only showed a bit of mercy when I vomited all over my boots for the 5th time today. From then on they focused more on the road than torturing me. More hell should be close by. Maybe we should find an inn there instead of camping out again. Damn, I had been zoning out trying to keep my stomach under control. So when Erica actually said something to me instead of trying to mess with my headache, I completely missed it. More hell. Logging town. Could stop for the night. Jordy's repeated for me. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. I decided. Anything to get off this horse for a few hours. It's a nice place for a small city. Erica commented. The last time I ventured out to it was on the hunt for a bandit group that had earned Jarl Torag's ire. Humble folk. Very close to each other, and they seemed distrustful of strangers, but even then times were troubled. Of course things may have changed now, I haven't been there in some time now. But while they may not welcome us with a hero's feast, they should not turn us away. He then went on to tell us about the area, his hunt for the bandit, and the drinking competition he had with a few of the locals. Somehow he missed Jordy's darkening mood when he went on to compliment how impressed he was with one of the girls there for drinking nearly twice more than everyone else and still managing to help him track down the bandits the next day, the unobservant fool. Oh, you weren't kidding when you said they wouldn't be welcoming. I muttered as we walked through the streets. Appearance-wise, Moorhell wasn't anything impressive. Sure, there was a bit of unique charm because of the riverway, but that didn't cover up the fact the locals were staring distrustingly at us from afar. Or how they would usher children back into houses as we passed or avoid us in the streets. Friendly bunch. It was much more welcoming the last time I was here. Erica protested. People change. Not your fault. Jordy said supportively. Well, there's the inn. I said as I spotted the building. Let's find a place for the horses and see if we can get a hot meal and a room for the night. On the way there I noticed there was a gap between some of the buildings. It looked like one of the houses had been burned down somewhat recently, but there were no signs of anyone trying to clear it out so far. It was just left there. Erica and Jordy's also noticed, but beyond some questioning looks there was not much to say. And it wasn't like the locals were going to walk up and volunteer information. We stabled the horses and entered the Moorside Inn. Like the rest of Moorhell, it wasn't exactly a shining example of culture and architecture. In fact, it looked like someone had simply modified their house instead of building an inn. But the fire was warm and the greeting from the bartender made it the most welcoming thing we had come across here. Finally, someone comes in. Kick off your boots, stay a while. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. I got nothing but time these days, a Red Guard woman said as they walked in. Looking around, I saw no one else in the place. Odd for an inn, especially this time of day. Even if no one was renting a room, they might stop by for a meal or a drink. Slow day, I asked, approaching the bar and ordering a bottle of wine for myself. The Nords predictably ordered mead. You're the first new faces I've seen all week, the woman said. So what can I interest you in? I don't suppose you have a couple rooms available then? The woman cocked an eyebrow skyward. Do you see anyone else here? Just asking. After a bit of half-hearted haggling, we settled on a price for 2 rooms and some food. It was actually pretty good considering the owner, Jonna, wasn't actually expecting customers to stop by and order every night. But once we were full, it was time to turn in for the night for all of us. Jordy's and I sharing a room and Eriker getting one to himself. We all agreed the Jarl deserved to know about the vampire activity nearby and to keep a lookout even if it seemed strangers weren't exactly just passing through. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Oh! I was really glad we decided to visit a town the next day. A storm had swept by overnight, and it had been just warm enough to be rain instead of a nice gentle snow. Now everything was wet, cold, and dreary with little sign of that changing. Camping would have been miserable. Your friend's not up yet? Jonna asked, leaning over the bar across from me after she appeared from one of the other rooms. I closed the book I was reading and shook my head. They're already out. Wanted to give the Jarl a warning about what we've been dealing with recently. You didn't join them? No reason to. Eriker is perfectly willing to tell her and is a thane of solitude. If your Jarl doesn't take him seriously, they aren't going to be convinced by me. I wouldn't worry about that. Jarl Idgrod will listen. Don't know if she'll do anything about it, but she'll listen. I shifted to look at her a little better. You sound like you know her pretty well. Speak to the Jarl often. Innkeepers didn't often know people like that personally. It happened, but it was rare. Jonna shook her head though. No, not me. But my brother, Falion, works as her court wizard. He talks about her sometimes. Oh! Did he learn around here? She scowled. No, we used to travel all over the place. Wound up at the Mages College for a little while, but Falion didn't like what was going on there, so we left. Then we came here and he decided to stay. So here we are. That wasn't terribly surprising. A lot of mages tended to wander from place to place looking for things to learn. Many of them only settled down once they couldn't travel anymore or found something specific to study. But a normal woman. You never felt like leaving? Not really. Sure, I miss going to new places, but Falion's family. She said simply. And for some people that was enough. I felt a pang of envy that this woman was strong enough to decide that settling down in a place she was clearly bored in was more important than continuing to travel just because of her brother. So I shifted the conversation to more mundane things. We noticed a house burned down nearby on our way in. There a story behind that? If Jonna looked mildly annoyed about settling in Morthal, now she looked outright disgusted. Yeah, there's a story behind it all right. Used to be Hroger's house. It burned down not too long ago. It's a real pity about his wife and kid. The screams woke half the town. Most folk won't go near it now for fear it's cursed. Which meant the two hadn't survived. Poor man must be devastated. How did it start? Hroger claims it was a hearth fire. But some folks say Hroger started it himself. Jonna said darkly. Hard to figure out who to trust though. Many of those folk like accusing Falion of sacrificing children or eating human hearts. They think he would murder his family though? I asked aghast. That's what they say. She shrugged. See, he's living with Alva now. That started the day after the fire. It ain't right, moving in with a new love the day after your kin die like that. Maybe he wasn't so devastated then. But then again, maybe she was just helping out a friend? He needs a place to sleep after all. I pointed out, but the innkeeper didn't hesitate to disabuse me of that. Not likely. Alva is very free with her affection. Hroger was stepping out with her long before the fire, showering her with gifts and affection. His wife, well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. The mood had clearly turned far too heavy for so early in the day, especially with the weather like it was. So I had Jonna tell me about her time traveling and shared some of my own stories in return while I waited for Eriker and Jordy's to get back. Something about Jonna's story regarding Alva stuck out to me though. I just couldn't put a finger on it though. Oh, the Jarl hired us for a job. I waited a few seconds for Jordy's to expand on that statement, but when she stayed silent I sighed and turned to Eriker. We talked to Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone about the nearby vampires, and she says she had seen something similar happening in visions of late. She is apparently a mystic of some power. When we bid her to be on guard for more troubling things happening in the area, she mentioned the burned house nearby. There is rumor Hroger killed his family to be with his new lover. I heard a bit about it from Jonna. The Jarl wants you to investigate. Yes, she cannot leave the death of a child uninvestigated, but the locals have made up their minds regardless of the truth. She cannot move without understanding if this was an unfortunate tragedy or the work of a murderer. And a Thane from another hold would be perfect to investigate without bias, as long as he didn't just make a decision on rumors. And if he did that anyway, the Jarl could hardly be blamed for her decision based on unworthy information from an outsider, now could she? The more bitter side of me added, "Okay, do we have a plan?" Oh! The answer turned out to be yes, but not much of one. We went and tried to investigate the area, the people that were woken by the fire, and whatever information on Hroggr we could. Well, I said we, but it was mostly Erikr and Jordies. The townsfolk were much more likely to talk to a Nord than a Bosmer. As a Thane, Erikr had actually been a part of investigations in the past, but that was when he had the support of the locals. Here, whenever we approached someone, we were met with suspicion and distrust. It made actually collecting facts difficult, to say the least. Those that were willing to talk were not always the most helpful either. Some were more willing to spread stories about what happened than actual fact. Thankfully, Jordies was remarkably skilled at picking out lies. We were told stories that ranged from simple accidents such as Hroggr's wife spilling bear fat into the fireplace to the man deliberately setting the fire out of lust for Alva. Some were convinced it was Falion's fault, caused by unnatural magic. Oddly, no one seemed to think Alva would have been the one to set the fire or the type to have even suggested it. Whenever the possibility was brought up, people immediately denied it as unthinkable. So, after a day of learning little, we returned to the Moorside Inn. Conversation between the three of us was limited. We were all frustrated at our lack of progress. Then, the door to the inn opened and a woman glided inside. I'm not particularly vain or self-conscious about my looks. You really can't be too hung up on your appearance when you delve into forgotten tombs and ruins for a job, but this woman was easily one of the most beautiful humans I had ever seen. If this was Alva, no wonder people weren't surprised Hroggr would be willing to kill his family to be with her. Why? Good evening, Jonna. What can I get ya, Alva? The innkeeper returned. What can't you get me, sweetie? The dark-haired Nord purred. Well, if that's how she spoke normally, I shouldn't be surprised people considered her free with her affection. Made a bit more sense why they thought she wouldn't be behind the fire either. Alva didn't immediately strike me as the jealous type. More likely to invite others to join and then demand exclusivity. Did you want something to eat? Eat? No, I don't think I'm hungry. Not now, at least. Right. Okay, tell me if you change your mind. After that interesting, if short, conversation, Alva walked up to our table, swinging her hips the whole way. Well, aren't you the handsome one? You and I should spend some time together, she said, immediately securing Jordies as an enemy. It's not often we get interesting visitors. We heard you were with Hroggr from the townsfolk. I said first, mostly to prevent Jordies from doing something violent. Even say he burned down his house for you. Do they? How delightful. I'm lucky to have a man that is so devoted to me, Alva said happily. But he's always so tired lately. I need someone with a little fire in their blood. He wouldn't need to know if we spent time together. Or drink together. I doubt he would even care. You won't find that here. Jordies snarled. That's so? Too bad. But then again, maybe the elf would be more open to a friendly invitation. She started reaching out to caress my hair. You're so pretty. I'm sure all the men chase after you. I grabbed her wrist before she touched me and firmly moved her hand away. Flattered, but it's late and we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, I said politely. Perhaps another time. Something flashed in Alva's eyes, but it was gone before I could recognize it. Of course. I heard you were the ones looking into the fire. Terrible accident, such a shame. I'm sure you will clear Hroggr's name soon. When you do, you must join us for a meal. It's the least we could do as thanks. We would be happy to, Miss Alva, Erikr said out of nowhere. The duty of a Thane is to see the people of Skyrim safe. Wait a se dash. Now fare the len. He interrupted me by placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. It would be rude to reject such an offer. He turned back to Alva. But our friend is right. Excuse us for now and have a pleasant night. Neither Jordy's nor I said anything as we headed back to our rooms while Alva waved us goodbye. But the second Eriker closed the door, Jordy's rounded on him. "You're worried." "Why?" Eriker looked grim. "We spent all day asking about her and Hroger, yet we couldn't find hide nor hair of them all day. Yet, she approaches us soon as night falls? We have seen a lot of activity from vampires lately. I do not like the coincidence. It might be precisely because we have encountered so many vampires you feel that way," I pointed out, mostly as Deidre's advocate. According to the townsfolk, she grew up here all her life and never left for any long stretches of time. If she was a vampire, there should be more incidents regarding people going missing. "Recently turned?" Jordy's questioned. "Possibly, but who would have turned her?" "Fair points, both of you." Eriker nodded along. "But no matter our concerns, we are unlikely to discover the truth with the little information we have now. We should sleep, and tomorrow we will investigate the ruins of the house. Perhaps we will learn more there." Chapter 21. We left the inn just before dawn in an effort to maximize the time we could spend poking around the ruined house before the townsfolk started poking their heads into things. With how especially distrusting of outsiders the people of Morhel were, I wanted to make sure I had plenty of time to work without someone acting like I was minutes away from killing them all and stealing their belongings getting in the way. Unfortunately, I wasn't even sure if a long investigation was going to be any help here. The fire that had destroyed the house had been days ago, and it was entirely possible there simply wasn't anything to find anymore. I can't say I've had the pleasure of working with a mage on an investigation like this before. Eriker commented as we made our way around the outside of the ruins. "Is there some kind of spell you can use to determine who is at fault?" I rolled my eyes at that. Magic wasn't so convenient that you could just ask a question and get an answer. "No, but I think my wilderness skills will be more useful to us here." I pointed at one of the ruined walls. "Look there, see how the outside of this wall is unburned? You can see that the fire spread inside the house and was put out before it could spread outside. The townspeople did mention Hroger said the fire started from his wife spilling bear fat in the hearth." Eriker mentioned. "Right, but if you look over here," I pointed at the top of a different section of wall. "Both the inside and the outside are burned, but it looks like they burned evenly, like a candle." "Is that important?" Jordy stiffened. "If the fire was from the inside, one part should be burned more." I nodded. "Exactly. Now, it could simply be that a jumping spark created a new fire, but it could mean that there were multiple fires set at once. We might be able to tell from the burn marks inside." Actually getting inside was a bit trickier than we were expecting. My mage light ensured we could see perfectly fine, but there were broken boards and bits of roof remaining that covered the ground and made our footing hazardous. What we saw inside wasn't the most encouraging either. The fire had very clearly devastated the inside of the house, but it was hard to tell exactly how it spread. People had come and shifted things around, either removing the bodies of the two killed in the fire or removing whatever valuables that survived. Most of the clues we were hoping to find had probably been destroyed in the process. Well, it probably wasn't an accident. I eventually decided and shook my head helplessly. I'm seeing several signs that there could have been several deliberately set fires, but it's been covered up by the moved debris. Let's just check the last corner and move on. I don't think we will find much here. A section of roof had fallen in a way that blocked us from seeing anything but pieces of crushed furniture underneath it. I helped Eriker pull from one side while Jordy's pushed from the other. When I heard her breath hitch and saw her draw her sword, though, both of us quickly dropped the bit of roof and moved to see what had bothered her. And I had to say, I couldn't exactly blame her for her reaction. Sitting on a blackened bed was a small girl, and I could see right through her. Well then, I wasn't expecting a ghost when we decided to poke around. I said soberly. Ghosts tended to form for many reasons: strong attachment to a location, curses, mages spiritually locking themselves to an object or projecting themselves, or for a number of other reasons. Children almost never formed ghosts because they rarely met the conditions to create one naturally. That we found one here almost guaranteed something more was afoot. What do we do? Jordy's whispered when the ghost girl made no indication that she noticed 3 people around her. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. I don't know. Whenever I heard tales of ghosts in the past, it was about wailing spirits, not inattentive children. Erica whispered back. Are ghost children dangerous? Not generally. I hedged. Even the most dangerous of spirits tend to be weaker than they were in life, though there are exceptions. I don't think that would apply to a little girl, though. So what do we do? Talk to her, I guess? I looked between the two Nords and shrugged. Maybe we'll get lucky and she can tell us what happened. No one came up with a better idea, so I cautiously approached the girl after I cast a few wards for safety. No need for one of us to end up possessed if this was a trap. Hello there, can you hear me? I called out softly to the ghost. Who are you? Oh. I'm Helgi, the child said absently. But father says I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Are you a stranger? Did she not realize she was dead? Your father Hroggr, right? If he told you that he's a smart man. Her ghostly features brightened. Do you know him? He made my favorite dolly, but I can't find her. Then she frowned again. Are you sure you're not a stranger? Jordy's prodded me from behind. Ask about the fire. She prompted. She's right. Erica agreed. We might not get another chance like this. If the girl could point us at the culprit, we could investigate them and get justice for Helgi. No, I'm not a stranger. I lied. I'm a friend looking into what happened to your house. Do you know what happened? Helgi hunched in on herself. The smoke woke me up. I was hot and I was scared, so I hid. Then it got cold and dark. I'm not scared anymore. But I'm lonely. Her pale eyes looked hopefully into my own. Will you play with me? Gods damn it. I wasn't going to be able to say no to that. Sure, Jordy's poked me again. But if I do, will you tell me how the fire started? I can do that. Helgi brightened up again. Okay, let's play hide and seek. You find me and I tell you. But we have to wait till nighttime. The other one is playing too, and she can't come out until then. Erica cursed at the near confirmation of a vampire being involved. And I felt a cold rage fill me as I put together how a child became a ghost. The leech must have done something to the girl for her to remain on this plane. And if Helgi was now damned to Cold Harbor because of the parasite, I would take my time killing it before it could join her in that realm. Who do you mean? I tried to keep any of the rage I was feeling out of my voice, but it was a near thing. I can't tell you, she might hear me. Helgi cried. She's so close. But if you can find me before she does, then I can tell you. Her outline began to dissipate, and I felt a flash of panic. No, wait. But it was too late. The child ghost faded away, leaving the three of us alone in the ruins of the house. Erica was the one to break the silence. We need to speak to the Jarl, he said grimly. Oh, so it is certainly murder then? Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone asked gravely. Yes, I've been informed by my companion that the presence of a spirit is usually a sign of dark intentions. Even more so for the spirit of a child. Erica replied. And you're certain it wasn't Hroggr? Helgi, the child, referred to the other as female. We can't be sure that person is the one who set the fire or was involved in some other way, but the Lin is convinced that Hroggr couldn't have caused the ghost of his daughter to remain and cause her to appear so lucid. I only half listened to the conversation between Erica and the Jarl. While important, it was mostly a formality for us, and we would likely need to try tracking down the other one tonight. It was a nicer experience than the last time I needed to talk to a Jarl, though. Working with a Thane ensured we were allowed access to the meeting hall almost immediately and no nosy housecarls poking around my weapons. Of course it could just be because Morhal was much smaller than Whiterun and Jarl Idgrod simply didn't need such security. She could also simply believe that the handful of guards and her court wizard were enough to deal with the three of us. She is right. It would be extremely rare for a spirit to form naturally. Even more so for one so young. The court mage, Falion, confirmed. This other, you mentioned, must be the cause. He turned to me, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Do you have much experience in conjuration? Not many are knowledgeable about spirits and how they appear. Usually only summoners and necromancers care to learn. I don't. I replied. I just picked some things up learning how to avoid the attention of things from other realms. I see. Then you are a smarter and much rarer practitioner than I first believed. Enough, Falion. You may continue a scholarly discussion after this incident has been resolved. Jarl Igrod interrupted. What must we do next? The spirit said we needed to wait for nightfall. Until then, there is not much we can do since there was no more evidence in the remains of the house. Erikr said. But from what she said, the other is close by. Based on this and some encounters not far from here, we believe this may be the work of a vampire. A vampire? Are you certain? No, but the circumstances fit closer than we'd like. Then it is even more crucial we can find Helgi's spirit first. Do you have any leads? Spirits tend to appear in areas that have meaning to them. I replied, either that or areas with large amounts of energy to sustain them. Places like favorite playgrounds or hiding spots would fit for a child spirit, but we aren't familiar enough with the girl to know where those would be. The surrounding marshes would also be a possibility. The energies there would make it trivial for a spirit as Miss Thelin described to manifest. Falion added, I would be happy to comb the areas around the city to ensure nothing unsettling is occurring there. The marshes were a focus point for Majika? I hadn't gotten that impression, but I also hadn't gone all that close to them. It would be helpful. Also, maybe you could spare a local familiar with Helgi? It would make searching for her ghost much faster. Jarl Igrod nodded. I'll have Thonar escort you. His son Verkmund and Helgi were friends, and the families were known to be close. He can take you to the places Helgi might be. My thanks, Jarl. Erikr pressed a fist to the middle of his chest. We will do everything we can to make sure this ends tonight. Then the gods be with ye. Chapter 22. This is the bridge Helgi and Verkmund would play under in the warmer months. They liked to play with the crabs and try to catch a fish or two barehanded. The sun had long set over the horizon, and we had followed our local guide all over the town looking for any sign of the child ghost, but we hadn't gotten a single glimpse of her. The guide, Thonar, had shown us every nook and cranny he knew of, even giving us some tales about the kids along the way. It doesn't look like she is here either. Thonar sighed. No, it doesn't. I don't know where else to look, though. My wife might have known more. Children can never seem to hide things from their mothers, but she disappeared to join the Stormcloaks. I assume so. One day she just vanished without a trace. The Nord side again. This damn war, but then Leolette always did have the quicker temper between the two of us. I just hope she manages to come back to me and Verkmund. I don't want my boy to grow up without a mother. None of us really had anything to say to that. Wars attracted many warriors seeking glory and fame. Not everyone returned from them. They also scarred many that never even stepped on a battlefield. Next spot? Thonar shook his head. This was the last spot I knew. We should head back. Maybe that mage found something. Hold on, there is one more spot we should check before going back. I interrupted. The three Nords present turned to face me. If Helgi hasn't decided to haunt a place that has meaning to her, it's likely because she is bound to an object instead. An object? I nodded to Thonar. It's rarer, but still possible. The more attached the person was to it in life, the larger the chance it has. Most of the girl's belongings were destroyed in the fire. Erikr pointed out. Where would we even begin looking for something that wasn't in the house that she was attached to? I smiled grimly. By looking for the thing we all leave behind when we depart from this realm. Where's the girl's body buried? Oh! The two of them were buried just up ahead. Thonar said as we made our way back towards the burned ruins of the house. Hroggr decided that was best. We thought he was going to make a gravesite. That was before he moved in with Alva, though. They were given full rights, though? Erikr asked. Yes, Hroggr wasn't that far gone, gods be praised. Were you friends? Our wives would talk. At least, before Leolette left they did. You mentioned that. I spoke up. That you thought she went to join the Stormcloaks. Was there anything strange about her before that? Any hints she was preparing to leave? What's it to you, elf? There was the racism. Frankly, I was surprised it hadn't shown up earlier. I was saved from needing to respond by Erikr placing a calming hand on the other man. She means nothing by it. Thelin is new to Skyrim and very curious. And unfortunately, the war is the most interesting around. Well, at least until the dragons started showing up. Guess that's the truth of it for outsiders. Thonar grumbled. The strangest thing was she began to spend a lot of time with Alva. Yet just a week before, she despised her. In fact, The night she disappeared, she was supposed to meet Alva. Alva told me later that she never showed up. I never got to tell her goodbye. You don't think Alva might have lied? Or done something to her? I asked. What? No, of course not. Alva would have never done something like that. The rejection was immediate and heartfelt, and completely unnatural. Thonar was obviously devastated by his wife leaving but wouldn't even consider Alva, the woman his wife until recently hated, had anything to do with it, even as a possibility. Jordy's and I shared a look. That was something to look into later. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. As we moved closer to the location of the graves, I noticed that something was bothering me. Focusing on that feeling, I realized that there were no sounds from any smaller nocturnal creatures around us. In fact, now that I was paying attention, I could hear the faint scraping of metal over earth and rocks. Someone else was out here. I motioned everyone to stop and listen. It took a bit, but each of them were able to hear it too. Stay here and wait for our signal to come out. I told Thonar seriously. It may just be a grave robber, but just in case it isn't and we can't handle whatever is up ahead, you need to run and inform the Jarl that she needs the guards to come here. All right, I'll wait here then. I nodded to Erikr and Jordy's, and the three of us began to creep forward. I was in front with my bow nocked and ready. Jordy's was behind me with her Stalrim sword already drawn, and Erikr, being the loudest one of us, brought up the tale. There were no lights up ahead. The only thing I could see was a shadowed figure hunched over a mound of dirt and the dark shape of a coffin. At the sight of someone desecrating a coffin, one of a child no less, I was prepared to kill them immediately. I had the arrowtip lined up on their back within a second, and only a warning grip from Jordy stopped me. Capture first, she whispered. I merely nodded back. The swordswoman turned and motioned to Erikr to approach from a ways off, leaving Jordy's and I concealed. And what, by the gods, do you think? He started, striding out into the open only to be cut off as the figure turned and hissed at him, revealing a female Nord with red eyes glowing in the night. Vampire. The hiss turned into a pained snarl as my arrow buried itself into her shoulder despite her attempt to dodge. A second one tore into her knee half a second later. The vampire must have been young to have been so easily crippled, but young and wounded did not mean harmless, and the two warriors made sure to treat the vampire with the caution it deserved as they slowly circled closer. It snapped and cursed at us, but in the end, it was completely unable to escape. Soon it was on the ground bleeding from multiple wounds and all but helpless to resist us from capturing it. I had just taken my eyes off the vampire to retrieve some rope when all of the sudden Thonar burst out of the brush with a crazed look in his eyes. Leolette? Leolette! Unhand her, you bastards! He cried and threw himself at Erikr. The Thane was caught completely by surprise at the unexpected assault from our guide and stumbled back until he tripped over the fallen vampire. In a last desperate move, the female creature lunged towards his neck. Erikr was able to ward her off, but the renewed flailings were a considerable danger. Jordy's, handle the vampire, I've got Thonar. I cried as I tackled the interfering Nord away from the other scuffle. Thonar might have been larger than I was, but I was far more experienced and better trained. That didn't stop the damned man from making it difficult. He was doing everything in his power to throw me off and rush to the creature that used to be his wife. Leolette, please, someone stop them. Murderers. He howled into the night before I punched him across the jaw. Look at her, you god's damned fool. I barked. Does that look like your wife? I wrenched his head around so he could see the creature straining against Erikr and Jordy's, fangs dripping with bloody saliva and eyes ablaze with hunger. What? No, that can't be. She's a vampire. Yes. Now stop getting in our way or I'll kill you right now. Thankfully for him, Thonar collapsed at the revelation, and I wasted no jumping off him and sprinting to aid my companions. Jordy saw me coming and quickly shifted her weight, so I had an open target to kick the vampire in the ribs and finally get it off Erikr. Dazed from the impact, it wasn't able to resist as Jordy's shoved a length of rope between her teeth and gagged her while Erikr and I worked to restrain her limbs. It was rough, brutal, and quick despite feeling like it went on for several minutes, but in the end we captured the vampire with minor injuries. despite the interference of our guide. She can't be a vampire. She just can't. Thonar was muttering to himself. I felt bad for him, truly I did. But it was hard to muster any sympathy when he nearly got one of my companions injured after ignoring my orders. What were you thinking? You could have gotten us all killed. I spat at the idiot, magic dancing at my fingertips, only to be held back by Eriker. Peace, Thelin. Harming him won't do anything. Let's hear what he has to say. I heard screaming, and I recognized the voice. It was my Leolette, but how? She was turned by another vampire. Eriker said gravely. One that must still be close by. Alva saw her last. Jordy's mentioned, bringing up the fact Leolette was going to see the woman before disappearing. You think Alva, but that means. Ye gods. You think Alva is a vampire? We can't ignore the possibility. Eriker stated. No, you're wrong. You must be wrong. Leolette may have met her fate out in the marsh. I refuse to believe Alva had anything to do with this. There is no way you can prove it to the Jarl. Thonar objected, once again seemingly unable to suspect the woman. There was definitely some sort of mental effect going on. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? I said, ignoring that for now. I'll do a quick search for the spirit, then we can get this one back to the Jarl. She can decide what happens to her. I left my companions with the prisoner and our guide because I absolutely did not trust him. The last thing we needed was the vampire escaping out of some misplaced sense of duty. I approached the site where Leolette had been digging. Sure enough, it was Helgi's. You found me, the child spirit said cheerfully when I got close enough. Leolette was trying to find me too, but I'm glad you found me first. Leolette was told to burn Mommy and me, but she didn't want to. Leolette thought she could take me and keep me, but she can't. I'm all burned up. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while now. Okay, little one. I said softly, making sure to keep the black rage I felt out of my voice. Sleep. We'll make sure the one behind this pays for what they've done. I didn't get a reply. Oh! We made sure to impress upon Thonar how important it was that no one learned what happened at the gravesite. Thankfully, he had calmed down some and was able to understand how important it was that the master vampire behind what happened to his wife didn't learn they had been discovered. So we were able to make it back to the Jarl's mansion with no one the wiser, and Leolette was safely stored in the prisons under the court mage's watch. Of course, since this all occurred in the middle of the night, we all retired for a few hours of rest until the Jarl and the rest of her court was awake and ready to discuss next steps. And this is confirmed? Leolette is a vampire. Idgrod asked when we were able to meet. It is. I've checked it myself. Thalion replied to his Jarl. Though it might not be too late for her. The condition might be reversible. I request you permit me to attempt to cure her. I shook my head at that. Sure, vampirism could be cured if acted on quickly enough, but Leolette had gone far beyond that point. Her soul was marked by Molag Bal. There was no hope for her, but I doubted they wanted to admit that. The old Jarl thought it over for a while before eventually nodding. Very well, you may try. But if you fail, it will fall to you to end her mortal suffering. Thalion nodded. I understand. And now for you, Thane Eriker. Idgrod turned to us. You have done what I asked of you and discovered the culprit behind the fire. For that I will be glad to reward you along with my thanks. Jarl Idgrod, with respect, this task isn't done. Eriker protested. We suspect there is another vampire in the city. We cannot simply stop now. Idgrod held up a hand. You have done as I asked, and you are correct, this is not over. I heard what you explained to my steward about Alva being a potential vampire. I have sent a few of my guards to bring her here. If this is the truth, we will find out when they return. Dragging a vampire through town in the middle of the day? I felt bad for the guards. That was going to end in bloodshed. Sure enough, barely an hour after we were informed the guards were going to confront Alva, an injured man stumbled through the door even as another guard was trying to bandage the several deep scratches on his arms. It was true, my Jarl. Alva was a vampire. We investigated the house and found her in a coffin in the basement. Both Frogger and her resisted and were killed in the confrontation. We found this among the belongings. The guard handed over a small leather-bound book. A journal or diary by my guess. I see. Idgrod said as she flipped through the pages. This is very disturbing. A coven of vampires hiding in the marsh. She turned to our group. As I said, you have completed what I asked of you, but knowing what we are about to face, will you still aid us? Of course we will. Erica declared with zero hesitation alongside Jordy's nod. I wasn't expecting anything less of my companions. Then we will gather a group to eradicate this nest. Take what time you can and rest. I will send a messenger when they are ready to depart. Diving into another den of vampires. At this point it was starting to become a habit. Then again there were definitely less rewarding habits out there than seeing that scum removed from Mundus. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. It was mid-morning when the volunteers for clearing out the vampire nest left Morhal, and frankly I was concerned. In true Nord fashion, even the townsfolk joining us all seemed passingly familiar with a sword or an axe, but only a handful had anything resembling proper armor. Many of them looked like they were relying on thick cloth instead of leather, hide, or metal. Certainly good enough for the occasional wild animal or thief, not so much for what I was expecting in the nest. But there was nothing I could really do about it either. These people were going to defend their homes and families. They weren't going to just give up because an outsider told them it would be dangerous. For their sake, I hoped the nest wasn't too dangerous. Of course, a lot of that required us actually finding the nest. Alva's journal was pretty helpful there. Before her transformation, the woman had been pretty through exploring the marshes and detailing the romantic encounter she would have there with the one destined to take her away from Morhal. The level of detail she went into managed to narrow down the location for the locals enough that we had a starting point. From there it was just a matter of carefully inspecting the landscape for where the nest could be hiding. As one of the few people there with actual tracking experience, I was scouting ahead of the group for any sign of the vampires. It was exactly as hard as I was expecting. There weren't any existing trails or landmarks leading up to their front door or anything, so I was forced to hunt for game trails or any signs of disturbances. Broken reeds, trampled down grass, discarded items, signs of groups passing through, anything like that. Eventually, my diligence was rewarded. A small trail that looked regularly used by a few people eventually led to a cave entrance in the middle of nowhere. At first glance it looked like the kind of place you would find a bear or perhaps a troll, but as I got closer I noticed a particular smell lingering around the entrance. It wasn't the foul stench of a troll or the musk of an animal. It was the rich, coppery smell of blood. And there must have been a lot of it spilled recently for the smell to be so obvious. I think I found the lair. Oh! It was almost dusk by the time everyone managed to follow me back to the lair, and I sincerely hoped we weren't relying on a stealth attack. The Nords made enough noise trekking through the wilderness to wake the dead. But that wasn't the issue I was most concerned with. No, the biggest challenge now was the fact that our small army of 50 or so volunteers had been wandering around the wilderness for most of the day by now, and the battle fervor they had worked themselves into had long passed, which meant they were starting to realize what descending into a vampire lair truly meant. We should surround the entrance and wait for morning. One of the men suggested. The bloodsuckers inside will be awake soon. We should wait so we have the advantage. Why even go inside? A large enough fire could smoke them out. Another suggested to some approval. Now that their blood was no longer boiling, the Nords were hesitating from taking that one final step into the dark where monsters lurked. And I couldn't completely fault them. Many of the volunteers were townsfolk or guards that would have dealt with bandits or thieves at most. But unfortunately for them, we couldn't afford to wait. The leeches will most likely be aware of us soon, if they aren't already. I raised my voice loud enough to address everyone present. And they aren't going to just cower in their cave waiting for us to kill them at our leisure. They will attempt to escape, whether by killing us all in the dead of night or by slipping away through another exit in their lair. We can't afford to give them the time to plan their actions through. The Lin is right. Erica didn't hesitate to back me up. We have the advantage. This Muvarth and his ilk might be damned creatures of the night, but they're unprepared for us. Unprepared for the sons and daughters of Morthal here to smite them. That injected a bit of fire into everyone, but not enough that they were just going to charge into the cave at his order. Erica recognized that. We have no idea what lies in wait for us once we head inside, but we also must consider the vampires trying to cowardly sneak away in the confusion. Everyone not joining us in the attack should set up a guard here to make sure nothing escapes once we go in. That put many of our tagalongs at ease. Now they had a way out of fighting without looking like an idiot or a coward now that the fighting was just minutes away. Not that everyone felt the same. They may be cowards, but I'm not, Thoner said, angrily sweeping a hand over the group. I'll go with you. The man had been furious ever since the discovery of his wife being turned into a vampire. That hatred was now on full display and was the final tipping point for many in the group. Battle cries and prayers to the gods broke out as the townsfolk whipped themselves back into a frenzy. I'd say you got them motivated, I commented to Eriker and turned towards the cave. Now to deal with them. Oh! Keep together and focus on defense first, I shouted as I plunged my longsword into the chest of a vampiric thrall. Work together and bring them down one by one. I was doing my best to direct the Nords. But Nords being, well, Nords meant that most of my attempts fell of deaf ears as one of them decided to run ahead now and then in some near-suicidal expression of glory-seeking. Especially now that Eriker had gotten some of them so riled up that they were more berserkers than random citizens at the moment. We'll deal with the vampires. Everyone else handle the thralls, Eriker added from the front of the group. He and Geordies were mostly the ones to blame for a person or two running off on their own. The Thane and Sword Maiden were an effective team, and they were constantly moving forward despite the lesser vampires targeting them. It was an encouraging sight, and it made our small army eager to try emulating them, but enthusiasm and daring were poor replacements for training and proper gear. Most of the ones that tried copying them ended up needing rescue or wound up injured. At least when they didn't simply die. I had seen 3 rush out only to get killed from the side when they passed a previously unseen enemy, and I'm sure more had fallen elsewhere. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. I thrust my left hand out and poured a torrent of flames into one of the small tunnels branching off the main cavern we had found ourselves in to both kill the vampire I saw hiding in the shadows and prevent a couple of idiots from rushing headfirst into it, followed by an exploding fireball. I was pleasantly surprised when 3 more flaming leeches ran out of the crevice and were quickly hacked to pieces. It was good to see, but not something I could afford to slow down for. We needed to find the master vampire in this mess and kill him before he could slip away. If he did, this entire thing would just start up again once we left. The Lin this way. We have the bastard. Eriker's voice rang out above the sounds of combat, even as I stabbed another thrall through the heart. I turned just in time to see my companions heading towards another tunnel on the other end of the cavern. When did they get over there? There were nearly a dozen thralls, skeletons, and other undead in the cavern. I didn't have time to think about it, though. There was a master vampire and gods know what else just up ahead. I couldn't leave them to take that on by themselves. I was running to join up with them before they made it too far. The rest of the Nords would simply need to take care of themselves until we made it back. Oh! When I caught up to Eriker and Geordies, I was greeted by an unusual sight. Unlike the previous room, which had been mostly left as a natural cave, this new area was partially floored with wood planks and furniture, some of which looked pretty high quality, which looked incredibly out of place next to the dirt-covered cave floor that still was very evident. The master vampire, Muvarth, had apparently decided his lair being invaded by a small army was less important than finishing his meal as he sat at the head of a long table sipping on a goblet filled with a red substance while 2 more vampires stood behind him. So you're the ones who invaded my lair? Unfortunate. I was hoping it would be someone capable of withstanding my frustration for a while. Do you have any idea how many years of planning you have ruined? The vampiric Imperial asked us as he tossed his cup away. And who does it end up being? Some half-wit mercenaries. All of you know I am a proud Thane of Solitude, vampire. Eriker bristled. And this is the last day you draw a breath. I've heard that particular speech far too many times to count. Yet, here I remain. Muvarth replied in a bored drawl. I stepped forward before Eriker could get more riled up, a spell already forming in my offhand. I'll deal with him. You both focus on the 2 in the back. You won't need help? Geordies asked, but she was already eyeing up the vampire closest to her. I released my spell and a wave of magicka washed over me, giving my skin a dull gray shine. I should be okay for a bit. But Movith was one of the best hand-to-hand instructors in the Fighters Guild, and an excellent vampire hunter before he was turned. Oh! You recognize me then? Muvarth Peakwine, unless you just happen to share his name. You're rather infamous for wiping out several vampire clans only to be tricked and turned into one yourself. I replied. He scowled and shoved the table aside with one hand. Of course it's that oblivion-damned book. Just for that I'm going to enjoy killing you. Before I could reply, the room burst into activity. Moving at some unseen signal, the two vampires behind Muvarth went on the attack. One of them shot an ice spike that was blocked by Jordy's shield while the other tried to coat Eriker in a sheet of frost. Both Nords were barely inconvenienced by the sudden cold and continued to rush closer before I was forced to ignore what they were doing in order to deal with Muvarth. In a word, everything about him was brutal. The way he aimed for my eyes or joints, each attack looking to disable or cripple me in some way. The way he would scratch at my forearms after every block, looking to make me bleed even a little. The way he didn't hesitate to throw whatever object he could get his hands on in my face in order to trip me up even a little. All those points were both brutal and savage, yet the vampire didn't wildly lose control over himself in a way that would let me take advantage of it. In fact, if it wasn't for my Iron Flesh spell giving my skin the same durability as steel, my arms would be bloody ribbons. Muvarth had torn the light leather bracers I normally wore to shreds. Faye, Iron Flesh, huh? The leech spat, taking some time to reassess his approach after I managed to stab him through a shoulder. It's not often I find a mage capable of it, let alone one able to keep up with me up close. That's what happens when you hide out in a cave. I replied glibly while slashing at him. I knew he wasn't seriously trying to start a conversation. He was buying time to regenerate his shoulder wound. In the same moment, I threw a spell where I thought he would dodge, but instead of dodging away, Muvarth lunged towards me. Thanks to that, the black edge of my longsword bit deeply into him, but didn't hit anything vital. I cursed as he tackled the both of us to the floor and fought to keep him from getting a hand around my throat. Iron Flesh made me more durable, but I still needed to breathe. Spellswords always think armor spells make them unbeatable up close. Muvarth snarled, a gruesome smile on his face as he clawed at my face. I was forced to drop my sword and grab his wrist when he pinned my other arm and went for my eyes again. But those don't protect against everything. His hands glowed red, and my eyes went wide as I felt my vitality drain away. I distantly heard my companions shouting my name in the background. I bucked my hips and threw myself to a side to break his concentration. At the same time, I risked releasing his hand to grab one of the daggers off my belt. Muvarth was already moving to cover his vitals, his experience as a Fighters Guild instructor clearly still sharp. But I wasn't trying to kill him with a dagger, I was trying to get him off me. The master vampire howled in agony as I plunged the blade down into his side. I grinned as I felt the metal scrape over bone and knew I had gotten a lucky hit to his hip joint. That should slow him down a good bit. Muvarth practically threw himself off me before I could start savaging the wound, but even as I rushed to pull myself off the floor, I could tell he was already planning his next attack. Something I needed to do as well. He was better in hand-to-hand than I was, and my sword had been knocked away during the last struggle. I had no illusions about searching for it without my enemy making me pay for taking my eyes off him. I also wasn't expecting to do much with just a dagger, though. My eyes drifted slightly away to where my earlier spell had landed harmlessly. That could work, I just needed to get him over there. Frost formed around my fingertips as I threw Ice Spike after Ice Spike at the vampire, and then switching up to Frostbite when he started using the debris around us to block or hide behind. With no idea where my companions were throwing wider area, untargeted spells would be a disaster, so I focused on trying to pin Muvarth down further by either slowing him or taking out his other leg. Not that he was making it easy. I had to duck out of the way of a broken chair leg as I continued hurting the bloodsucker where I wanted him to go. Just a little further and a sharp impact to my back broke my concentration, and I couldn't help but yelp at the unexpected blow and look back at the source. I saw the vampire Jordy's had been fighting, staring at me with an ugly snarl on its face and the remains of an ice spell swirling around its hand, even though focusing on me allowed Jordy's to stab it through the heart. Muvarth must have ordered it to prioritize his survival above its own. Already guessing the master vampire was moving away from my trap after my brief lapse in focus, I wasted no time aiming at the floor where my previously hidden lightning rune trap laid and manually triggered it with a lightning bolt. Sure enough, Muvarth had been moving to attack while my back was turned, but that didn't mean he was completely safe. Even just being on the edge of the explosion of magically created electricity was enough to burn the bloodsucker. Enough to make him stumble. And that slight mistake gave me plenty of time to prepare another spell. I swirled and hardened into a sharp point. Ironically, I was going to use the same spell that almost allowed Muvarth to get the drop on me. The difference was, Muvarth didn't have a spell to blunt the damage, or so I thought. Instead of tearing through his thigh like I was expecting, the spike only penetrated a few inches. Still enough to ruin Muvarth's ability to even walk, but not enough to fully immobilize him like I planned. Something he proved when he collided with my legs and tackled me to the ground. Again. Surprised? Oh, flesh might not be as good as yours, but every bit helps. Muvarth hissed despite me pushing against his throat with a forearm. At this point I was doing everything I could to prevent him from biting me, even if it strained the wound on my back. Anyone ever tell you your breath is rancid? I spat back. Annoyingly he laughed. Only the ones about to become lunch. And that was the moment the edge of Jordy's wooden shield caught him in the nose. Part of me wanted to laugh at the irony of both our companions interfering when it looked like one of us was about to win, but a much greater part was focused on punishing the opening he gave me. Instead of pushing the vampire off of me, I grabbed him by the front of his shirt and pulled him closer as hard as I could. The sound of his nose crunching as it hit my forehead was incredibly satisfying. It was even better the second time. Too bad Muvarth decided against allowing me a third. The vampire blindly threw himself off me in a fatal mistake. Blinking past the blood dripping into my eyes, I wrenched my second dagger out of its sheath and pounced on him. Our eyes met briefly, and I gave him a feral smile. Looks like you bit off more than you could chew. I crowed, and then drove the dagger into his eye socket. Giving it a twist for good measure, I fell off my defeated enemy and looked around. Just like I saw earlier, Jordy's had managed to kill her opponent with a stab and was unharmed. Eriker had also managed to defeat his vampire, but had picked up a couple wounds in the process. From further down the way we came, I could already see some of the people from Moorhall filtering into the chamber. I guess that meant they had finished up the last of the thralls. The nest was cleared and the battle was over. Looks like you bit off more than you could chew? Eriker asked incredulously as Jordy's moved to help him with his injuries. Was that the best you could think of? Wordlessly, I pulled the remains of my bracers off my arm and threw them at the Nord. He had no right complaining about a one-liner given his over-the-top personality. None at all. Chapter 24. I was absolutely unsurprised that the first thing the Nords did after clearing out a vampire nest and returning to Moorhall was to throw a party, though that was a bit uncharitable. To be fair to the men and women that were now breaking out barrels of ale and setting up cooking fires despite the time, any other province I had been to would throw a celebration after a battle like the one they just went through. Those other provinces might have waited a day or two, but I suppose if Nords passed up a chance to drink themselves into oblivion after a fight, they wouldn't be Nords, would they? I sighed and carefully shifted to a more comfortable position so I wasn't pressing on my wounds. Taking an ice spike spell to the back was never fun, even when Ironflesh stops it from going more than a few inches instead of fully impaling you. And while I had used one of my better healing potions to patch the worst things up, it would be a few days before I was completely healed. And it was making me far more irritable than normal. Things got better once the celebration began. I wasn't the only one that had been injured in the fight down in the lair, and the rest of the partygoers had taken it as a mission from the divines to make sure we never had a dry cup in our hands. Hardly an hour into things, the pain was buried under the pleasant buzz of alcohol. And while I still had a clear enough head to resist the urge to join the dancing, I did make the mistake of telling one of the partygoers I thought the Fighters Guild was better than the Companions. Objectively, I was completely correct. The Fighters Guild was bigger, more well-known to the other provinces, and wealthier than some old mead hall. Nords didn't appreciate objective. Lou, I'm telling you, you fire-haired grub-munching tree-hugger, the Companions re-worth any three of the fighters you care to name. An old scarred Nord slurred as he waved his mug at me. Any teary of M. The ordinary members maybe, "You crusty milk-drinking mud crab," I shot back. "But the Fighters Guild has twice the amount of elites. And they can train new ones much better than your friendship circle." "Right, that's it," the old man declared and slammed his flagon onto the nearest flat surface. "Only one way to settle this now, or are ya scared, girly?" If I wasn't injured, there would probably be two ways to settle things, but no Nord was going to seriously argue for a fistfight with an already wounded opponent. So that meant drinking contest. Well aware of the others watching for my response, I drained my own cup and slammed it down as well. "Just don't cry when you lose." "Oh!" The sound of some birds chirping angered the troll that decided to take up living space in my skull. While I did my best to ignore the beast thrashing around in my head, I decided to crack an eye and see what predicament I was in. I could only remember a few hours past the first drinking contest, and the rest was a blur. The good news was I was still both fully clothed and not in a compromising position, unlike some of the rare other times I got blackout drunk. But the bad news was I was filthy and lying very close to where someone had emptied their stomach. Now that I acknowledged the puddle of sick, the smell was almost enough to make me want to add my own contribution. So, despite the troll protesting every movement, I stood up and made my way through the piles of unconscious partiers. I did have a quiet laugh at the sight of a passed-out Eriker and Jordy's. The two had collapsed quite close to each other, but Eriker had latched onto a blanket in his sleep rather than the Sword Maiden. I'm sure she would be disappointed when she found out. I continued my aimless wandering, trying to find a space not filled with passed-out Nords while nodding politely to the few others that were up and about. Finding a spot that didn't smell like unwashed bodies or spilled ale was turning out to be harder than I first thought, though. I was about to give up on the idea of finding a nice secluded space and simply going back to where I woke up when I saw two figures in the distance. A man roughly shoving a smaller woman forward, and the woman had her arms bound to her sides. I could think of a few reasons a man would be pushing a bound woman out into the woods while the sun had barely risen over the horizon. Very few of them were flattering. So after making sure I hadn't been spotted by the two, I silently stalked after the pair. There were a few close calls where the man looked back to see if anyone was following him that I had to work a bit to avoid, but I did manage it. I was glad I had done so too, because after a bit I recognized the pair as Thoner and his wife turned vampire Leolette. Hopefully this wasn't some elaborate murder/suicide or worse, Thoner releasing the vampire back into the wilds. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. My waiting was rewarded when the two went deeper into the woods until they entered an ancient stone summoning circle. Waiting for them was the court mage Falion. "I brought her," Thoner grunted as he approached. "And I have the gem." "Can you really do it?" "Yes, but before we can begin we should address our visitor," Falion said. "You were followed." But I checked. "I'm sure you did, but few would be able to spot a Bosmer in the woods if they did not wish you to." "I'm sure I wouldn't have if not for her injury," Falion responded, looking in my direction. I sighed and stepped out from behind a tree. I hadn't thought to look for magic or other less direct forms of observation. "Sloppy. Court mage, Thoner. I hope you have a good explanation," I stated, hiding my displeasure at being found out so easily. "Of course, but I do hope you listen to the full explanation first," Falion said calmly. "You see, I have always been fascinated with the Plains of Oblivion. It is what drove me to study conjuration despite the poor reputation it has with non-mages. I thought I would find like-minded companions at the college, but all I found was cowards too afraid of the unknown to ask questions about what could be found, so I left. After some wandering I found this place, a relic created by people like me. One's not content to just wonder about what lies in the Plains of Oblivion, but actually desired to study them. So this is a sacrifice to bring something through?" I asked, looking at the still-bound vampire. "No, something much more profound," Falion denied. "A way to cure vampirism." I raised an eyebrow. "Through a summoning circle? That seems unlikely." "To all but masters of conjuration you would be correct," the mage admitted. "I know you profess little experience with the school yourself, but with the proper ritual you can summon the essence of the right plane to the circle, induce a death-like state in the subject, and then convince the plane that the subject's soul was claimed by using a substitute, releasing Cold Harbor's influence and curing the condition. The gem Thoner has. It's a black soul gem. You're basing your cure on necromancy, I accused, and to my surprise Phalion smiled. Excellent deduction. It's a shame you aren't more studied in my schools of magic. I feel like you would be a wonderful conversation partner. You understand what you described isn't a cure, though? You are just substituting another soul. He shrugged. For now, perhaps, I am sure there are improvements that could be made in the future. Though I suppose what must be discussed is what happens now. Will you try and stop this? Condemn a victim of the chance to be freed from her condition? Or will you stand aside and allow me to save her? From his attitude, I could tell Phalion was convinced that saw his ritual as something greater than it was. At best, he was simply damning another soul to Cold Harbor, not saving someone from the condition. I had vague memories from earlier games in the series that were actual cures. Not a trade that Molugbal likely allowed because he either didn't care as long as he got what was owed or it amused him someone was willingly offering him a victim to torment in exchange for someone that likely committed terrible acts in his name, willingly or not. At worst, he was simply curing the symptoms but not severing the connection to the Oblivion Plane, not only sacrificing the soul in the Black Soul Gem, but simply delaying the original soul's own arrival when the person died later. Unfortunately, I had a very shallow understanding of the magics at work here and couldn't say which was more likely. I'm not in any shape to stop you, I finally admitted. And I don't have the time to watch over you and make sure this isn't a terrible idea not when I needed to secure the Elder Scroll, but I will be back to check on you just to make sure this isn't another Oblivion crisis in the making. Your lack of confidence in me is unfortunate but reasonable, I suppose. But do what you must to feel at ease. Phalion agreed, far too easily in my opinion. Will you be staying for the ritual? Stay and potentially draw the attention of a Daedric prince thanks to someone messing with the essence of his domain? No, I really didn't want to be here for that. Unfortunately, I couldn't exactly judge how dangerous the ritual Phalion was playing with without seeing it in action. I'll stay. Excellent. Then let us begin. This had better work, mage. Thoner grunted from a ways away. I only now noticed he had his hand on an axe. If I had chosen to interrupt or forbid the ritual, would he have attacked me? It seemed likely from his behavior. I call upon Oblivion Realms, the home of those who are not our ancestors. Answer my plea. As in death there is new life, in Oblivion there is a beginning for that which has ended. I call forth that power. Accept the soul that we offer. Oh! As the sun ends the night, end the darkness of the soul, return life to the creature you see before you. Phalion finished hours later. The ritual was a fascinating thing to watch, even if I ended up understanding very little. In many ways it was like watching a master artist at work. I could see what preparations and actions were made, but I lacked the understanding and background to comprehend why things were done or why they were in certain orders. I could tell two things for certain, though. 1. Leolette was free of any influence from Cold Harbor. The ritual had definitely severed that connection. And 2, whatever Phalion was doing was far more dangerous than he suggested. Messing with one plane of Oblivion was already insanely dangerous. Messing with 3 at the same time was practically suicidal, even if Meridia and Azura were considered nicer Daedric princes. At the end of the day, technically the beginning because dawn just broke not long ago, the ritual was a success, and there was one less vampire in the world. But I would not be encouraging more experimentation with this ritual even if leveraging Azura's realm of twilight and change with Meridia's anathema of the undead was brilliant. Just one of the princes taking issue with the ritual could be disastrous. Still, it worked. For now anyway. The 4 of us returned to Morhal and I split off immediately. I had no desire to try explaining how the vampire was cured from her condition or exactly what the mage was doing in the woods. There were already 2 apocalypse scenarios I was getting tangled up in. I didn't have the time to poke my nose into what Phalion was doing as well. Luckily, there weren't many vampires getting captured and after destroying the nearby nest. Close enough for Phalion to get his hands on more so I could hopefully ignore the summoning circle in the woods until the vampire trying to block out the sun and the dragon trying to eat the world were dealt with. Surprisingly, shortly after I returned to Erikr and Jordy's, I was urged onto a horse, and the 3 of us were rushing out of town without another word. Oh! Would either of you like to tell me where and why we are rushing off first thing in the morning? I asked when we slowed down some. I thought you would have wanted to eat before we left. A messenger arrived while you were away. Erica replied, uncharacteristically grave. All Thanes have been recalled to solitude. Something is going on, but the situation is too delicate to risk being intercepted by letter. We will be told more on arrival. I nodded at the explanation, even as I tried thinking of what might have caused this. It was still too soon for the Fokihar clan to start making overt movements, since even if she ran all the way, Serana shouldn't have made it back to the island. I vaguely remembered there was something to do with the ghost of someone haunting the Blue Palace, but that shouldn't be something worth sending an emergency summons for. Hopefully this was something easily resolved. I didn't want to get tied up in solitude for too long. I had planned to stop in the city for supplies, but the longer the Elder Scroll was left unsecured, the greater the risk of it potentially falling into either the Thalmor or Fokihar's hands.